Volume 4. Chapter 153, Anxiety, Part 1. Are you feeling okay? I feel so refreshed, as if I could fly after having a good sleep. With this condition, I might even win against Cyan, don't you think? Luna responded with a straight face to Set's reckless remark, which made all the worries disappear. Just kidding, just kidding. I can't say anything serious. Set waved his hand, indicating not to take it seriously. Luna and Set, who embarked on their belated journey back amidst the rough sandstorm. Although they had left as a trio, they returned as a duo, a situation that couldn't be laughed off. Aren't you going to ask? What right do I have to ask? It's your society's business, not something that happened at your request, and while I was idly sleeping comfortably, you were the one who got into trouble. Frankly, I feel ashamed. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't have been able to return as comfortably as now. Set expressed his sincere feelings, smacking his lips nervously. Roughly speaking, with Cyan, there seems to be some unknown force behind us, right? The power he possesses exceeds the limits we thought. That seems to be the case. The problem was that it far exceeded those limits. Then that's it, what more is there to ask? Men are supposed to have a couple of secrets even from their lovers. As a rival, you should respect that. Did Luna feel some sympathy towards Set's cool demeanor as he casually brushed it off? Luna looked at Set with slightly more respectful eyes than usual. If he's really my rival, then that's enough. That's the only way my desire to challenge grows stronger, right? All right. When we return to the academy, I'll double, no, triple the harsh training from before. Will you help, Junior? Do it alone. It was a nonchalant response that nullified the spirited proposal in an instant. Set was fortunate to be a simple man, but Luna couldn't help but think he was too simple, almost problematic. And so, after about 2 days had passed, Luna and Set finally arrived at Lewin around dawn, similar to when they departed. Huh? Set, looking towards the gate, immediately doubted his eyes. There were twice as many knights guarding the gate compared to before. What's going on? Why are there so many knights? It's going to be difficult to sneak in now, isn't it? Then let's just go in. As if it was nothing, Luna approached the gate confidently. Set watched him with puzzled eyes. Identity confirmation. Huh? Just as the knights were about to confirm their identities with solemn voices, they looked at Set with unfamiliar, yet somehow recognizable faces. Luna Rainriver. Not only her, but Set, whose stature itself was an identity confirmation, appeared, causing the knights' eyes to widen. Academy students, why are you here at this time? We're returning from our field trip. A field trip? We haven't heard anything about it. That's how it is. It was an activity we did without permission. We're expecting disciplinary action as soon as we return. For a moment, there was a silent stillness around the gate. I understand for now. Please come in. Thank you. You don't have to tire yourself like a frontline soldier. Luna gestured for Set to hurry up as if asking what he was doing. Watching this, Set thought to himself. Although he had been someone who would casually talk nonsense wherever he went, it seemed he couldn't compare with this junior. But there seemed to be more guards than usual. Is there a reason? Oh, well, you'll hear when you return, but there was a murder incident at the academy recently. A murder incident? The eyes of both the man and woman flickered simultaneously. Yes. Not only that, but there's also a notice that imperial dignitaries will be visiting soon. They're here. At that moment, a knight came running from the main street and urgently shouted to the guards. The imperial family just passed through the western gate. Graduates usually visit the academy for 2 main reasons: either to revisit old memories and relax, or to encourage current students, siblings, or friends attending the academy. In fact, because the academy itself is located in such a remote place, such visits weren't very frequent. Moreover, it was unprecedented in the history of the academy for members of the royal family, not to mention 3 of them at once, to visit like this. It's so nice to breathe the fresh air of the academy after a long time. Don't you all agree? Yes, it's like the scent of forgotten memories. While Nerobian and Fabian awkwardly smiled as if trying to accommodate her, Fabian spoke with a bitter expression. Aaron should be in the royal palace. Let's go quickly. His tone indicated a strong desire to finish quickly and leave. Why the rush? Since we're out for an outing, we should enjoy it slowly. While Violet gazed at the streets of Lewin with delight, Fabian and Nerobian's faces were on the verge of crumpling. What on earth had they done for her to bring them to such a place with such determination? It was truly an incomprehensible situation. Then, a familiar face appeared before them. Aaron, the youngest member of the imperial family, who had hurried over upon hearing the news of the imperial family's visit. I am Aaron Sevelarus, the princess of the Usvip Empire. I greet my brothers and my elder sister. Aaron immediately greeted her siblings. It's nice to see you, Aaron. It's been so long. I was really worried, but you look healthy, which is a relief. Violet greeted her warmly with a bright smile. Fabian and Nerobian also greeted her with forced smiles. What could have brought you all the way to this distant academy? We were quite shocked by the unfortunate incident that happened before, so we came with the intention of comforting Aaron. Emmy? Aaron couldn't believe what she was hearing. As her gaze naturally turned to Fabian and Nerobian, and upon seeing their uncomfortable and uneasy reactions, Violet realized that her words were insincere. We can't continue like this, so shall we move somewhere else? Then, let me guide you to my room. A room in the royal palace familiar to the three siblings. Looking at neatly arranged weapons, scrolls, and borrowed books for academic advancement, Violet praised her. As expected, an honor student's room is different. I feel like I should learn from you. Compared to you, Violet, I don't think I'm anything special. Aaron responded humbly. Seeing my younger sister who has grown so much in my absence, I feel proud as an older sister. Aaron felt very unsettled in the current situation. The Violet she knew wasn't like this. She not only had no interest in politics, but also had never showered her with such awkward compliments. It could be blamed on her mood, but she even felt that there was no way they had come with purely friendly intentions. Come to think of it, Aaron's fiancé also lives in this dormitory, right? Cyan Vert, was it? As soon as Cyan was mentioned, a chilly unease brushed her mind. Yes, that's correct, but since we've come all the way here, I'd like to see him once. I heard there's a connection between Aaron and him even before enrollment. What do you think from Aaron's perspective? Is he a good man? WL. Aaron couldn't easily give a response. It wasn't that she had nothing to say, but rather, she was caught in the dilemma of whether it was appropriate to speak. If you wish to meet him, we'll go and bring him. Fabian, who was standing awkwardly with an uncomfortable expression, volunteered to fetch him. Calling someone out for an impromptu meeting without prior arrangements isn't proper etiquette. He's the youngest son of Duke Vert, the fiancé of Aaron, so it wouldn't be right for us to go. As if she was about to head to Cyan's room, Violet stood up. Well, Cyan probably isn't in his room right now. He usually spends weekends training with the Guardian Knights rather than staying in his room. Is that so? Then I guess we should wait in his room. Since there's no hurry, let's wait patiently. Waiting wasn't the issue. Going to Cyan's room was. If he was alone, it wouldn't be a problem, but what if there was someone else in his room who shouldn't be there? Aaron absolutely couldn't let them take Cyan to her room. Since Cyan doesn't like people coming to his room without notice, he might feel uncomfortable if we go. Unexpectedly, Aaron's response caused Violet's eyebrows to twitch slightly. I'd better go and deliver the message myself. Aaron, yes. You've grown up a lot, haven't you? Now you suddenly know enough to criticize my words. Violet's face, which had been full of smiles, instantly froze like ice. But as if nothing had happened, she returned to her usual smile, and seeing this, Aaron, who had been consumed by long-forgotten fears, couldn't speak any longer. Fabian and Nerobian, who were watching them, also broke out in a cold sweat silently. As an awkward silence filled the room, Sir Cyan Vert has arrived. The unexpected news of someone's visit was delivered. Cyan is here. Aaron's mouth, which had been stiff, opened again, and at the same time, Violet's expression subtly changed. Before long, Cyan revealed himself in front of them. Cyan Vert, the youngest son of Duke Vert, I greet the noble princess and princes of the Empire. Despite facing the royal family, Cyan greeted them with not nervousness, but rather an indifferent gaze. Oh, it's been a while. Cyan Vert. No, Sir Cyan. While the princes awkwardly greeted him with some semblance of facial expression, Violet's rigid face remained unchanged. Oh, welcome, Cyan. I was actually about to come find you myself, but thank you for coming first. Please, don't stand, have a seat. Quickly shedding her awkward expression and hastily welcoming him as if she were the owner of the room, Cyan naturally took a seat next to Aaron. Still unable to shake off her lingering confusion, Aaron cautiously glanced at Cyan out of the corner of her eye. His demeanor was as nonchalant and indifferent as ever, completely unchanged from usual. Had she found solace in that familiar demeanor? Aaron felt the anxiety that had been building inside her gradually dissipate. "I hope we're not interrupting your weekend activities." "It's fine. What were you up to?" "I was training with the Knights." "Oh." Then Aaron's prediction was spot on. Knowing what each other will be doing in advance, it's quite enviable, isn't it? Despite the uncomfortable praise, Cyan maintained his usual poker face. As you know, Aaron was deeply affected by the unfortunate incident before. It would be nice if Cyan could comfort her by her side. "We came here today with that in mind." As the unfortunate incident was mentioned, the brows of the Prince brothers furrowed deeply. Aaron didn't feel much at ease either. While it could be said as an elder sister to her brother's fiancé, given that everyone knew that it wasn't the true intention, the air in the room became heavy. "Comfort her?" At this, Cyan raised one corner of his mouth, giving a peculiar smile, as if her words were utterly insignificant. Seeing that smile, Violet felt a sudden rush of revulsion, as if her blood were running cold, accompanied by an inexplicable strong sense of unease. "Did you come to give medicine or poison?" Everyone's faces, except Cyan's, turned pale as a sheet. Chapter 154, Anxiety, Part 2. Human speech varies in meaning depending on the situation and atmosphere. However, the words uttered by Cyan at this moment were unequivocally negative, regardless of how they might be interpreted in any direction. "Cyan, what are you saying?" Aaron was the first to react. Rather than expressing anger, her reaction seemed to be more of a question about why such words were spoken in the first place. "There's a limit to arrogance. Have you forgotten who is present in front of you? Even if you're the heir of Duke Vert and favored by His Majesty, how dare you speak such slander here, as if it's a safe place?" Fabian reproached while Nerobian expressed indignation, pointing out his disrespectful attitude. Cyan's gaze naturally turned towards his brothers. "I'll return your words, Prince Fabian." "What? You can be arrogant to a certain extent, but what kind of shamelessness did you have when you came here?" Quock Fabian, consumed by anger, rushed towards Cyan and grabbed him by the collar. "Do you truly wish to die? Or have you become so intoxicated by your affiliation with the royal family that you've lost your senses? Don't delude yourself. The likes of a mere girl's skirt won't protect you. A human being who cannot control his emotions is no different from an animal and shows his true nature as it is." Regardless of who was present to hear, Fabian conveyed his sincere warning to Cyan. Keck! However, what returned was not an apology, but a sneer filled with insult and mockery. His inner thoughts were clearly visible, saying that he was not at the level of being worthy of listening. "Please understand, third prince, my skin isn't that thick, so I don't think I'd be able to smile with the person who sent an assassin to kill me." Fabian's hand trembled as he grasped Cyan's collar. Though it was a slight gesture, it seemed to convey a warning only audible to those present. Ironically, Aaron, who stood nearby, also caught wind of it. What do you mean, Cyan?" Suppressing her trembling voice, Aaron, with both hands covering her mouth, asked, her voice betraying anxiety. Unlike the constantly shifting dynamic between the two, Cyan remained steadfast, like a pillar supporting the heart of the forest. "Calm down, brother." Nerobian rushed to Fabian to restrain him. Unable to hear Cyan's voice, he couldn't understand why his brother was trembling like a frightened person. After mustering his composure, Fabian awkwardly laughed and spoke. Making speculations has its limits. On what grounds do you hesitate? Please calm down, Fabian." Violet, who had been silent all along, intervened. Frozen as if under a spell, Fabian couldn't bring himself to meet Cyan's unwavering gaze. After a brief silence, Violet, breaking the tense atmosphere, smiled peacefully and spoke. "It seems we've chosen the wrong timing for this meeting." Cyan's expression remained unchanged, as steady as ever. "It seems our youngest has gained a reliable ally. That's truly fortunate. For the sake of the harmonious relationship between you two, we should withdraw." Rising from her seat, Violet turned without waiting for anyone's response. The two princes, watching Violet's departure, hesitated to move. "What are you waiting for? We should step aside to not disturb their intimate time." With one final remark, she left, prompting the princes to finally move. As they moved out of each other's sight, Not a single greeting was exchanged. The storm that had swept through the princess's room seemed to have passed, and a calm current flowed once more. After the royal family left the room, Aaron, still in shock, stared blankly at the ceiling without any movement. How much time passed? As Aaron regained her senses and looked around, she suddenly noticed Cyan still by her side. See Cyan? Though it seemed unlikely, it felt as if Cyan had been waiting by her side until she came to her senses. Without a word, Cyan handed him a document. "What's this? Please check it." With a bewildered heart, Aaron examined the document Cyan had given him. Shocked by the contents, which were too unsettling to behold with a calm mind, Aaron immediately asked, "Where did this? No, is what's written here true?" The document detailed plans by Imperial Princes Fabian and Nerobian to hire mercenaries to assassinate Cyan. "This is my final sincerity for looking after Nana in your absence." What? In the future, attacks from other branches of the royal family against Princess Aaron will likely intensify. Therefore, it would be sufficient to establish more means of protection for yourself. That should be enough to ensure the protection of Princess Aaron for the time being. A sword doesn't exist solely to harm the opponent. Likewise, a shield doesn't exist only to defend oneself. Sometimes, a sharp sword can serve as a defense against threats, and conversely, a sturdy shield can become an offensive tool against adversaries. Only by utilizing these complex elements appropriately can one create a means of protection for oneself. Although it was undoubtedly meaningful advice that would allow her to stand confidently in the unpredictable palace, Aaron couldn't help but ask, Why are you saying this to me?" Cyan's advice and counsel for her, though always present, had been deeply engraved in Aaron's heart, whether sincere or not. She had always firmly believed it was a foundation for her better self. However, this advice felt different. It was as if someone leaving for somewhere far away was leaving their last words to her. Cyan, maintaining silence, had slightly trembling lips. This was also unfamiliar to Aaron. Was he hesitating? It was incomprehensible that he, who had never lost his courage even before the aristocracy, would show such an unexpected behavior. The anxiety swelling within Aaron only grew stronger. "The engagement with the princess?" Finally, Cyan spoke. "I don't think I can do it." As his words reached her, Aaron felt as if everything in the world was collapsing around her. Not long after the assassination attempt, the imperial family's visit to the academy continued to create a tense atmosphere. Amidst this tension, Luna was behaving strangely quiet. To Lamla, who had always observed her, her current demeanor felt incredibly unnatural. "You haven't been to the library lately." "I haven't had a reason to go." Just a few days ago, she had asked for materials to learn about the tome, but now she was reading a completely unrelated book. It's hard to understand what she's thinking, but Lamla turned her head, thinking it might be better than silently disappearing again. Click at that moment, the door of the dormitory opened and a woman entered. Lamla eyed her suspiciously. Luna, just moments ago, she had been sitting at her desk reading, and now she appeared at the entrance. "I'm back." She walked in as if nothing had happened, and gently placed something on top of Luna's head as she continued reading. Suddenly, a blue aura sparkled from her hand, and in a flash, Luna, who had been reading, disappeared, replaced by a small doll emitting a significant amount of mana. Artifact of illusion? Lamla couldn't believe what she was seeing, instantly recognizing the nature of the doll. Seeing Luna putting away the used doll into her pocket, Lamla couldn't contain her surprise. "Since when?" "No, where did you go in this situation?" "Nodely." Lamla was speechless at the unexpected response. "If you're going to stand around hesitating like that, go get the messenger pouch." Messenger pouch?" "Yes. I have a message to deliver to my grandfather." Luna's eyes shone with determination, as if she had made a new decision. Darkness settled like a blanket across the sky, yet amidst it, following the faint streaks of light, Ashel moved forward steadily and confidently. With each step, the faint streaks of light grew brighter. Ashel quickened her pace upon realizing that the long-awaited presence of the ancient holy sword was finally within reach. While light and darkness always coexist, even the vast darkness that could engulf the world eventually yields to a single ray of light. Successfully recalling the moment he first realized the existence of such darkness, Ashel finally found the light of truth he had longed for. Now, all that remained was to confirm that truth. Unable to contain his overwhelming anticipation and joy, a smile never left Ashel's lips as the radiant altar of the Holy Sword finally began to reveal itself before him. Facing this sight, Ashel doubted his eyes. The awe that had gripped him caused his mouth, which had been opened in amazement, to narrow in an instant, and soon numerous questions began to arise in his mind. A scene so dismal that not even the word glorious could come to mind. The Holy Sword, which should have been firmly embedded on the silvery altar, lay scattered on the ground instead, and the ray of light that he had thought to be the beacon of salvation was now dimming, its brilliance fading like a faint candle on the verge of extinguishing. Was this truly the true face of the noble Holy Sword? Struggling to calm his suddenly confused mind, Ashel carefully picked up the scattered Holy Sword and placed it back on the altar. Crack! Suddenly, a bright aura shot out from the lost sword, and before long, more radiant than the sun and more dazzling than the blue sky, golden hair began to flutter in the space. Lost in the noble atmosphere for a moment, Ashel knelt as he faced the sacred spirit standing before him. I greet the Holy Sword Durandal, who illuminates the continent with the light of truth. The woman in the light silently set foot on the altar and gradually approached him with graceful steps. Only the Chosen One, who leads the warm light of life from the icy darkness, can possess the divine power said to be bestowed by the gods. As the resplendent hand of divinity finally touched the Chosen One's chin, Ashel, intoxicated with ecstasy, smiled with joy. Slap, an unpleasant harsh friction echoed in the air. Ashel's white cheek turned crimson, and the woman's face, struck with anger, also turned red. From now on, listen to me straight and stop grinning like an idiot. The Heir of Lumendal. Chapter 155, Anxiety, Part 3. The royal family, hastily leaving the royal palace, fled from the academy as if escaping for their lives. Although there were still other schedules remaining, such as meetings with the chancellor, now it seemed like nothing mattered anymore, as no one even mentioned them. We can't just let this incident slide. How can the undefeated royal family be humiliated by the young heir of a duke? Where else would such a thing happen? Nerobian, who still hadn't grasped the situation, spoke to Violet as if accusing her. To this, the bewildered Fabian shouted back at him. Quiet, Nerobian, isn't all this because of you? What do you mean? Why suddenly blame me? Suddenly, Fabian grabbed Nerobian by the collar and whispered something in his ear. How could he? Upon hearing the truth, Nerobian's expression changed, and he couldn't even articulate his words properly. Although they thought they had erased all traces, how did the truth spread so widely that it reached the ears of the person involved? If Cyan found out, it was only a matter of time before it reached the Emperor's ears. And if that happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. You don't need to worry too much. Aaron will surely understand it as an unavoidable matter between siblings. Sister, even so, let's stop talking about it. Since our meeting with Aaron is over, shall we return to the palace? You've kept your promise, so I will also handle this matter discreetly. Violet, ending the conversation, suggested returning to the palace. For the two princes, whether leaving now or staying, the situation remained frustrating. Even though they considered themselves as thorns in the eyes of those who coveted the imperial throne, to overlook such a significant weakness was unacceptable. The anxiety entrenched in the hearts of the brothers grew heavier with each passing moment. Regardless, as Violet alone boarded the carriage, she closed her eyes and immersed herself in contemplation. Fear is said to be the oldest human emotion, and among them, fear of the unknown is the most dreaded. It's not the pain of being struck by a sword that one fears, but rather the anticipation of the unknown pain before being struck. Likewise, they would continue to fear their own vulnerabilities, not knowing when they might be exposed. And undoubtedly, the boy himself. It's certain. The moment when Cecilia's head was thrown before her eyes still sent shivers down her spine, filling her with anxiety. His eyes, his smile, his murderous intent. The indelible marks etched into her body, the image she thought would never leave her mind until death. It's him, the man who had introduced her to fear and dread for the first time, providing her with feelings of helplessness and humiliation. At this moment, Violet was certain. Cyan Vert, the youngest son of Duke Vert and Aaron's fiancé, was indeed the assassin she and Ashel sought. artifact messenger scroll, a type of communication device that allows messages to be conveyed spatially through magical orbs containing magic. Although the society president had given her one recently due to its widespread commercialization in the society, it took Luna a considerable amount of time before she finally used it for the first time. Do you expect me to believe that now? If you didn't understand, I can explain it to you again as many times as necessary. Do you need me to? Despite Regence's harsh interrogation, Luna responded calmly, as usual. She succinctly summarized what had happened in Nodely as promised to the members of the society, leaving out any mention of Cyan and smoothly attributing the assistance regarding the mist to mercenaries who had passed nearby. Even if she omitted the details about Cyan, the fact that there were considerable opposition factions within the Garam Magic Society and their attempted second kidnapping of Luna was enough to significantly pique Regence's interest. I heard that you demanded information about the tome recently. Yes, that's right. I went to Nodely to find out about it. Isn't this out of character for you? What suddenly prompted such proactive behavior? Were there ever times when I acted according to expectations? It was just personal curiosity. I didn't want to involve the society and sought to investigate quietly on my own. A discomforting groan came from Regence across the messenger scroll. His inner thoughts of not fully trusting Luna's words were evident. Oh, and I sent some information to the returning members of the society. It should arrive shortly. What information? A list of Oram Society members hiding within the Garam Magic Society. Even though she couldn't see it, Luna vividly imagined Regence rising from his seat, driven by frustration. Although it's not exhaustive, most of them should be included. I hope you can tidy things up until I return after this semester ends. That's my request. Why are you only revealing this crucial information now? I'll see you during the break, grandfather. After concluding the matter, Luna abruptly terminated the communication. Observing everything from behind, Lamela couldn't believe it and asked with a gaze of disbelief. Is it true? What do you mean? The stories you just told President Regence, are they all true? Don't worry. There won't be any repercussions for Lamela from the society. Isn't that what I'm not saying? Why suddenly involve yourself in society matters? It's more like a fog than a breeze. Luna's eyes momentarily flashed resolutely. What do you mean? Oh, nothing. More importantly, bam, bam, bam. Hey, is anyone in there? The heavy pounding, as if a bear was knocking, reverberated through the room. Recognizing immediately who it was, Luna's expression subtly stiffened. Why is that idiot senior here again? Should I go out? No, I'll handle it. In essence, he was almost like the first guest to visit her room after enrolling in the academy. Although she secretly hoped for a different protagonist, she didn't mind him either way and opened the door comfortably. You're finally out. Something big happened. Huge. Why? Did Senior Cyan refuse to spar again? That's also huge. No, that's not it. Set seemed at a loss, scratching his head vigorously with both hands, messing up his hair. They say Senior Cyan submitted a withdrawal letter? Her indifferent eyes suddenly widened in shock. The dean, who had been staring intently at the envelope on his desk, soon shifted his gaze to me with a tense expression. What does this mean? You can see for yourself. I've already submitted one to the administration office. I even wrote it in large letters on the envelope so that he didn't have to open it to check. Should I give him a pair of glasses as a gift before I go? A withdrawal letter. It's what I've written to end my time at the academy without needing further explanation. Despite your absurd actions over the past 2 years, I have not imposed any sanctions on you. Do you know why? What is it? There may be several reasons, but the biggest one was my intention to uncover your suspicious and secretive behavior. But instead of uncovering it, it only grew more and more. Especially with recent events. I deliberately avoided eye contact. But now, after leaving all that suspicion behind, you're leaving? Where do you intend to go after leaving the academy, which guarantees your current status? I believe I'm not obligated to inform you about that, Dean. My firm yet indifferent response seemed to exhaust the dean as he let out a sigh. Fine, then tell me this. If I let you go like this, can you guarantee that you won't make a name for yourself on this continent, whether it's for good or bad? I couldn't bring myself to answer directly. Your silence tells me enough. In that case, I cannot let you go even more. Letting you go like a lightning bolt in a cloud, whose strike is unpredictable, is unreasonable. This withdrawal letter is merely a formality, Dean. Regardless of your intentions, I will leave this academy within the next few days." Confirming that he couldn't sway my firm decision any further, the dean remained silent. "When will you leave?" "At most, a week." "Is it because of that child?" At the mention of Nana, I involuntarily flinched. "Not entirely, though it might as well be. What if I were to spread information about you to the world? It doesn't concern me, but it seems a bit petty. Instead of supporting your students' bright future, do you really need to resort to such tactics? So, now you dare to mention the word student? Well, I did learn a thing or two from you after all." With that, I turned away. "As long as you step out of that door, you should never see me again." Whether it was meant kindly or maliciously, his final warning resonated. "I'd prefer it that way." Saying so, I naturally turned my head. "Please stay here for a long, long time." Whether it sounded like a curse or not, the dean's brow furrowed like a valley. As I descended the stairs of the main building, which I would never ascend again, familiar faces greeted me upon reaching the first floor. They greeted me, but their gazes were far from smooth. Approaching me briskly, Luna stood before me and asked, gazing intently, "You submitted a withdrawal letter. Is it true?" Rumors spread quickly. Since there was no reason to conceal it, I nodded my head. "Can I ask why?" "Nothing special. I just can't stay here any longer." The reason I was at the academy in the first place was simple. I was using the guise of being a student to conceal my true self. But if that veil has reached a point where it no longer serves its purpose, there's no reason for me to stay here anymore. That's all. Luna stared at my face intently without saying a word. There were traces of anguish on her face, as if she had many things to say but couldn't bring herself to say them. "You really are, until the end, doing whatever you want. Do you have something to say to me? I just hope you realize that I'm trying my best to restrain myself from acting even more recklessly. Just thinking about it is dreadful. Well, I guess this feeling will come to an end now. There won't be any more clashes with this bold junior." "Hey, Cyan Vert, what am I going to do if you just leave me behind like this?" This time, Seth approached, his face filled with a mixture of anger and concern. "We made a promise, didn't we? You said you'd fight alongside me if I guided you to Nodley. It would be awkward if you forgot." "I'll do it." Seth was momentarily stunned by the swift response. What did you just say?" "I said I'll do it. It's inconvenient to do it within the academy. Meet me outside the gates tonight." In an instant, Seth's shocked expression turned into jubilation. Chapter 156, Anxiety, Part 4, Ding Dong. Despite Resimus knocking on the door, there was no response from inside. "I'll come in, Aaron." As she opened the door and entered, she saw Aaron sitting in a chair, staring blankly at the ceiling. "I brought some snacks. Would you like to have something? You haven't eaten anything for a while." Aaron's condition was truly a picture of listlessness, having lost all enthusiasm for everything. It was a stark contrast to her usual vibrant and lively self, evoking pity in those who saw her. "I'm so pathetic, aren't I, Resimus? It's not like I didn't expect to be rejected, but why do I feel so miserable, like the world has ended, as if I'm so pitiful?" After the encounter with the royal family at the academy, Cyan had suddenly declared their engagement annulled. The reason was that he could no longer stay at the academy, and he didn't elaborate further. Shortly after, news spread throughout the academy that Cyan had submitted his withdrawal application to the administration office. Now, it's only natural that there's nothing we can do about it, considering how much Princess Aaron, because I like him a lot. Resimus was momentarily at a loss for words. "I'm not denying it now. That's right. I really liked Cyan." Despite expressing her honest feelings, Aaron's face remained expressionless. "Since we parted on the battlefield, I think I've liked him all along. I've tried to express my feelings to match his and to become a better version of myself, but in the end, I couldn't become Cyan's person. Or more precisely, Cyan didn't need me." Even though Resimus wanted to offer words of comfort, she couldn't find anything to say. No matter how many good words she brought, it seemed impossible to alleviate Aaron's current mood. When my sister and brother came to visit during the day, I was honestly scared. It felt like I had returned to my past self that I had forgotten. A powerless princess who couldn't do anything, that was my true self. Thinking back to that moment when Violet said those words, she still felt embarrassed. But when Cyan came, all the anxiety disappeared, and I felt relieved and calm. Should I call it a source of strength? I felt so much respect for him, even to face those brothers whom I had been so afraid of, as he was facing them confidently. In her hand, she held a document that Cyan had given her during the day. Why did Cyan give this to me? Perhaps it's a sign for me to protect myself. He probably wanted to convey the message to always be careful and prepared, as I never know when and where something might happen. It was like a kind of final gift. Or rather, it also meant there was no next. Cyan always cared for me, such a flawed person until the end, but what did I do for him? Instead of doing anything for Cyan, I don't even know anything about him. It's just that he's the son of a duke who's a little special from others. From the beginning, Cyan had never confided anything about himself to Aaron. Cyan clearly said he lives for herself, but what exactly does he live for? Could it be that I can't fit into the life he seeks? Please, don't feel too disheartened. If Aaron didn't mean anything to Cyan, he wouldn't have given you such advice. I think he said it to mean that you should live well even without him. Yeah, that must be it. Cyan has always been like that. But now that I can't say those words next to him, it must mean that I have to overcome this on my own, right? As if agreeing with Resimus' words, Aaron nodded slightly. But Resimus, can I really do it? Aaron wasn't sure. Cyan probably doesn't need me anymore, but I still need him. Can I navigate through this daunting future without Cyan by my side? I'm not sure of myself anymore. Her voice gradually began to fade. I'm unsure. Thick tears fell from her reddened eyelashes, dampening the floor. I'm supposed to show that I can live well without him, but I don't have the confidence. Just a little more, or just staying by my side would be so nice. Why can't I cling to that? As tears continued to flow like rain, even her sobbing could be heard now. I'm such a fool. A helpless princess who couldn't do anything. The ugly side of her that she never wanted to see again was appearing without filtering through her tears. Enough! I give up, Cyan. Set, who declared surrender, fell to the floor as if his strength had run out. The sky looks unusually clear tonight. The night sky was dotted with shining stars, as if celebrating. The boy, who suddenly raised his head, looked at me and asked, "Just be honest with me. How much of your strength did you use while fighting me? Whatever you think, it's less than half. You're like a monster." He stuck his tongue out and then flopped back down. In the end, even if I charge at you with a whole battalion, it's hard for you to get a single scratch, right? You don't even feel any regret about this. One of the driving forces behind human advancement is knowing the feeling of regret that arises when you get close to your goal but can't reach it. Humans strive for better growth based on that feeling of regret. However, if a huge barrier is erected to the point where even such emotions cannot be felt, then despair and helplessness naturally set in, leading to decline. That seemed to be the current state of the boy. "Can I ask you something?" "Go ahead." Contrary to what I expected him to ask, Set hesitated for a moment. "Would I, who ran wild in the ruins, have had a hard time defeating you?" It was an unexpectedly serious tone for him. "I don't know, we didn't fight to the end." It was not a joking statement meant to ease the mood, but a sincere one. Why would a human in a coma be frightening? Because at that moment, it's not facing a human, but a being from another dimension. The sand god who originally planned to use this fellow to kill me, I couldn't even be sure of the outcome if we had fought to the end. "Is that so?" Seemingly realizing something, he quickly dusted himself off and got up. "It may sound trivial, but I've always thought of myself as the strongest human in the kingdom. When that mysterious guy suddenly came and went on a rampage, no one could stop him. I don't think that's necessarily wrong, especially considering there's no student here at the academy who could dare to challenge you. So I thought I needed to make myself even stronger, so that even if that guy came back, I wouldn't be controlled by him. That way, as my true self, I could protect our kingdom." Yeah, in a past life, you had already achieved that level, if not surpassed it. People used to say, "Whatever enters my body is a manifestation of the guardian deity of this land, Sabulum." If that's true, then you, who I faced during the rampage, must have had a power similar to that deity, right? Isn't that right? I just nodded silently, implying to think as you wish. The more I think about it, the more amazing it seems. Unlike me, who forgets everything after going berserk, you can use your power completely freely. Beating you now, it's harder than catching the stars in the sky. Thanks, Cyan Vert. for showing me my level. He sincerely expressed his gratitude, extending his thumb. But don't think it's over. You should look forward to the day we meet again. I'll be several times, no, tens of times stronger than I am now. You still haven't given up. Of course not. What's a rival for if not to surpass? I'll keep getting stronger and stronger to surpass you. Be ready, Cyan. I couldn't help but let out a hollow laugh. Yeah, this simple yet upright guy won't give up so easily. It's good to become stronger, but take care of your health first. What? If you catch a cold and die, it would be unfair, wouldn't it? Ha, a cold on my body, stronger than a rock. I'm not weak enough to get sick with such a trivial illness. Well, you never know. Tragedy can strike at any time to anyone. While watching him loosen up again, seeming like he wouldn't return anytime soon, I left him alone and headed back to the academy. A lonely night breeze blew from ahead, stirring up my stifling chest. Why? I don't know why, but one side of my chest feels sore and suffocated. Why do people feel sorry or regretful about someone leaving just because they don't want to be around anymore? I couldn't understand it at all, especially Princess Erin's expression. If anyone saw it, they'd think the world was ending. Her constantly vacant expression was irritating beyond measure. Are you expecting food or money with that blank face? Wrinkles are forming on your face. Karam, who appeared out of nowhere, pointed out my pathetic appearance. For some reason, I felt like even if I got scolded by this perverted sword today, I had nothing to say. Isn't it amazing? The little things you thought weren't a big deal are making you think a lot, even though they don't know your true face. What are you trying to say? Didn't I know you? You want to deny it. It's just that those who don't know your true face are showing you similar interest. Of course, right? If the seemingly ordinary academy student suddenly knew that I was a ruthless assassin who had shed thousands or even tens of thousands of lives, their eyes would change in an instant. Knowing that, even though I plan to leave without any regrets, my chest feels uncomfortable and stifled. I'm pathetic. It was a remark directed at no one but myself. Sh a swift motion in the direction of 1 o'clock from the front. I immediately turned my head at the familiar sensation. No need to confirm, I recognized them as members of the mist. The leader has instructed you to come to the astral plane urgently. Why was it so urgent that they came immediately to convey the purpose? What's the reason? It seems they've found the target. As soon as I heard the word target, my body reacted sharply, like a prey found by a hunting predator. It wasn't about a new purification target that hadn't been there before. It meant that they had found someone they had missed before, someone who must be eliminated. The sense of murderous rage that had momentarily dulled began to rise again within me. They found Boris. Chapter 157, Black Blood Clan, Part 1, a magical stone emitting dazzling iridescent light. However, the face of Regions, the leader of the Garam Magic Society watching over it, was darkened with deep concern. His gaze was like a statue, unmoving and unblinking. The only movement was his fingers, showing traces of agony. Amidst this, a member of the society came to report to him. President Regions, as you instructed, we have apprehended all the traitors within the society listed on the roster. Did you capture every single one without exception? We are investigating any additional accomplices that may be connected, but at least those listed on the roster were indeed traitors affiliated with the Oram Society. It's astonishing how everything falls into place like this. Whether conscious of Region's gaze or not, the society member couldn't bring themselves to meet his eyes. It seems even a mouse hiding in the house can nibble away at the pillar. Who would have known that foolish beings, disregarded and ignored, would swell in size over time, seizing control of every nook and cranny of the house? Regions felt more disappointment than joy. They were targeting Luna? Yes, it's a bit embarrassing to mention, but it has been said that one of the Oram members who was expelled stated something akin to a curse, claiming that we would never fully unleash her abilities and potential anyway. Despite feeling disgraced, Region's expression remained unchanged. I can't deny it. He knew that the current situation stemmed from his own ignorance and indifference. Perhaps he would have continued to be unaware if she hadn't spoken up. That child had been peering into everything about the society from within the narrow confines of her room for quite some time now. But even knowing, she hadn't uttered a word all this time. Why? Even if she hadn't spoken about it, what was the reason for speaking up now? He knew better than anyone that her talent was exceptional. So he had provided almost indoctrination-level education to contribute her talent to the society's development, but she hadn't even blinked. Surviving the Mana of Karun up to the 7th rank was not enough. She even escaped the ruins using spatial translocation when she had no strength left. Unless a god helped her, such a miracle was impossible. Even if it wasn't a god, it was unbelievable that she could achieve such a feat without any assistance. Yes, there must have been someone. Although Luna explained that she received help from a senior at the academy and the Prince of Spania, Set Shaharkin, Regions didn't believe her words. She must have been hiding some important secret from him. He thought that only by unraveling this secret could he finally relieve his current curiosity. Summon the society members. 3 members of the society, who had been summoned immediately, bowed their heads towards him. Already, upon their return, along with the list given by Luna, they reported everything that had happened in Nodli. Nevertheless, they had to report the incident once again in front of the president of the society, whom they would most likely not want to face at the moment. You should know why I called you here without me having to explain. Yes, President. Confess everything you saw there truthfully, without omitting any detail. The society members took turns reporting everything that happened in Nodli to Regions. Since all 3 of them were not part of the group visiting the ruins, there was no significant difference between what they reported and what Luna had said. After hearing all the stories, Regions asked with a bold gaze. Regarding Luna and Set, did you not see any academy students other than them? Yes, that's correct. Can you swear on the name of the society? Is there something suspicious in our report? None of the 3 society members dared to respond. You should think carefully about what is in the best interest of the society. Regions issued a warning instead of a response, creating an atmosphere as if giving them one last chance. For a moment, they glanced at each other, unsure of what to do. Then, one society member, who had been nervously biting their dry lips, finally broke the silence. There was one more? One more? Regions immediately interjected as if he had been waiting for this moment. Yes, the one we've been watching all along. Zap. Suddenly, sparks flew from the society member's body, and with a bang, they collapsed. Everyone present was speechless at the sudden turn of events. The society member, who had been about to say something, fell unconscious with foam forming at their mouth. What's going on? Identify. Regions, who had approached without anyone noticing, examined the unconscious society member's condition. At the moment when they tried to utter something they had kept inside, mana, concentrated within them, erupted like an explosion. This wasn't their own mana, but mana injected by someone else, causing the explosion. Region's confident gaze subtly flickered. Covenant magic? A magic that injects a small amount of mana into the opponent's body, causing it to explode when they utter a specified taboo. When did this happen? The faces of the remaining society members, bewildered by their sudden shock, turned pale as if drained of color. From their expressions alone, it was clear that they had never anticipated such a magic being cast on their bodies. Regions stared at the fallen society member with a calm gaze, neither angry nor surprised. What could they possibly have done to resort to such an unexpected action? No, perhaps there was something characteristic of her in her words, but now even that was in doubt. Furthermore, Regions realized that any further vague suspicion and speculation would be meaningless. Humming as the leader of the society and a 9th-level archmage, Regions' mana surged, causing a fierce whirlwind to arise around him. Simultaneously, resonance occurred in the iridescent magical stone at the center of the space, and soon a massive magic circle began to form on the ground. It's not uncommon for the Mist, the continent's foremost assassination group, to miss their target. However, it's not something that happens every day. Despite missing their mark, the Mist doesn't abandon their assassination missions. Therefore, they diligently tracked Boris's whereabouts every single day in pursuit of him. They searched through the Empire's major cities, including the Imperial City, various magic guilds, and even the frontline region of Velias. Since they couldn't predict when, where, or with whom Boris might make contact, they devoted several days to intensive surveillance to find his trail. During this month-long search, they unexpectedly discovered his trace in a rather surprising location. In the slums, yes, We found someone suspected to be Boris in the slums on the outskirts of Exilium, a northern city of the Ushif Empire. The furrow between the leader's brows deepened like a steep valley. Exilium. Wasn't that his old haunt? Yes, it was one of the suspected locations, so we kept a close watch on it. Although we couldn't confirm if he had been there from the beginning, the operatives who sent the report generally believed it was him. Despite hearing the long-awaited news, the leader's stern expression remained unchanged. Me too, becoming like a cat staring at a mouse hole. When people think of slums, they often envision dilapidated and crime-ridden areas where heinous crimes are rampant. However, it was different there. After Emperor Dion's ascension, Exilium's slums were the only remaining impoverished village in the empire, to put it quite drastically. The residents there were treated worse than slaves. They weren't even considered human. Why weren't they treated as humans? The reason was simple. They possessed something widespread among the people of this land, a thing known as the black blood. It was the very same unknown black blood that flowed through the veins of the inhabitants of Exilium's slums. It was the kind of unknown black blood that, if you closed your eyes, you couldn't see anything. Other than that, nothing special. Having black blood flowing through their bodies didn't grant them any special powers or abilities. They had the same bodies as us. But what kind of country was this? It was a nation that worshipped the god of light, Lumendal, and fundamentally rejected darkness. Would such a country view the black blood people favorably? Certainly not. Their mere existence made them objects of aversion, and the slums were where such people gathered. And that's where Boris was hiding. You could say the cat had finally found its mouse hole. To be honest, at this point, even I have my doubts. It's been a month since the incident in Lewin. He must have hidden well if he managed to evade capture for an entire month. It's not common for the highly skilled members of the Mist to not find a trace for a whole month. What's questionable is whether he needed to hide for a whole month in the first place. Whether he went to the imperial city with the first prince or to Velia's with Ashel, I bet he was itching to speak out about the successor of the demonic sword in this peaceful and boring academy. But he managed to hold it in. Well, wherever he appeared, I would have rushed over myself, but he wasn't a hero who had accomplished his grand quest and returned home to his homeland. Did he really need to hide? Whatever the reason, now that his location has been identified, I have only one thing to do. I will go. The leader didn't even acknowledge me with a glance, let alone pretending to listen. I have already submitted my withdrawal letter, so there's no need to worry about appearances anymore, right? It's best for me to go alone. Everyone leave. Suddenly, she ordered all the nearby members to leave. I didn't think I would be included among everyone, so I didn't even lift my gaze from the ground. Once all the members had left, she looked at me with a bold gaze and said, "You're really going all the way to the end." I immediately understood what the end meant. Along with submitting my withdrawal letter to the academy, she was probably going to talk about the cancellation of my engagement with Princess Erin. I replied calmly, as usual. "It's not something unexpected, is it? Just because you broke off the engagement and left the academy doesn't mean the attention on you will disappear. It doesn't matter. It's just something that was bound to happen sooner or later. Do you know what Exilium is like? Of course. Then you must also know that I can't send you there. But isn't it true that other members cannot be sent away either? When you sent Lambert for a solo mission, you never seemed so concerned. What's causing you so much anxiety now?" In times like this, the successor is supposed to be used. She, who had been expressionless all along, finally let out a heavy sigh. Accepting her consent, I turned and left without hesitation. "I trust that my subordinate will take care of it. Do you really think I'll take care of you after you caused such a mess?" "Yes." In response to the resolute answer, without any hesitation, the leader burst into a wry smile. "It won't take long. I'll be back soon." Whether she respected my decision or gave up knowing that I would go anyway, the leader watched my retreating figure with indifference. And so, I left the space behind. Human beings are creatures created in the likeness and image of the Creator God. It's only natural for humans to emulate the nature of their Creator. Beneath the golden radiance emanating from the pure white statue, a woman bowed her head slightly. With hands clasped neatly together in a devout posture, she offered prayers to the deity who bestowed light upon the continent. Not only humans, but also other creatures created to follow the principles of the Creator have always existed. However, it was said that humans were the most ideal beings capable of harmonizing the 7 virtues and 7 vices. Like you, who always overlook us poor beings beyond the radiant rays of light. Raising her closed eyes slowly, the woman finally met the restrained gaze of the statue. As creatures created to emulate the Creator, it is only natural to follow the principles of our Creator. However, no matter where you go, there will always be those who oppose and question such fundamental principles. What will happen then? They will be rejected by the masses and eventually fade into obscurity. That is necessary to maintain the existing order. With fingers that had caressed the statue's hand, the woman gracefully touched her lips. However, as humans are inherently averse to change, altering deeply ingrained customs and traditions is no easy task. Despite knowing this, did you feel compelled to voice your concerns to me? Is it because you sensed a series of fears that this order might collapse? It's more intriguing than questioning. For a moment, a golden aura flashed in the statue's white eyes. It wasn't a simple phenomenon. It was a kind of prophecy, indicating that the successor, who had received the will of the god, had finally found the truth. It seems that your successor has finally found the truth. However, for some reason, the light of that truth doesn't feel particularly strong. Could it be that there is still some truth that we need to find? As sunlight streamed in through the window, enveloping her body, it seemed as if the grace of the deity had descended upon her. Whether she was smiling or crying, it was impossible to tell, as she gazed at the statue with a faint, enigmatic smile. Chapter 158, Black Blood Clan, Part 2. Aaron descended the stairs with heavy steps, looking preoccupied. Seeing her like this, Resimus, feeling awkward, turned her gaze away. Normally, she would pause on the second floor for a moment, perhaps hoping to coincidentally run into Cyan, but now she just passed by without even glancing, completely as if he were a stranger from the beginning. Ha! As Aaron moved forward, someone familiar appeared in front of her. Luna, it was Luna, who hadn't been seen for a while. Are you going to class? Yeah. It feels like it's been a while since I've seen you. What's going on in the royal palace? At the question, Luna hesitated for a moment. I came to meet Senior Cyan. It seems like I won't be able to see him at all soon. At the mention of meeting Cyan, Aaron's pupils slightly trembled, but she didn't show any signs and maintained her smile as she spoke. I see. He should be in his room by now. Since he already submitted his withdrawal, he probably didn't go to class. Are you okay with it? Huh. Not understanding the question, Aaron tilted her head. Even if you don't say anything, isn't it too easy to accept another woman going to the room of your fiancé? Although it was a bit excessive for a question from a 12-year-old girl, Aaron laughed casually and said, I broke off the engagement with Cyan. Luna's half-closed eyelids suddenly widened. The reason, can I ask? He just said that he can't be by my side anymore. I think he felt a lot of pressure from our engagement. It was already somewhat expected at the point when Cyan submitted his withdrawal. Saying that he couldn't stay by her side anymore meant that there was no chance of him coming back again, right? There's a saying that sometimes knowing too much can be a problem. No matter who Cyan was, Aaron had repeatedly asserted that it didn't matter to her. But as she came to know his true side that had been hidden, she couldn't help but wonder if the current situation was connected to that. Aaron appeared outwardly calm as if nothing had happened, but knowing that inwardly she must be anything but calm, Luna couldn't help but feel extremely uncomfortable. Let's go together. Huh. Still, saying goodbye while looking at each other and not looking at each other would feel different. Is she saying goodbye at least for the last time? If she were to see Cyan's face in the current situation, the last bit of composure she had been holding onto would collapse in an instant. In other words, for Aaron, not going was simply not an option. However, her hand was already being held by Luna, and she was being dragged toward Cyan's room without hesitation. Knock knock. Luna knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. Attempting to knock again, just as she was about to, with a creaking sound, the door opened. Not opened by anyone, but already left open from the beginning. The 3 women entered the room without needing to say who would go in first. Is no one here? Not a single person, not even the scent of a person, filled the empty room like a heavy stone in their hearts, making Aaron and Luna unable to speak. Was there any need to say anything? They already knew the situation. He was gone, not even a farewell, just emptiness. Amidst this, they felt movement behind them. Was there another guest besides themselves in Cyan's room? As they turned their heads, someone familiar appeared in front of them. Princess? It was Brian, Cyan's servant. Seeming unexpected that they would be in the room, confusion showed on his face. I'm sorry, Brian. The door was open, so we accidentally walked in. It's okay, Princess. Anyway, it's not our room anymore. Brian waved his hands reassuringly. Is Cyan gone? Yes. He left last night after packing some simple belongings, leaving the academy first. I came to tidy up the rest of the luggage. It was a very Cyan-like gesture, even in his departure. By any chance, do you know where he went? I'm sorry, I can't say that, for now. I see, they hoped, but as expected. Even the courage she mustered to ask one last time felt meaningless. Erin sighed in resignation. Seeing her pitiful expression, Brian couldn't bear to look at her completely. Can you at least pass this on to him? Erin took out a letter from her pocket and handed it to Brian. I was planning to deliver it sooner, but it got delayed unintentionally. It's regrettable that I couldn't say goodbye, but please pass on my regards and wishes for his well-being. Yes, I understand. He accepted it casually, but his heart felt a bit unsettled. Contrary to what he thought was a letter for Cyan, a different name was written on the top of the letter. To Nana, there is a saying that all places where people live are the same. No different here, I suppose. People wandering the streets with their own purposes. As someone who doesn't particularly enjoy the smell of people, it all seems messy and noisy to me. But such an atmosphere is only temporary. As I continued down the road, the bustling atmosphere quieted down, and the lively streets gradually turned somber. Instead of the subtle aroma of food wafting from restaurants and bars, there's a foul stench in the air, reminiscent of decaying bodies. And instead of people flaunting themselves in flashy clothes, there are individuals clad in ragged garments, embarrassing to even call clothes, lying scattered throughout the streets. Even amidst bread being laid out nearby, there are those clutching worn-out papers, muttering incomprehensible prayers like they've lost their minds. With each step I took, more eyes fell upon me. Of course, they're not friendly gazes. Covered in suspicion and wariness, these glances were simply ignored as I continued forward. Whoosh! Suddenly, a woman blocked my path. She was a woman whose blank eyes seemed to be half out of her mind and were quite annoying. What brings you here? It was a question that made people wary of visits from unfamiliar outsiders. If you're lost or have come here without any particular purpose, please turn back. This is not a place for someone as esteemed as you. Esteemed? She hasn't even introduced herself, yet how did she deem me worthy? Ignoring her pleading request with silence, people began to gather around me. Judging by their demeanor, they didn't seem to be gathering to threaten or harm me. Perhaps they were here to protect the woman in front of me. Otherwise, there would be no reason for them to cast such anxious glances at me. Well, it's not like I didn't anticipate this situation. To the residents of this place, who have never received proper treatment from anyone, outsiders are nothing more than objects of suspicion, though I'd like to brush aside the visible individuals and thoroughly search every nook and cranny to find the one I seek. Causing a commotion and leaving traces wouldn't be beneficial. For now, it might be best to turn around and come back when it's dark. Suddenly, a nauseating smell filled the air, and I immediately turned my head in the direction from which it came, exactly 100 steps ahead. In my sight, clear as day, was the familiar yet repulsive face of someone I couldn't just pass by. Why are you all gathered here? Approaching the crowd where I stood, he flashed a cheerful smile at the people. What's going on? Am I seeing things wrong? Threatening anyone you meet isn't a good way to handle things. You should all relax. Approaching, he smiled with a curious twinkle in his eyes as he looked at my face, holding a large basket whose contents were unknown. I apologize for startling you. The people here are so wary of outsiders that they inadvertently behaved rudely. Let me apologize on their behalf. This is almost like being ignored, isn't it? Without hiding his face behind a disguise or anything, he boldly presents that repulsive visage in front of me. Where does this confidence come from? If it's not too much trouble, could you tell me why you've come to this slum? My name is Boris Ruchelheim. Thunk, ignoring him blatantly, hesitating once is enough. Determined that I could no longer tolerate it, my hand swiftly grabbed his neck and slammed him to the ground. As a result, the basket he was holding soared into the air, and various foods like bread and fruits spilled out from it. "Boris!" Startled cries echoed from the onlookers, but I paid them no mind. Whatever nonsense performance this cheeky fellow was attempting, once my hand gripped his throat, he shouldn't even think about being let go. Not until his head is separated from his body. "Step back." Even as his voice strained from being suppressed, he managed to speak. Then, a transparent circular barrier formed around us, obstructing the movements of those trying to rush towards me. It's almost embarrassing to call this a retaliation. I took Karam from my holster and placed it against his neck. Please, spare me." What's this? Did I hear him wrong? After all I've been through, now he's begging for mercy. If this was supposed to momentarily throw me off guard, it succeeded. To an outsider, he might seem like a different person altogether. But that's not it, is it? My heart bears the scars of resentment, constantly reminding me. And you, facing me with those cold, dead eyes, you're the devil's minion, willing to do anything to achieve your goals. Boris Ruchelheim, that's who you are. Sure, you may be a human, but even that pathetic life of yours teeters on the brink of death, so you can't help but be desperate. But don't worry, you still have time for repentance. Whether it's short or long, there's time for you to reflect on the remainder of your life. Please, spare them. They've done nothing wrong. As I was about to mercilessly remove the blade from his throat, his desperate plea once again stopped me in my tracks. I began to doubt my own hearing multiple times today. Was he asking for his own life, or was he referring to the people clinging around him? To an observer, he might seem like a true priest, fighting valiantly to protect innocent bystanders. What's this? Did he pretend to be someone else to avoid being tracked by the mist, but accidentally switched personalities? That would be troublesome. I wanted to witness his repulsive true nature distorted with hatred. Wait a moment. A sinister conjecture briefly crossed my mind, furrowing my brows. Personality switch. From the nape of his neck, where Karam's blade touched, thick black blood began to flow steadily. Chapter 159, Black Blood Clan. Part 3. Every morning at 7 a.m. appear on the bustling Axilium Street to start the workday. From simple tasks like moving luggage to solving complex problems like healing and crafting artifacts, with magic earn compensation commensurate with the difficulty of the tasks, which then are used to purchase food for the day and distribute it to the residents of the slums. This has been Boris's personal routine for the past week, without a single day missed. It was information so unbelievable that even the members stationed in Axilium initially failed to recognize him as Boris. Well, I don't blame them. Even to me, Boris looked no more like Boris than just a face. When I considered his manner of speaking, personality, and even his gait, it felt so different from Boris I knew that I couldn't believe it. However, no matter how well he concealed his outward appearance, human nature cannot be hidden. The scent of mana, emanating clearly from beyond that false mask, is evidence of that. There's a saying that a person is only recognized as talented when someone acknowledges their abilities accurately. I've known that Boris was from the slums since my previous life. He bore the shameful past of being despised as a member of the cursed Black Blood clan, rejected even as a human being. But just 2 years ago, Prince Louisnel, who was visiting the city, discovered him and took him in as one of his own, allowing him to see the light. From then on, he truly began to wield his abilities under the eyes of that devil's spawn. He even rose to become the head of the Magic Society, firmly establishing himself as a key figure in the empire. As for what kind of life he lived here and how he was regarded by the residents, that's not something I know for sure. I don't particularly want to know either. But judging by the way most of the slum residents treat him as if they've known him for a long time, I can vaguely guess that he may have lived a not-so-different life before. Look at the faces of those residents who seem to have lost their minds in ecstasy. The title of savior truly suits him. It's a situation I can't ignore no matter how much I try to look away. "I'm back, Master." Karam, who had been somewhere else for a while, appeared with a rather displeased expression. "How was it?" "Absolutely terrible. I couldn't sense even the tiniest trace of his presence. It's not like he just hid somewhere. I can't feel any energy at all. I guarantee that even if I search the entire slum, not to mention the entire city, there won't be a single trace of him." I can't feel the energy of Hishkriya, and the owner of the Bible, Boris, is showing a completely different appearance. But that doesn't mean he's not the Boris I know. Even now, the scars on my heart continue to signal that he is. Moreover, didn't he blatantly reveal his name as Boris Ruchelheim? Then there is only one hypothesis that can be formulated. That guy isn't Boris's original personality. He's probably another personality created by magic, not his original one. Just like how I changed the personality of Kellen, who was once Ashel's servant, using magic, he must also have been replaced by another personality created by some force. Then the question is, who changed the personality of that scoundrel? Well, whoever it is, they played quite a prank. It's so unique that it's mind-boggling. What do you think, Master? Should we try to kill that ignorant fool? Even your reputation wouldn't be tarnished by it, right? I couldn't bring myself to deny it, so I just bit my lip in frustration. I dare say, there can't be more than 5 people on this continent who can create personalities like the Shadow's persona I can create. Of course, that's only natural, isn't it? Creating a completely new personality that doesn't exist in the world is much more difficult than erasing thousands of existing personalities. Even with vast mana and a high magic grade, it's not possible. Even if I, with my extraordinary attribute values, poured almost all my power into it, it's highly unlikely that a wandering mage would accidentally perform such a feat. If it's the power of the Bible, it's more than enough and even leaves a surplus. I don't particularly want to suspect anyone else. Boris intentionally changed his own personality. I wonder if he anticipated the reaction when I faced him with the changed personality. If it were the Boris I knew, he would have definitely done something like that. Yeah, as much as I hate to admit it, I willingly admit that his audacious plan worked perfectly. Right now, I have no intention of killing this changed Boris Ruchelheim. Even if his exterior is just a facade, and he's ultimately an idiot who doesn't remember anything he's done before, killing him won't erase the scar of resentment etched into my heart. Even if I killed him, there's no guarantee that his original personality, if he still possesses it, would also be destroyed. So what I need to do is find Boris's true personality. In addition, I need to locate the Bible and completely annihilate everything related to it. Otherwise, there would be no point in making a big fuss in front of the leader. Night comes even in unlit slums. As the shadows of the night enveloped the slums, those who had sought refuge in the sanctuary of the Savior began to leave one by one. A shabby shack that could hardly be called a home. Even compared to other houses in the slums, it was much more pathetic and filled with loneliness. To me, it just feels disgusting. Without hesitation, I entered. Among the countless books piled up to the ceiling, there was a solitary figure with a desolate back. "I've been waiting for your return." As if he knew it was me just from the presence, he turned his head immediately. "You've been waiting for me?" "Yes. Do you know what I'm here to do? You've come to kill me, haven't you?" Denying it in the light of day only seems ridiculous. "Why would I want to kill you?" "I don't know." Disgusting. Although he resembled the target of my long-awaited revenge, his inner self was completely different. It's an incredibly unpleasant feeling, to say the least. It's a shameless question, but I'll ask anyway. Did I ever wrong you in the past? Even though it may seem shameless, it's such a blatant question that it can't be helped. If that's the case, I sincerely apologize from the bottom of my heart. He suddenly knelt down and bowed his head to the ground. "But I'm truly sorry. I have no memory of what happened between us over the past few years." "No memory?" "Yes. You may not believe it, but I suffer from severe amnesia." Amnesia. Well, it's not unreasonable for him not to remember anything during the personality change, to the extent of not even being able to think about what he did. Assuming he wasn't aware that his personality had changed. The last thing you remember? About 2 years ago, when Prince Louisnal Severus of the Empire came on a tour to Axillum. At that time, I went to seek support from the prince, coming from this backward slum. But right at the moment when I saw the prince's face, my memory was cut off. And when I regained consciousness, I was back in this slum, and people told me that 2 years had passed. When did your memory return? It's been a little less than a month. It aligns roughly with the time I lost track of him in Lewin. Since fleeing with the power of the Bible, had his personality changed? The personality I knew and the one I'm facing now are different. By this point, I started to feel confused about which side to address as his true self. No, why am I even confused about this? I'm fed up with confronting his face. Shouldn't I just kill him and be done with it? I don't mind if you kill me. Just please don't harm the innocent residents of this slum. They've done nothing wrong. Seeing me keeping my face scrunched up and silent, he opened his mouth again. You may already know, but the people here, including me, have lived under persecution and contempt, with our very existence considered a sin. They are called a cursed clan with black blood. He looked at me with pleading eyes and expressed his sadness. But that's an absurd exaggeration. Just because we inherited the blood of a previous generation whose faces we don't even recognize doesn't mean we should be treated as criminals. My gaze involuntarily drifted to the white bandages around his neck. The pre-Holy War era. The cursed clan whose bodies bore the mark of unforgivable sins, provoking the wrath of the gods. Just as the prohibition against worshipping the black mist god had rooted deeply in the continent. They, too, were considered impure just by their mere existence. Maybe we have an unintentional commonality. But those people are still human beings, just like you. They have the same right to happiness and sadness. That's not your absolution. Human beings just like them? Did you ever think the same in your past life? Even after repeatedly leaping over the threshold of death and sacrificing everything for you, did you trust me? You didn't trust me. Not even as a human, but treated me as a disposable doll, merely watching me with malicious intent. I don't care about your clan or what blood runs through your veins. You're just another target of revenge who betrayed the being that sacrificed everything for you. Enough of these useless thoughts. I probably don't need to hesitate anymore. Regardless of where his true personality lies, I don't want to face his repulsive face and have a conversation anymore. As I made up my mind and slowly turned towards Karam, Boris. A bold call from outside the shack. Startled, Boris quickly went outside. What's going on? Lord Galas is looking for you. There's no time to waste, hurry up. From the impression, there were about 5 of them. Judging from the heavy footsteps, they were knights of Xperrif, not residents of the slums. But who? Galas, why is Lord calling for me? You'll find out when you get there. The knights didn't explain the reason and just showed an impatient demeanor to take him away. I usually remember people's names for 2 reasons. Either they have a close connection to my past self, or they were someone I killed in my past life. Galas Avon. A noble with close ties to Prince Louisnul Severus and the Lord of Xperrif. He was also one of the targets I dealt with during the purification operation. Chapter 160, Black Blood Clan, Part 4. I was doubtful, but it turns out to be true. Just by looking at your bewildered gaze, I was immediately convinced. It's been a while, Boris. Oh, it's been a long time indeed. Lord Galas? Boris, unable to raise his head, only sweated profusely. Lord Galas of Vern of Xperrif looked at Boris's pathetic state with a displeased gaze. It was not a bustling street in the city center where the Lord's residence was located, nor a busy street with people passing by. It was a desolate alley where nobody ventured. It seemed that the meeting was not meant to be spread to the outside, as black-masked men were guarding the surroundings. I heard you recently took up a position as an instructor at the Royal Academy. What's the reason for suddenly appearing in Xperrif again? Oh, the Academy instructor position? Boris's eyes widened as if hearing the news for the first time. I apologize, my lord. I beg your forgiveness. I have no memory of the past few years. Boris explained to the Lord, just as he did to Cyan, that his memory was not normal. Listening to the explanation, Galas frowned deeply and said, "Ha, amnesia. I thought you were on a secret mission for the prince. It's strange that someone like you, cursed with such bloodline, would have a proper mental state." Despite his insulting words, Boris maintained a steady expression without wavering. "So, do you intend to stay here?" "I think so, my lord. If you allow me, I would like to continue to work for the people as before." "What are you talking about, Boris?" "There's no need for that." Galas immediately interrupted Boris's words. "You don't need to do tasks for the people anymore. Instead, you should work for me." If you mean work. Don't play dumb. You should remember that, right? I had ambitious plans for Prince Louisnul, but it all fell apart when you left for the palace. This time, do something solely for me, not the prince." Boris couldn't immediately respond, so he swallowed his dry saliva. "Don't worry about the people anymore. As long as you exert yourself for me, the residents of the slums won't starve to death. Although it may sound like a thoughtful suggestion at first, in reality, it was like an imposition without room for refusal. Knowing this all too well, Boris could only nod reluctantly. "I will follow your orders, my lord." After finishing the conversation, Boris quietly turned away and walked back towards the slum where he came from. Watching his retreating figure, Galas called his subordinate and gave secret instructions. "Don't let anyone know that he's here in Exilium. Keep an eye on his every move from morning till night." "Yes, my lord." Galas finally showed a satisfied smile. "Still the same as 2 years ago. When you saw the prince, you changed as if you were someone else, but now you've returned to the person I know." Although he didn't know what had happened in the past 2 years, the unknown gaps in his memory dominating him now were incredibly beneficial to Galas. For a moment, he watched Boris's disappearing direction with meaningful eyes. Sensing something unusual, Galas immediately turned his head. It was like a predatory beast revealing its fangs upon discovering its prey, sending out a chilling aura. What's wrong? But where he turned his head, there was only the silent night breeze fluttering sadly. As you know, I'm not particularly fond of books. However, not liking them doesn't mean I don't appreciate their value. In this cramped space, where 5 people could barely sit, there were hundreds of books. From research papers by academy scholars to high-level magic textbooks that were hard to come by, and even research journals from various international societies. I didn't know where they came from, but these books weren't suitable for a place like this slum. "You followed me here," he said, entering the shack abruptly and seeing my back. It wasn't something to hide, so I didn't deny it. The tension and fear that had filled the air just a moment ago had disappeared. Suddenly, he began to tidy up the scattered books around him, as if he would never come back to this space again. "I won't act arrogantly. Please kill me." He knelt before me, surrendering everything and begging for death. Just as I had begged for my life in my past life, I had also received pleas for death many times. When death brought more heinous suffering than relief, their desperate pleas for death always echoed in my ears. Although I didn't particularly enjoy seeing that, the current scene lacked the excitement I had felt before, making it the worst begging for death I had ever seen. Annoying, any intention I had to kill him to prevent further trouble had completely vanished. Thinking of the sinister smile of the real Boris watching this scene somewhere, anger surged within me once again, accompanied by a gnashing of teeth. People might be right about us. We're a cursed clan whose mere existence is not tolerated. Now that I realize it, I'm truly pathetic. "What are you talking about?" Weakly lifting his head, Boris picked up a book placed next to him. "The world always said about us that we shouldn't exist, that we're meaningless beings even if we do. I always hated those words and wanted to refute them. We are undoubtedly confident human beings on this continent." What he picked up was a beginner's magic textbook, suitable for a freshman just admitted to the academy. I had what they call talent. I first manifested mana when I was 10, and within a year, I had mastered several attributes of magic. At that time, this magic textbook, which I barely managed to obtain, was all I had to rely on. Even if I had seen it thousands of times, the condition of the book was remarkably worn out. The reason I wanted to hone my magic was simple. I thought if my power could extend beyond the slums and help others, the world's perception of us would change. So, I relentlessly developed my magical abilities and used that power to help people. But what I received in return was... For a moment, Boris choked up, unable to continue his words. "If you followed me, you must have heard what Lord Galas said to me." He suddenly took something out of his pocket and showed it to me. An artifact that was so familiar to me that it made my teeth chatter. It was a marionette doll. "I suppose you know what this is. Even if it was your specialty, there's no way I wouldn't recognize an artifact like that." Every day, I went out to work on the streets, but I found there were limitations to what I could do alone. When I shared food with the slum residents, there was never enough to go around. Then one day, Lord Galas came to me. He asked if I wanted to work for him. Work? Yes. He promised to significantly increase support for the slum residents if results were achieved. I couldn't refuse his offer. And that work involved making marionettes? That's right. I looked at Boris with a hint of suspicion. Lord Galas Avon of Exilium. Among the Empire's officials, he rose to the rank of a 7th-tier mage. a rare feat for someone from the Ushif Empire's magic society, and he sought to establish his own independent power by actively utilizing his magical specialty, creating magic artifacts secretly. Once his activities were exposed, assassination orders were issued promptly. Following that, the Mist operatives assassinated him, and all the artifacts he had created were completely destroyed without a trace. That's why Per Leader was worried when I went to Axilium alone. Dealing with Galas wasn't difficult, but there were surprisingly many artifacts he had made, so quite a few operatives were deployed to handle them. It was almost at the level of production in the society. The question arose, however, that among the artifacts we had destroyed, there was no marionette. Not even a similar artifact. And amidst all this guy, who I didn't even know what he was, supposedly teamed up with Galas and made a marionette? I couldn't just pass this off as nothing. If I say I didn't know, it would be a lie. Whatever the reason for making it, I knew this artifact would never be used in the right way. But I couldn't stop even though I knew. Even though I believed that my power was being used for a worthy cause and couldn't abandon the people of the slums who relied on me, that belief dragged me to this point. But now I'm tired. I don't want to do anything anymore. Even though I can't remember the 2 years, now that someone is trying to kill me, what's the point of living anymore? It seems fitting to die at this point. So I didn't bother indulging in any further tongue-in-cheek banter. Instead, I grabbed his head and thrust his face closer to mine. Lead the way. Yes, I said lead the way. A person's outward appearance isn't really important. Even though I knew that the inner self could be completely different, the face of the guy I was facing right now. You must have had a place where you unleashed that remarkable power. Lead me there. Just before he could run away from me, his face, a mixture of confusion and astonishment, created an eerie atmosphere, chillingly similar to the face that had unsettled me. Squelch. Intruders. Call for reinforcements quickly. Squelch. The head knight, who was urgently calling for reinforcements, suddenly rose into the air, then fell down powerless. About 20 of them. Far more troops than necessary just to hide treasure. It's a rather remote location, quite far from the city center. Even kids with runny noses could tell that something important was being openly revealed. After dealing with the skirmishers, I approached the door without hesitation. Clang. Of course, the door didn't open. It wasn't locked with a latch or a lock, but had some other artificial locking mechanism. A restrictive barrier. Judging by the sensation of magic, it felt like at least a 7th-tier mage had set it up personally. It wasn't particularly difficult to unlock, but what are you doing? Yes, unlock it. There was no need for me to do it myself. I ordered Boris, who was standing there with vacant eyes like a soulless corpse, to open the door. He rushed to the door and immediately manifested mana. Womb soon, with a small light and a gentle powder fluttering, the barrier was lifted. I did it! Bang, as soon as the barrier was lifted, I kicked the door open forcefully. Lead the way? Yes! With a nervous gulp, Boris quickly took the lead. I silently followed behind him, keeping my guard up. Though the space was pitch black without a single speck of light, he continued forward without faltering or hesitating, as if there was a clear path ahead. His occasional glances back at me, trying to gauge my expression, were quite annoying. But for now, I didn't show any reaction. Did it take about 5 minutes? A massive iron gate blocked the path even more so than the entrance gate. Boris wasted no time and immediately released the barrier. Can I ask just one thing? I responded with silence. What did I do wrong to you? Perhaps he couldn't bring himself to ask that question while looking at my face, as his gaze remained fixed on the door. Even if I don't remember anything, I just don't understand. How could I commit a crime against someone with immense power like you? Thud. Instead of answering, I grabbed his throat and slammed him against the wall. If you don't want to be teased to death, watch your tongue. What's the point of explaining to someone who doesn't even remember? Whatever he says now doesn't matter to me, it's just a petty provocation. I can't kill him, so I can only vent my anger like this, which is quite annoying. Unable to withstand my anger once again, the tightly closed gate began to slowly open. The moment when the light in the space blocked by the door flashed brightly, and something unfamiliar beyond finally revealed itself. I couldn't believe my eyes. Chapter 161, Black Blood Clan, Part 5. When people encounter something they never expected, Doubt often precedes certainty. That's exactly my current state of mind. I repeated doubt and certainty in my head countless times to determine whether the thing right in front of me was indeed real and not just an illusion. So, what was right in front of me? A doll, but not an ordinary doll. It wasn't cute or adorable. Instead, it exuded a repulsive atmosphere, as if it had been sucking blood from within. It was a marionette doll. Marionette's ability was to infuse mana into a soulless body and control it like a puppet. The doll served as a medium connecting the mana and the corpse. Usually, it was small enough to fit in an adult's palm, but the one before me was so large that it was barely recognizable as a doll, towering right in front of me. It was so huge that even calling it a doll seemed ambiguous. There wasn't just one, there were about 10 visible ones. Were they planning to create a doll army with these? "What is this?" I asked, glancing at the figure that had approached me, wrapping my arms around its neck. "You probably won't believe it, but it's a marionette doll. Lord Galas prepared it secretly to show to Prince Louisnul. Prepared it for the first prince." I couldn't help but snicker at the absurdity of it all. "Well, let's consider it a secret gift prepared with the desire to catch the attention of the next emperor. However, no matter how outstanding and magnificent the gift may seem, if there's no way to use it, it will be treated as worthless." That's exactly the case with this doll. Perhaps if the first prince had seen it, he would have said something like, "How do you plan to infuse mana into this giant doll?" Controlling a dead creature requires immense power beyond imagination. As mentioned earlier, to cast Marionette, mana equivalent to that power must be infused into the doll. As the size of the doll increases, so does the mana required. If there's no way to control such a giant corpse, there's no point in increasing the size of the doll unnecessarily. With this size, it would be impossible to infuse mana in the first place. It's not just about feasibility, it's about what made them dare to create such a doll in the first place. It seemed reckless yet courageous in a way. Do you think this is possible? Perhaps not everything, but I believe some things are possible. Not everything is possible. That statement implied that not everything is possible, but some things are. If I inject all the mana I have, I think I could make a few of them possible. Still, it meant that some things were not entirely impossible. Do you realize what might happen if this becomes a reality? Surely it wouldn't be a good thing, Boris cried out, seemingly wanting to appeal his injustice. I understand. This doll isn't meant to help people. It's a presence that can bring terrible suffering. It may sound like a pitiful excuse, but I didn't want to create this. Using my power for something like this? It's a pathetic excuse, indeed. Even though I knew it was wrong, I couldn't help it. I had to do it for the residents of slums. But attaching such lame justifications doesn't make the actions right. In the end, there's no denying that he contributed to an act that could bring great disaster to this continent beyond the empire. That's probably why he asked for death from me. Knowing it's wrong but having no way out, he seeks salvation through death, using me as the means. It's truly absurd beyond words. Despite my closed mouth out of frustration, my hand naturally moved towards Karam. First, I'll get rid of this eerie and grotesque doll. Then I'll deal with him, the Lord, and everyone else. Tap, tap, tap. At that moment, several sets of footsteps approached our direction. Roughly 30 of them, give or take. Most of them seemed to be heavily armed, judging by the solid sound of their footsteps in armor. Soon, dozens of armed knights arrived at the scene, all of them casting suspicious glances in our direction. Among them, a man with furrowed brows yelled at Boris with intensity. "Be Boris. You traitor!" It was Lord Galas Avon, the Lord of Exilium, the mastermind behind this space. 2 years ago, somewhere near slums, kneeling before Galas on the stone steps, a man with knights as his escort occupied the space. To make a marionette doll, one that resembles the size of a human? Yes. Even with vague and insufficient words, Galas chuckled in disbelief. "Are you mocking me? I'm not ignorant of magic, nor am I unfamiliar with the principles of marionette. Yet here you are, babbling about such impossible notions before me? Even if the possibility is slim, I won't say it's entirely impossible." "You're good with words. Fine, I'll entertain your deception." As if urging him to speak, Galas narrowed his eyes at the man. "The principle of marionette involves transferring mana stored in the doll to a dead body, using the power of magic to move it. I know. It involves infusing a living human's blood to create it, a forbidden process. At the mention of forbidden, the man smirked oddly. In the end, it all comes down to how much mana you can contain in the doll. But there's something many people, including you, don't know. That the doll created through the forbidden process doesn't lose the mana once transferred, even as time passes. Galez's pupils shook with astonishment. What nonsense are you spouting? Even if it were true, how could someone like you possibly know such an extraordinary fact? Why I know isn't important. What I know is. What you should pay attention to, Lord Galez, is what I know. A bead of cold sweat trickled down Galez's back as he forced a smile. So, you're saying you can create a marionette doll the size of a human by yourself? The man stood silently with a mysterious smile, offering no reply or nod. You will be responsible for your words, Boris. Back to the present. If someone were to tell you that only 2 humans managed to penetrate this place, even with the most elite knights from Exilium, would you believe it? Galez couldn't believe it. Despite the knight's objections, he rushed forward, only to witness an unbelievable sight. There were only 2 humans visible at the moment. Boris, with whom he had just had a private conversation, and a boy with an unfamiliar atmosphere standing before the marionette doll. The boy had a sharp gaze contrasting his youthful face, exuding a sinister aura. In that overwhelming atmosphere, everyone present seemed to hold their breath. Swoosh! At that moment, a cruel sound resounded, and droplets of blood flew in all directions. Protect Lord Galez. In an attempt to shield the startled lord, the knight stepped forward, but thunk! As bones and flesh were severed, the sturdy knights began to fall one by one. Galez's pupils shook violently as he watched the scene unfold. What? Who is that? You must avoid him, my lord. Sensing the threat, Galez immediately turned to flee. An assassin? No, it can't be. Why would an assassin be here? Attempting to deny the speculations racing through his mind, he continued to run without looking back. Swoosh! The merciless execution continued without pause. As the number of knights dwindled rapidly, some couldn't even scream. Gasp! As the last remaining knight's sword fell limply to the ground, Galez came to a sudden halt. He realized that further escape was futile. What do you want? Too afraid to turn around, Galez barely managed to open his mouth. Why did you create the doll? For the first time, the black-haired boy spoke. What? Why did you create the doll? What absurdity made you create such a thing to control? I just wanted to help Prince Louisnul. Thunk! Perhaps it wasn't the answer he wanted to hear. The boy immediately grabbed Galez by the throat and slammed him to the ground. I don't know. How would I know? I merely accepted the proposal from that spineless fellow. What? It wasn't me who suggested creating the doll in the first place. It was Boris. Boris was the one who suggested making marionette dolls from the beginning. In the face of Death's shadow, Galez's eyes were filled not with pretense, but with genuine sincerity. Meanwhile, after Cyan disappeared chasing Galez, Boris was left alone. Seemingly intoxicated by the scent of blood scattered all around, his feet refused to move. His bitter gaze fell upon none other than the marionette doll. Although it was a perfect creation made with his own hands and mana, ironically, Boris had no memory related to this doll. There were no memories, but his body reacted involuntarily, sending unfamiliar signals. For what reason, through what process, and with what result in mind had he tried to create this doll, Boris knew nothing. Thus, Boris naturally raised his hand to stroke the doll's face. Zap! At that moment, an unknown light emanated from the doll. The generated current flowed like the wind, leading to an unknown space behind. Drawn to that atmosphere, Boris followed the current. It felt as though he was walking through a sacred space enveloped not by the ground, but by a curtain of light. He didn't know what was there or where it led, but Boris didn't stop walking. Arriving at another space, Boris found himself outdoors, under the touch of a lonely night breeze. Before him lay none other than a small grave. Evidence of someone's touch was apparent, with signs of disturbance scattered around. Despite being a place so unfamiliar it could make one doubt its existence in Exilium, it didn't feel entirely unfamiliar. There must have been traces of his visit to this place, erased somewhere in his memories. Otherwise, the familiarity he felt now couldn't be explained. Thud! Boris, who had been staring at the grave, suddenly dropped to his knees. In the lifeless pupils of his eyes flickered an unknown figure, sending a plea for salvation as if begging to be rescued. Moved by that plea, Boris began to scoop away the dirt with his rough hands. Soon enough, a shiny silver box appeared. There were no signs of it being buried in the soil, not even the slightest scratch. Upon seeing it, Boris thought. He was certain he had seen this box before. Not just seen it, but also opened it to check its contents. As the scattered fragments of memories pieced together, the anxiety in his heart gradually subsided. Without a moment of hesitation, Boris opened the box. Chapter 162, Salvation and Execution, Part 1. In the face of suffering, a product of pain, anyone, regardless of who they are, reveals their vile nature. Galas spoke. He claimed he never suggested making marionette dolls from the beginning. I can vouch for his honesty, even with my life as an assassin. From the countless lives I've taken, it's something I can recognize just by looking at him. The moment the shadow of death approached, he spilled all the facts he knew, and within them there was no falsehood. In other words, ultimately, Boris lied to me. Why is it that in life, we often have such experiences? Moments when, despite grappling with a perplexing situation, a serendipitous event leads to finding a solution. Starting from that serendipitous moment, the scattered pieces of the puzzle finally come together. This change in Boris's personality is likely not the first. Perhaps he's been altering his personality according to his whims since he first created the marionette dolls, or even before that. Then where is his true personality now? At least within this city, it likely doesn't exist. He's probably left only his shell and another personality behind, completely concealing his traces. Why? For what reason? Shouldn't he let them know as soon as possible that the fog they've been looking for is none other than me? Over a month has passed, and if we haven't found even a small trace, it's time to change our thinking. He's not revealing himself for some reason. He's devising a plan to expose my existence. So what he needs most right now is a space and time to hide his body. But as the nature of the mist dictates, once a target is chosen, it will be pursued until death. As an ordinary human, there's no safe place for him to hide his body on this continent. Then what if he hid his body in a space that's solely for himself, free from any interference? Is there such a space? Although the attributes may be different, Boris is a special human who possesses divine transcendence like me. Thus, what he can do, I can do, and what I can do, he can also do enough. A space similar to the power of the gods, created only by those who possess divine transcendence. Unauthorized beings cannot enter, and it's easy to access other spaces with similar energy. It's what we call a divine spatial dimension. Outside, following the familiar yet eerie energy. The cold night breeze brushing against the skin did little to calm the current raging emotions. Look at that familiar, almost welcoming figure. Enveloped in a bright, intangible light and holding a pristine white scroll in one hand. As if responding to it, the hand holding Karam trembled violently. Though it might seem out of place, I suddenly wanted to check my face in a mirror. I wondered if I was smiling with joy or grimacing with anger. It seems you've been waiting for me eagerly. The first words from the one who finally shed his mask, harmonizing with his characteristic repugnant laughter, echoed in my ears. My lips stretched wide on both sides. First, let me ask, who are you? Have you already forgotten me? That's quite disappointing. You can't imagine how long I've been waiting for the moment of our reunion. It's identical. The smile of the man I saw in Lewin and in my past life is chillingly identical. To the extent that there's almost no need for further proof, my body and mind were already filled with certainty about him. While I was gone, did you get along well with another me? Do you change personalities like changing clothes? How could that be? It's just a small privilege of the Black Blood clan. He took a step back, as if to reveal the radiance emanating from the slightly raised ground beneath the soil. In one way or another, you're a human with divine transcendence like me. There's no way you wouldn't understand the current situation. My personality has been in the divine spatial dimension of light, which has never existed on this earth, along with the Bible. It was roughly as expected. That's probably why Karam couldn't find any trace no matter how much he searched. I've been enduring the passage of time there, waiting for the day I would face you. But it's a bit surprising. Even though I wasn't the real me, you still kept this body intact. I must applaud your remarkable patience. It's a lie. I didn't think he would simply switch to that false personality from the beginning. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to flash that cheeky smile, as everything went according to plan. Cyan Vert, even though our relationship is one which cannot be mixed like water and oil, you are a truly special existence to me. You're the one who made me feel emotions I've never felt before in my entire life. It's the same for me. Because of you and your master, I experienced the bitter pain of betrayal for the first time. Do you remember the first moment we met? I still haven't forgotten the look in your eyes that I saw back then. It wasn't a cautious look towards a stranger, but rather a look of disdain towards a target for revenge. Why? Why did you look at me with such eyes when we first met, someone who was just a stranger to you? Do you expect me to answer that? Of course not. I also don't want to resolve the current questions immediately. Wouldn't it be better to resolve them when our relationship is at its peak? That way, it will be more satisfying. So, unfortunately, once again, boom. As I unleashed the suppressed power, a black mist enveloped both me and him. At its peak, nice, that's a very good phrase, but you know what? His smug smile slightly faded as he felt the pressure from my existence. I can't think of anything other than killing you right now. There's no need to drag it out any longer. If I deal with you, who is riddled with doubts and suspicions about me, right now, my ecstasy will soar to its peak. It will give me a sense of achievement at the brink that I've never experienced before, for the greater moment that will come afterward. I'm not a savior like you. I'm an executor who will make you beg for mercy in the depths of despair. It's always been like this, and it will continue to be. Did he expect this reaction from me? He chuckled the same way and nodded his head. Human beings are truly foolish creatures at times, thinking they know themselves best, yet sometimes they're so ignorant that they miss the most important facts. A significant amount of mana manifested from his hand. So, please prove it here, whether the path you intend to take is truly salvation or execution. Whatever futile attempt he was trying, whatever he did, he wouldn't be able to leave this place. I will spend a very long time here, savoring the chilling pain of death I felt. Kugyukung suddenly, a strong vibration occurred from the ground. Startled, I looked down, and from beneath the ground, I could distinctly feel a familiar energy. Wondering what I'll do with this giant marionette? In Boris's hand, there was now a black magic circle drawn to cast high-level magic. Under this workshop lies the sealed corpse of the devil dragon summoned and sealed during the holy war in the past. Devil dragon. What nonsensical talk is this? To what extent did you expect this? Even if you were going to control something, why is the corpse of a devil dragon buried here? Summoned during the holy war. I've never heard such a story in my 2 lifetimes. Master below? As Karam urgently shouted, I immediately turned around and stepped back. Thud. In what must have been a split second, an extremely precarious situation. From the spot where I stood, something black, presumed to be a tail, pierced through the ground and emerged into the world. Hundreds of years of suppressed dragon's wrath are now revealed to the world. The void of darkness consumed everything around the space of the magic swords. At its center, 2 individuals, a man and a woman, were facing each other with contrasting expressions. While the woman, with a displeased look, bit her lips, the man smiled calmly as he looked at her. It was a completely opposite scene compared to their previous encounter. What's the problem? It's not like I did anything wrong. I just treated my master special, just like you did with yours. Hishkriya shrugged as if to say, what's the big deal? Yeah, your face did look familiar. But what's with all this gibberish? If you get too used to familiarity, you'll end up useless, you know? From someone like you, who replaces their master, it's something you'll never understand. It's about proper harmony for the bright truth. That truth of yours is so tiresome. Karam shook her head, sticking out her tongue. Our reunion is regrettable, but it seems to end here. Although you played tricks before, this time it won't be easy. Those above are very determined. Well, if you want to leave your master's embrace that much, I won't stop you. Shut up. I'm barely keeping myself from tearing your mouth in half. As Karam emanated murderous intent, she issued a warning, but Hishkriya maintained a relaxed smile. Well then, until next time, Karam. It seems like today might be the last time we have such a peaceful conversation. His last farewell, filled with obsession, was met with silence from Karam. With a brief glimmer, Hishkriya disappeared from the space, leaving Karam alone in the silent void. There were rough curses swirling in Karam's mouth, too torturous to utter, the red heat looming in the black night sky. The once peaceful exilium was now a battlefield echoing with the collapse of buildings and screams of people, engulfed in tragedy. People crying out in despair at a strange calamity they had never experienced before. The knights trembled with fear, unable to muster the will to fight. Could there possibly be anyone in this world capable of moving in the presence of such a gigantic beast? Some people were unable to move, horrified by the grotesque appearance that they could hardly believe was a living creature. Run away? The situation in the slums was no different. Faces filled with despair, some desperately calling out for salvation. Boris, Boris, where are you? The savior of the slums, who never appeared no matter how much they called. Despite their desperate cries, the object of their call did not appear. Instead, a fiery red meteor soared towards them from the sky. In the moments before the horrific tragedy unfolded, people knelt and cowered, and a woman who had been desperately calling out for the savior looked at the meteor with a vacant expression, as if all hope had been drained from her. Just as the last flicker of dim hope vanished like a flickering flame about to be extinguished. Splinter. With a sound that cleaved through space, the meteor that had been hurtling towards them was split in half and disappeared. Boris, the people cheered, thinking that the much-longed-for savior had appeared, but ironically, what they saw was not a savior. A black-haired boy emanating a chilling aura, wielding a purple-crimson dagger in his hand. A brutal executor has emerged, vehemently rejecting the notion that his actions, regardless of method or consequence, constitute salvation. His existence utterly denies it. Chapter 163. Salvation and Execution. Part 2. What would happen if the most powerful race on Earth, possessing both strength and intelligence, were to lose their sanity and run amok? Why bother saying anything? That place would be the scene of a living apocalypse. 2 years ago, in the Lemia Gorge, I saw a devil dragon, dwarfed by the giant creature before me now. It had taken up residence in the heart of the city, adjacent to the slums, beginning its rampage in earnest. Although it had been buried underground for hundreds of years, it felt as magical as a living dragon. Summoned during the ancient wars of gods, who in their right mind would think to bury such a damn thing underground without even bothering to dispose of it? And how would Boris? Swoosh, fiery meteors rained down like a deluge. Shadow, cleave of the vanquished wind. Swinging the sword through the air in a diagonal motion, the spatial illusion cleaved sharply, annihilating the approaching meteors without a trace. It doesn't seem like the time to be mulling over old grudges, Master. She's right. It may already be rotten and dry and not worth eating, but even so, it doesn't make sense to leave it like that. I steeled my resolve and summoned the power of the mist within me. Feeling a sharp gaze, I glanced back. The slum residents who had looked at me as if they'd seen a ghost were now staring at me with pale faces. WIU? They seemed awfully disappointed that their desired savior hadn't appeared. I couldn't care less, since I hadn't appeared to save them anyway. I focused again on gathering my strength. Shadow 9 style. Manifestation of the demonic sword. With preparations complete, I flew straight towards my target. You realize this guy is on a different level than the ones we faced before, right? You won't get away with just rushing in with brute force. I know. It's absurd to think that a being devoid of reason could control power. I transferred the mana manifested in my hand directly to Karam. Then I rushed towards him, but thud, with a dull sound like rocks colliding, my body couldn't withstand the recoil and was pushed back. Shadow 3 style. Mist glide. Accompanied by the spell, mist emanated from my body, enveloping me and swiftly correcting my body's imbalance as it plummeted. What? This is much tougher than I thought. Still, it wasn't entirely ineffective. While I succeeded in creating a small gap in the protective barrier surrounding Karam, it was immediately filled in, returning to its original form. Did you even listen to me? Did you save any of your strength for something other than making a mess? Karam's rant was an added bonus. Somehow, the dam barrier was layered twice, and it was disgustingly sturdy. Still, whether I succeeded in drawing attention or not, the lifeless black pupils of the devil dragon turned towards me. Quack! The excited creature, upon seeing me, began to thrash about, moving its 2 feet in all directions. Then, it opened its mouth towards the sky and spewed out multiple fireballs in all directions. It resembled the eruption of lava from a raging volcano. Now was the opportunity, with the creature recklessly exerting its power. Even though I should concentrate my strength and rush in as quickly as possible, my gaze inexplicably turned towards the fireballs shooting up into the sky, rather than towards the devil dragon. This is why I dislike dragons as a species. Even though they didn't aim for anything specific, they always seem to fly towards crowded areas like villages or towns. Is it an instinct that belittles humans, one that can't be helped even in death? Not only did I divert my gaze, but the power of mist was also gathering in my hand without me realizing it. Shadow 5 style. Mist avatar. Since it was too late for my body to go directly, I swiftly created a mist sphere in my left hand and forcefully threw it towards the direction of the fireballs. The thrown sphere flew faster than the fireballs and, upon reaching the target, immediately transformed its shape. Splash! Then, just as I did before, I swung my sword and obliterated all the descending fireballs. Are you crazy? Even with that decaying creature in front of you, you still have the audacity to glance elsewhere. Well, even if I fully focus on that creature, it's still not enough to distract my attention from elsewhere. I sent the additional mist spheres I created flying in different directions. That should buy enough time. Do you still want to act like this even after coming all this way? 1 or 2 instances wouldn't hurt. What's with the sudden concern? Moments ago, you were calling yourself an executioner or something. Ignoring Karam's sigh, I once again charged towards the devil dragon. Thud, do you know the best way to subdue an opponent? It's quite simple. Just exert a force stronger than the one they're trying to resist. Bam, bam, bam. With much more powerful force transferred to Karam than before, I relentlessly struck down the protective barrier, causing the mana concentrated within it to explode with each blow. This time, it didn't end with just a small gap. A large space, enough for 5 people to enter, was created, which seemed to slightly unsettle the devil dragon. It reached out towards me, manifesting mana in its hand. Zap! With a flash of blue lightning covering its entire body, but anticipating the retaliation, I had no trouble blocking it. I continued to strike the shattered barrier multiple times with my sword. Splatter. Though noticeable wounds appeared in several places, they seemed to hold little significance. Unless I completely tore apart its flesh, it would be nothing more than a nuisance to the creature. Kyuu! Once again, with a roar, the devil dragon swung its massive arm. As I slightly twisted my body to dodge, I immediately corrected Karam and cast my technique. Mist. Scattering 8 petals. With a graceful motion, 8 sword strikes sliced through the space. Sizzle with a cheerful sound, the devil dragon's right arm was shattered into pieces. However, the creature seemed unfazed, immediately swinging its sharp tail as if nothing had happened. Quickly leaping into the air, it opened its mouth and emitted scorching heat, as if it had been waiting. I chuckled and sent another sword strike towards it. Kagagak! As the fireball it spat out was slashed by my sword strike, it exploded inside its mouth. Without missing a beat, I quickly adjusted my posture and dashed towards the creature. Suddenly, a story I had read in a novel came to mind. A savior warrior who appeared out of nowhere to save the village by destroying the rampaging monster that wreaked havoc on everything in sight. As the warrior swung his sword to defeat the fierce monster, someone watching from afar described it as a beautiful and splendid dance. If someone were watching me from afar now, they might have similar thoughts. Isn't there a famous saying like that? Life is a comedy when viewed from a distance, but a tragedy up close. While the warrior's sword strikes may appear as a beautiful dance from afar, to the monster facing them up close, it would seem like a grim execution of death. No matter how magnificent it may seem, it's a horrific and gruesome sight that can never be considered beautiful. Mist, Dance of the Black Blood. In the midst of Exilium, a massive creature of unknown origin appeared. It unleashed a deafening roar, turning the peaceful city into a scene of chaos and despair in an instant. Though people scrambled to flee, some began to realize a shift in the atmosphere and cautiously observed their surroundings. Despite the destruction caused by the creature, all eyes were drawn to the enigmatic figure at the center of the chaos. It wasn't alone. Whether in the heart of the city, atop buildings, or even suspended in midair, the being emerged to combat the onslaught of the creature's attacks and tame the spreading flames. Though it was clear that this being was defending the city and its people from the creature, the onlookers couldn't help but feel uneasy. It was as if they were witnessing a harbinger of death rather than a savior. The sheer presence of that being evoked discomfort and a sense of grimness. Suddenly, a horrific scream echoed throughout the city, originating from the slums. Even from a distance, the colossal creature, emitting screams akin to agony, thrashed about wildly. Yet around it, something mesmerizing seemed to unfold, as if drawing an enchanting pattern. It appeared as if a swordsman, wielding a blade, danced amidst the chaos. Some onlookers, captivated by the spectacle, lost themselves in a trance-like state. Though laughter seemed impossible in such a dire situation, someone central to this event couldn't suppress a lingering smile. Should we call this the salvation of a harbinger executing death? It's truly an extraordinary sight. With each mesmerizing swordplay, the devil dragon's form tore apart, revealing something other than crimson blood. Something black surged forth. Despite the waning brilliance of the dark magical circle emanating from his hand, Boris remained composed. "I admit it. You are a presence we failed to recognize, perhaps one close to the truth. Unfortunately, with our current capabilities, we cannot withstand your power." With a resounding thud, the devil dragon's body collapsed completely under the final strike. But rest assured, this world doesn't solely rely on strength. If it did, history wouldn't revolve around light. Boris gently caressed the white Bible in his hand. "Until we meet again, Cyan Vert. When that time comes, I hope to face you in a form even closer to the truth. Farewell." With a final farewell, unheard by the intended recipient, Boris's form dissipated in a burst of light. Chapter 164, The Truth Revealed. Part 1. A report of a suspected devil dragon sighting in the northern city of Exilium, part of the Ushif Empire, reached the authorities precisely half a day later. The reinforcements dispatched from the royal palace finally arrived, only to find that the situation had already been resolved long before their arrival. All that remained at the scene were charred traces, with no sign of the creature's body. The reinforcements couldn't help but harbor doubts upon witnessing a scene less severe than anticipated. The number of casualties was minimal, almost negligible. Despite claims by Lord Galas of his calm and precise command handling the situation, accounts from those present at the scene suggested otherwise. Most were too paralyzed by fear to approach the devil dragon, let alone take action. Some couldn't even recall what transpired due to sheer terror. However, amidst the confusion, there was a common thread in the testimonies: the figure responsible for dealing with the creature. Though shrouded in a black cloak, making it impossible to discern his face, most witnesses agreed that he appeared more akin to a youth than an adult. Additionally, peculiar entities, reminiscent of his doppelgangers, seemed to emerge throughout the city, preventing potential secondary harm. Some even went as far as to dub them saviors. "Are you telling me to believe this?" Prince Louisnol, reading the report, scoffed incredulously. "Well, I'm simply relaying the report I received." The aide had no satisfactory explanation. While other aspects might be conceded, the notion that a single human had dealt with a creature presumed to be the devil dragon was so preposterous as to be staggering. And now, what? Are we to pour our resources into that damned nuisance only to find? Louisnol crumpled the report in frustration. Everything unfolding was disagreeable. It felt as though the world had deemed him worthless. A cautious attendant presented another missive. This was sent directly by Lord Galas. Directly? Yes, he insisted that Your Highness should personally verify its contents. It seems there's something crucial he couldn't convey through official channels. There was no time for hesitation. Louisnol swiftly tore open the envelope and began perusing its contents. Initially, there was nothing remarkable. Praises for the royal family, coupled with a lament of innocence regarding the current crisis. Louisnol restrained his urge to discard it immediately. Furthermore, there's another piece of information I received. What is it? He's dead. Lord Galas? Louisnol raised his gaze, locking eyes with the aide for about 10 seconds. What nonsense is this? He was found in his chambers, torn into pieces. It's suspected to be a homicide, but the culprit remains unknown. Despite his incredulity, Louisnell couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Yet, his attention returned to the missive. At the very bottom, despite the uncertainty of its content, it effectively captured Louisnell's attention. Before the appearance of the creature in the city, an unidentified assassin had approached him. The assassin was suspected to be the one responsible for dealing with the creature. While there was no certainty, the missive suggested a striking resemblance to someone he had seen at a prior event in the royal palace. He is the youngest son of Duke Vert, the guardian of the continent, and recently became the fiancé of Princess Erin. Knock the knock shattered the silence, and Louisnell's gaze turned towards the door. Though it was a simple knock, as if recognizing the visitor, Louisnell swiftly rose and hurried to the door. With an urgent push, Louisnell swung open the door, immediately captivated by a smile of delight as if feeling a thrill. "Ashel," it was his long-awaited friend. "It's been a while, Your Highness." Ashel greeted Louisnell with the same gentle smile as before. "Where on earth have you been? Why didn't you respond to my calls? The anxiety and pain I felt in your absence could have kept me up all night," Louisnell continued, seemingly attempting to release the frustration that had built up. "Now is not the time. We must devise a plan to eliminate Violet as soon as possible. If not, she will." Despite Louisnell's outburst, Ashel maintained his unwavering smile, offering no response. Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, Louisnell furrowed his brow. He seemed familiar, yet subtly different from the friend he knew. It was as if he was facing a divine being rather than a human, feeling oppressed in a way he had never experienced before. "You don't need to be so desperate." After a moment of silence, Ashel spoke calmly. "No matter how thick the darkness, it cannot hide the faint light. We just need to follow that light." Louisnell's eyes, unable to comprehend Ashel's words, trembled vigorously. "Let's go towards the path of truth." Where are you talking about? The Royal Academy. An unexpected and seemingly out-of-place destination. Just as Louisnell was about to inquire about the reason, he saw it. In that fleeting moment when he blinked naturally, the figure of a noblewoman with flowing, curly blonde hair briefly appeared behind Ashel before vanishing. The devil dragon? Yes. Although witnesses at the scene mentioned it, there's no solid evidence. Everything seems to have vanished without a trace. It had been a day since the incident in Exilium. The news spread far and wide, reaching even the distant Royal Academy. Rumors suggest that a man cloaked in black managed to defeat the devil dragon alone, but it sounds unbelievable. We're currently investigating that aspect thoroughly here at the Academy. Luna followed the conversation in stunned silence. No matter how you look at it, it seems like an exaggerated rumor. Even the elite knights of the continent would find it difficult to defeat such a formidable creature alone. It's probably just an embellished tale. Lamella dismissed, but Luna's thoughts were not so easily swayed. For some reason, one person naturally came to mind. Though uncertain, the thought of that man being Cyan lingered in Luna's mind. Perhaps the person who supposedly defeated the devil dragon. Before Luna could continue their inquiry, Knock, a member of the society, rushed in urgently, without even waiting for permission. "Something terrible has happened, Luna. What's wrong?" The urgency of the situation left no room for questioning the rudeness of the intrusion. The society member's face was visibly pale. "The president has arrived in Lewin." Both Luna and Lamella stood up abruptly, showing signs of shock. "What does that mean? Why would the president suddenly?" I'm not sure. There was no prior notice. It's the first time the president has visited Lunwin without warning." As the other members of the society busied themselves, Luna's expression quickly returned to composure, as if realizing that something expected had finally arrived. Then came news that the president had arrived at the entrance of the noble quarter. Despite this, Luna showed no intention of going to meet him. Instead, they calmly sat back down in their room, resuming their interrupted reading. Shortly after, the president of the Garam Magic Society, Regions Rainriver, entered her room. All the members of the society, including Lamella, lowered their heads in respect. President, what brings you to the academy without prior notice?" Observing them silently, Regions soon spoke in a restrained tone. "Everyone, leave us." Lamella immediately understood the implication of those words. Everyone was to leave, and Luna was exempt. Though clashes between them were not uncommon, today's atmosphere felt more ominous than usual. The way the headmaster looked at Luna was not with the gentle gaze one would give to their granddaughter. Instead, it was filled with an inexplicable anger, as if he could unleash a devastating spell at any moment. After a while, when all the members had left the room, Luna, in their usual indifferent tone, asked, "Will you resolve everything I asked you to?" She was referring to matters related to the Oram Society. Instead of answering the question, Regions, with suppressed anger, spoke quietly. "As your grandfather, I'll give you one last chance. Tell me everything you know. What are you talking about?" "About Cyan Vert." She looked at him with a skeptical glance. "Why didn't you mention that Cyan Vert was in Nodley?" "There was no need to. I thought there was no point in mentioning something without solid evidence." "No point?" His suppressed anger started to show on his face. "You've forgotten the extensive damage that boy caused to our society already? I thought it was just baseless speculation. There wasn't a single piece of concrete evidence." "Luna," finally exploding, Regions yelled at her. "Your attitude towards the Oram Society is the same. If you had spoken up a little sooner, there wouldn't have been the kidnapping, and they wouldn't have continued to gain influence within the society. I always said you were the future of our society. What have you done for the society?" "The future of the society?" When she heard the word future, she laughed as if it was ridiculous. "Why should I live for the society? The society has done nothing for me." "What?" "If I hadn't been part of the society, there wouldn't have been a kidnapping, and they wouldn't have gained power within the society. Ultimately, the society has brought nothing but trouble to me. It's absurd for me to step up for the society." Region's face turned pale with anger. "I don't know who exactly said that, but they say trust in human relationships doesn't grow even after living together for 20 years. It seems to be true. For you, grandfather, I was just an experimental subject needed for the society's future. There was never any affection between us." "Right. For you, the important thing was not the society, but that boy Cyan Vert, wasn't it?" "Yes." There was no hesitation in her firm answer. "I understand what you mean. You brought all of this on yourself. Don't regret it later, Luna." With a determined resolve, Regions manifested mana and created a restraining barrier around them. "I was prepared for this anyway, but don't think it will be easy. After all, you are the granddaughter of Regions Rainriver, the 9th grade Grand Arcanist and head of the Garam Magic Society. You will probably need to rest for a few days." With that, the conversation ended, and Luna's eyes remained calm to the end. Within the cramped room where only 2 people were present, an immense mana surged, enough to easily obliterate a city. Chapter 165, The Truth Revealed, Part 2. With a rustle, Kundal opened his eyes wide and roughly crumpled the letter in his hand. Now, it wasn't surprising, it didn't even raise questions anymore. The mysterious giant who single-handedly defeated the devil dragon that appeared in Exilium. A few days ago, it had been the work of an audacious boy who had left the academy on his own accord. There was no evidence, just the continued insistence of an old man who had lived for decades, throwing his unwavering conviction that the boy was the culprit. How could he exude such a strong presence so soon after leaving? Kundal's head was in a whirlwind. Amidst this, the door to the Chancellor's office suddenly swung open without a knock. A man barged in as if it were his own living room, despite not being granted entry by the owner of the room. Although he covered his face like a commoner, Kundal was already frowning as if he had grasped his identity. He was none other than Luisnul Sevelarus, the first prince of the Ushif Empire. "What's going on here, Luisnul?" Luisnul threw his cloak aside and sat down abruptly in the chair in front of the desk, acting as if he were the master of the room. "Don't make such an obvious expression of disdain. Even if you're my maternal grandfather, my mental state is not in a good enough place to handle such unpleasantness right now." Luisnul tossed his cloak aside roughly and sat down in the chair in front of the desk. "I didn't come here because I wanted to. Since it's been a while, let's finish the conversation we didn't finish in the Imperial Palace." Even in the face of Luisnul's presumptuous behavior, as if he were the master of the room, the Chancellor sat down with an unfazed, bold face. "Did you come to the Imperial Palace to blackmail me? What are you talking about? Don't play dumb. Didn't you already tell His Majesty everything I've done behind the scenes? Do you even realize that what you call behind the scenes is not even honorable enough to be called that? Nevertheless, Prince Louisnol's face showed no sign of acknowledging wrongdoing or remorse. It was filled only with baseless confidence. Understood. From your perspective, everything I've done seems like irrational behavior that violates ethics and laws. However, this was never just for my sake. Ultimately, don't you want it too, grandfather? When I ascend to the throne, the prestige of the Quasel family will also. I've never told you to ascend to the throne. Kundal cut off Louisnol's outburst with a single sentence. Experience, when I see it like this, it doesn't just look foolish, it looks naive. It was an incredibly insulting remark, with no respect to be found even if you searched with a magnifying glass. Do you really think a peaceful succession to the throne is possible, grandfather? Don't you know how His Majesty ascended to the throne? The siblings I saw when I was young, I haven't even heard a peep about where they are or what they're doing now. Violet, Fabian, Nerobian. Even that puppet of a girl, Aaron. Can you guarantee that they won't covet the throne, grandfather? You, who know the imperial court situation better than anyone, how can you say such naive things? Louisnol shouted, his voice filled with malice as he spewed out his anger. Kundal looked at Louisnol with a gaze that was half-pitying. Do you really think that you, who ascended to the throne through such means, can maintain peace on the continent? His voice was also gradually rising. The emperor's duty is to protect the country, not his own interests. Can someone like you, who protects his own rice bowl while rejecting everyone else, maintain the peace of the empire and the continent? Doubts are now turning into suspicions. As the emperor's position stabilizes, peace in the empire and the continent will naturally follow. After all, who else besides me can handle the throne? In a yard where polishing a meager stone won't turn it into a gemstone, Louisnol continued to speak without stepping back. That's something you don't know. The value of a person can change anytime, anyhow. Just like how a jewel emitting a rainbow of colors might appear like a mere stone covered in dust. To bring that up now, talk talk. Amidst the heightened tension, a calm knock was heard from the door. Come in, the Chancellor immediately granted entry. Creak. Unlike Louisnol, a young girl entered the room with a gentle opening of the door. Upon spotting her, Louisnol immediately narrowed his eyes and asked, "What does this mean?" Don't misunderstand. It's a prior arrangement that was in place before you arrived. The girl, after a momentary fluster upon seeing Louisnol's face, soon composed herself and respectfully lowered her head towards the Chancellor. I am Aaron Sevelarus, a third-year student of the Royal Academy. I've come for a meeting with the Chancellor. Today's meeting with the Chancellor was arranged for Aaron Sevelarus, the 5th princess of the Ushif Empire. Brother Louisnol. Without even giving notice, what brings you to the Academy? This is none of your concern. Leave. We're in the middle of a conversation more important than your petty meeting. Louisnol dismissed Aaron's prior arrangement lightly, instructing her to leave with disdain. Not even observing such basic courtesy, how do you expect to become emperor? The one who should leave is not Aaron but you, Louisnol. There's nothing more to say. Get out of my room. Bam. Finally exploding, Louisnol slammed the desk forcefully and stood up abruptly. Instead of glaring at Kundal like before, he turned his head and marched towards Aaron. Aaron maintained her composure, meeting his gaze directly. You've grown a lot, Aaron. You even know how to look me straight in the eyes. People are creatures that grow. I can't keep bowing my head in front of you forever. Her audacious response made Louisnol, who had been taken aback, tremble slightly. I understand that my elder brother does not approve, but as your sister, I cannot simply become a useless figure who provides no help to you. What are you talking about? People's growth can sometimes be driven by threats. Even if I'm insignificant and lacking, if I become a small threat that makes you, my brother, uneasy, what could be more meaningful? That would be the greatest evidence that you, my brother, have acknowledged me. Louisnol and even Kundal, who had been silently listening, were left speechless by her bold statement. After repeating a few hollow laughs as if dumbfounded, Louisnol bent down and brought his face level with Aaron's. Yeah, then, as your brother, I should give you a very important piece of advice not to forget. He grabbed her shoulders and leaned in close to her ear, whispering softly. Do you want to die? Aaron flinched at the chillingly threatening coercion. You've become quite cocky just because His Majesty took an interest in you. This is why those with no roots are dangerous. Give them an inch, and they think they can do whatever they want and act recklessly. Louisnol's eyes were filled not only with anger, but also with a sense of menace that transcended it. Don't delude yourself. Right now, I'm in a position where I can strangle you to death right here. No one will protect you. Being by my side won't bring any benefits, just like a meaningless shell. I will protect myself, Aaron replied with a fierce gaze filled with sincerity. No one expects anyone to protect me. I am a princess of the empire. If a princess cannot even protect her own body, then there is nothing more foolish. Becoming a dignified member of the royal family, one who is not ashamed in front of everyone. That is the path I wish to take as a princess. Calm yet resolute, Aaron conveyed her firm determination to Louisnol, leaving the listeners with doubts about whether she was genuine. Overwhelmed, Louisnol could no longer say anything. As the struggle between two key members of the imperial family, who could be considered the future of the empire, continued, knock knock. Once again a clear knock was heard from the door. All eyes turned towards the door. "May I come in?" A soft voice that instantly calmed the somewhat dizzying atmosphere. A voice so captivating that once heard, it could never be forgotten, and ironically, all three people in the room knew its owner. Seeing Kundal's speechlessness at the unexpected visit, the door opened cautiously a moment later, and a blond man stepped inside. "It's been a while, Chancellor Kundal." How could one stay angry when faced with that smile? As if a messenger of peace had arrived, the atmosphere, which seemed about to ignite at any moment, instantly calmed down. Aaron's gaze couldn't help but linger on the man. Ashel, the eldest son of Duke Vert and the elder brother of Cyan Vert, who was until recently her fiancé. Ashel Vert had come to the Chancellor's office. "What brings you here too?" "I have some important news to deliver. I came here with the prince." "Important news?" "Yes, I'm glad Princess Aaron is here too. It was just about to bring her over." Me? To think he was talking about her, Aaron was dumbfounded. "From now on, I swear to all of you that there will be no falsehood in what I am about to say. I swear by the light of Lumendal." In a somewhat bewildering situation, not only did he appear out of nowhere, but he also solemnly swore to the gods, causing a somewhat awkward atmosphere. However, his morning sun-like, refreshing smile quickly turned cold like the dawn's frost, and the atmosphere in the room changed along with it. What exactly do you intend to say?" Kundal managed to speak up with doubt. "I have something to tell you all about my brother, Cyan," Ashel replied with a strange expression, a mixture of joy and sorrow. Who? Regin struggled to catch his breath, drenched in sweat. How long had it been since he, at the pinnacle of enlightenment, had struggled like this? And it was none other than his own granddaughter. "Couldn't you have used that power for the society?" he asked, his question laden with complexity, but there was no reply. Luna, with her head bowed deeply like a dew-covered blade of grass, only the sound of her labored breathing echoing faintly. Now that he had obtained what he wanted, there was no need to prolong this situation any further. Regins released the restrictive barrier he had created and left the room. Shortly afterward, Luna, Lamella, and the members of the society, who were waiting outside, hurried in calling for Luna. "Luna, snap out of it." Judging by the pitiful sound of her breath, it seemed she had lost consciousness. Even so, doing this to your granddaughter? Just by observing the situation, one could roughly understand what had happened. Regins, the head of the society, had cast a spell of mental breakdown on her. A higher-level mental magic that gradually erodes the target's solid mind to induce a confession. If the intensity is severe, it could potentially lead to mental instability. He had cast such a terrifying spell on his own granddaughter. Even though he valued public matters greatly, was it necessary to go this far with his own flesh and blood? As he was about to quickly cast a recovery spell to take care of her first, Luna, who had awakened, raised her hand to stop him. "Enough, Lamella. Are you awake, Luna? I'm talking because I heard you. Stop yelling so much, it hurts my ears." Lamella wiped her chest and breathed a sigh of relief, but just for a moment, a torrent of complaints followed soon after. "What on earth were you thinking to do such a reckless thing? Why did the society president have to exert this much power? It could have been a disaster." "You'll hear all the complaints later. For now, please just listen to one request from me." "A request? You say?" At the mention of an unexpected request, Lamella chuckled. Yes, there's no one else I can ask but you, Lamella. Lamella looked somewhat puzzled. Seeing her, who had never relied on anyone before, show such a vulnerable side, Lamella felt her heart naturally leaning toward Luna in a strange yet very human way. Please tell me, Luna. Chapter 166, The Truth Revealed. Part 3. Royal Palace, second floor, end of the left corridor. A room where even the remaining warmth had completely disappeared, leaving only the loneliness and desolation of an ownerless space to fill the void. Creek strangers had entered this ownerless space. The first to enter the room was Ira Satwell, the vice principal of the academy. Besides the academy staff, there were also representatives from the Garam Magic Society, all of whom seemed to have agreed beforehand and began investigating the room, each dividing the area to search. Although a thorough investigation was conducted, there seemed to be no significant findings, as they soon gathered back in the living room. After some deliberation, a large piece of white parchment was laid out on the floor like a carpet by the Garam Magic Society representatives. Standing upon it with a determined expression was Satwell, who took a deep breath before manifesting her mana to begin drawing something on the parchment. It was a magic circle for casting high-level magic. In the presence of the sacred light of truth, there can be no hiding from the darkness that lies within. Reveal the hidden traces of darkness. As she muttered the incantation in a low voice, the magic circle responded with a burst of light, emanating a resonating energy as it continued to reverberate. Gradually, traces resembling footprints appeared on the floor, but just as they began to take shape, poof, they disappeared like flames extinguishing. Perplexed, Satwell attempted to manifest her mana once again, but to no avail. The result was no different from before. In such a situation, there were two assumptions that could be inferred. Either there were no traces to be found at all, or someone had magically obstructed the ability to find them. Satwell and the others concluded that it was the latter. This meant that the powerful magic permeating this space was so formidable that not even she, known as one of the most skilled individuals after the Chancellor in the Academy, could detect it. With a stern expression, Satwell turned to the others and spoke. "It seems that my power alone is insufficient. I may need your assistance." Without any objections, everyone began to manifest their mana, just as Satwell had done before. As a result, a larger resonance occurred in the magic circle, and proper traces began to appear from where the magic circle was drawn. It's not too far from here. The traces were leading to a city not too far from the academy. The scene was akin to a spectacle on a bewildered street. A crowd had gathered around none other than the bulletin board plastered with wanted posters. This era is truly the end times. Who knows where this country is headed? Why complain in such peaceful times? Some people are never satisfied. I hope they're not hiding in our city, of all places. Those who saw the wanted posters each muttered curses and fears. Amidst the crowd, Brian happened to pass by, his steps halting as he stopped to observe. With a cloak partially covering his face, he gazed at the wanted posters with restrained eyes. Among the vile criminals listed for crimes like RPE, kidnapping, and murder, there, smack in the middle, was the wanted poster of someone familiar. Brian was so shocked that he froze on the spot. The individual in the poster was none other than the key figure in recent noble assassination cases, the mastermind behind the Blood Feast incident, the culprit who summoned the giant beast in the Exilium, and, more shockingly, the son of a noble known and respected beyond the Empire, Duke Vert. His name was Cyan Vert, the youngest son of the renowned guardian of the continent, Duke Vert. Why young master? It was none other than his master, Cyan Vert. "Look over there." As a man shouted, all eyes turned to the same direction. "See Crown Prince?" Knights clad in dazzling golden armor, the royal guards rarely seen outside the palace had appeared in Brenu. Not just one or two, but over 100 of them, a significant force. Amidst the surprise at the sudden appearance of the Crown Prince, Brian hastily tore off Cyan's wanted poster and dashed away. Creak he burst into his home like an enraged bear, quickly locking the door and sealing off all entry points, including the windows. Why all of a sudden?" Emily, who had been waiting quietly, asked in confusion. "Something terrible has happened." Brian gasped for breath as he handed Emily the wanted poster he brought. A wanted poster. Why would a heinous criminal appear here? Oh, Seeing the wanted poster, Emily let out a scream. What's this? Why is our young master here? To Emily, it seemed like another bizarre incident. The crimes listed were so unimaginable that they almost equaled the annual operating costs of most estates, and the bounty written in bold red letters below was enough to make one's head spin. What in the world is our young master doing outside? After leaving the academy where he was doing well, Cyan had suddenly left, leaving only the three of them behind in Brenu. Now, it seemed like he had caused a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Emily couldn't help but think to herself, they might never be able to return to Velia's again. Because of young Master Cyan, we can't live like this anymore. Emily felt like climbing to the mountaintop and shouting out his frustration. Wait, what about us? Are we just going to sit here and do nothing? Emily interjected. Of course we can't just sit idly by. For some reason, even the imperial family's knights are here now. We need to take Nana and find a safer place to hide. No, our priority should be to check on young Master Cyan's safety first. Who knows what might be happening to him right now, if he's in any danger? Oh, no need to worry about that, Brian started to say, but before he could finish, the living room door suddenly burst open with a loud bang. Nana, who should have been asleep at this hour, emerged from the room. Nana, why are you awake? Brian questioned, knowing it wasn't yet time for her to wake up. It might have seemed like she simply woke up earlier than usual, but Brian and Emily knew better. Because Nana's eyes were not the innocent eyes that usually woke up hungry, but rather, they were in a dangerous and alarming state, tinged with redness and smelling something unusual. This is strange. It's not dinner time yet, Brian murmured as cold sweat dripped down his back, memories flooding back to him. Why does it smell delicious? Nana chuckled, lips parting slightly. She's up to something again. Don't smell it. Emily rushed forward to cover Nana's nose. As Nana's red eyes gradually returned to their original color, the situation wasn't resolved just because she couldn't smell the scent anymore. Suddenly, Brian sensed a strange presence and swiftly drew his sword. Slish, the sound of the drawn sword echoed through the room, followed by a tense silence where only the sounds of breathing and heartbeat could be heard. In the tense atmosphere, Brian's gaze was fixed solely on the door. The faint sound of footsteps, not just one but many, was approaching, not by chance but purposefully directed towards this place. The problem was that it wasn't just one or two sets of footsteps. There were more than 10, surrounding the house from all directions. After a moment, the footsteps ceased, followed by strange noises echoing through the air. It sounded as if someone was vigorously scratching at a sturdy wall, a cacophony that demanded attention. Brian closed his eyes, recalling Cyan's words from before. If they heard such strange sounds as if the walls were being scratched, it meant that the magical barrier surrounding the area was collapsing due to depleted mana, and they should replenish it immediately. Cyan had assured he would return before such a situation occurred. But Brian realized this wasn't the natural sound of a collapsing barrier, but rather the sound of monstrous beings forcibly breaking through the barrier with injected mana. They had been careless. The moment he saw the wanted poster, he should have immediately evacuated Emily and Nana. Though he didn't know who exactly was outside, Brian knew they wouldn't bring anything good. Nana escaped through the back door with Emily. What about you? I'll follow soon. Don't worry about me, just focus on the situation ahead. What nonsense are you spouting? Do you think you're some kind of final knight? I'd rather face danger alone than see you sacrifice yourself. Emily's words, though harsh, were not wrong. But what else could Brian do? If they stayed, they would all be in danger. It was better to throw himself out there and let the two of them escape, just like Cyan used to do. As the urgent struggle between the two continued for a moment, a familiar sound came from beyond the door. Creak, thud, creak. It wasn't a sound that could come from a human mouth. It was the sharp sound of something cutting followed by the thud of people falling without a single scream. Though unseen, the gruesome and familiar sight was vividly painted in Brian's mind. Thud, another dull thud followed by silence once more. Amidst the ambiguous atmosphere, Brian approached the door to assess the situation. Open the door. A casual yet familiar voice came from the other side. Reacting almost instinctively, Brian quickly undid the latch and swung open the door. Papa? Before the word Papa could even fully form, Nana had already dashed out and embraced him. Naturally, the boy who had been about to pat her head hesitated for a moment upon seeing the blood on his hands. Sorry, I was a bit late due to some business. As always, the black-haired boy looked at them with a nonchalant gaze, neither flustered nor entirely relaxed. Behind them lay the fallen Imperial guards, as if grim reapers had passed by. Chapter 167, The Fog That Drives Away the Light. Part 1. In the center of the void, solitary and resolute, stood Silica. Though she appeared as steadfast as a stone, her inner turmoil was more profound than ever before. The slight trembling in her clasped hands, the darting of her eyes, and the beads of sweat trickling down her chest all betrayed her anxious state. It was almost unprecedented since she had grasped the assassin's sword. Her heightened emotions refused to settle. In the midst of it all, a member of her retinue rushed towards her, delivering the awaited news. "Milady, we've found the successor." "Where?" Silica wasted no time in demanding the location. "It's Brennu. It seems they've come to retrieve their offspring, just as expected." Despite the significance of the revelation, the messenger's expression remained grim. Swallowing dryly as if to calm his nerves, he continued with a note of unease. "However, it seems they've already dealt with the Imperial Knights who came seeking him. Not only them, but the Garam Magic Society seems to be heading to Brennu as well, likely in pursuit of the successor." Stubborn to the end, Silica's rage simmered as she gritted her teeth. Regardless of the situation, there was only one task they must undertake: protecting the successor. Summon the other members stationed elsewhere to gather at Brennu immediately. Nothing else matters. Ensuring the safety of the successor, no, of Cyan's retreat is our top priority. Silica. As she tried to compose herself to issue orders, a divine voice resonated within her. Lord Eru, the owner of the void, remained silent, signaling his desire for her to quickly come to the altar. Understanding the urgency, Silica closed her eyes in frustration. "The orders are postponed. Wait for me until I arrive." Without looking back, she hurried towards the altar. Upon arrival, she found Eru, the god of the black mist, waiting for her with an air of composure. "You seem quite agitated." He spoke with a sly smile. "Please keep it brief, Lord Eru. Can't you see we're in dire straits?" "I understand. That's precisely why I'm holding you back." "Silica." He didn't deny that he was delaying her. "Why are you protecting the successor?" "I beg your pardon, but I don't understand your question. I am the head of the organization Mist, dedicated to serving you. Do you think I would passively watch over the successor, someone crucial to you, falling into danger? You exist for me, indeed. You've always been consistent. Whom should I blame? Those who boasted about their loyalty while harboring small fears in their hearts, yet couldn't overcome them, ultimately bringing about this situation." Eru tilted his head, continuing with incomprehensible words. "Then, as your master, I shall command. From now on, you and all members of Mist will cease your actions and simply watch over the danger facing the successor." Silica's eyes widened with unrestrained emotion. "What do you mean by that? Why give such an order?" "Because that's what the successor desires," Eru replied casually. "Don't forget, Silica, you don't exist for me, I exist for you all. That's why I'm doing what the child wants." Upon hearing this, Silica couldn't muster any objections. Watch closely. How the child will fend off the looming presence that threatens to imprison him in light. A perfect successor suddenly appeared one day. In Eru's eyes, there were various mixed emotions as he anticipated the successor's future actions. In the spacious training grounds of the academy, where a lonely chill wind blew, Kundal cautiously approached Aaron, who stood alone with a rolled-up wanted poster clutched in her hand. Though he wanted to offer words of comfort, Aaron's eyes were filled with resignation, as if she had already lost everything. Someone once said that people inherently have two faces. One is a mask adorned with falsehoods to show to others, and the other is the true face born from one's own nature. It was obvious to anyone that this was about Cyan. So, Aaron weakly spoke up, asking, "What face did Cyan show to you, headmaster?" "I can't say for certain. I thought I was close, but in the end I knew nothing about him." Kundal sighed, disheartened even by his own words. "I've come to this training ground every day for the past 2 years with the hope of making Cyan mine. Even now, I believe that merely going through the process of closing that gap was significant to me. But now, Cyan first gave me the path to become an emperor, and I hoped that he would follow that path with me. Even now that I think about it, it was such a shameless request. Cyan did a lot for me, but I couldn't do anything for him. She has worked hard to close that gap even a little. Even if it was impossible to completely reduce it, Erin firmly believed that the process of reducing it was very meaningful to her. But now it seems all meaningless. I can no longer become Cyan's person, nor can Cyan become mine. Was the Cyan I met and wished for truly the real Cyan? Kundal maintained a solemn silence, unable to provide any answers. Everything feels futile. I can't do anything, and there's no path forward. I've returned to who I was 3 years ago. Erin desperately held back tears fueled by her emotions. If she cried now, it would prove that nothing had changed from before. Then, why don't you go and find out? Kundal suddenly suggested to the stunned Erin. What do you mean? The news just came in that he appeared. He's in Brennu, a southern city of the Empire. Erin's pupils widened for a moment. Regardless of his identity, he's him and you're you. Whether the path he presented to you is a cruel path born from sincerity or a false path adorned with pleasing illusions, why don't you go and find out for yourself? Erin, still reeling from the shock, couldn't easily respond. With eyes filled with anxiety, Kundal asked once more, "Will you go and meet Cyan with me?" I gazed at the crimson letters on the wanted poster, labeling my crimes. Well, it seems like they're trying to pin everything on me, even though it's not entirely unrelated. They're treating me like some sort of demon, beyond just a criminal. There are real demons out there, but I didn't feel angry or unjustified. It wasn't something I had expected in the first place. Lowering the wanted poster, I found myself facing 6 eyes staring piercingly at me. Their eyes were filled with all kinds of negative emotions, including doubt and fear. Except for our little one, of course. Master, what's written on that wanted poster? It's not something you did, right?" "No," I swiftly dismissed with a firm reply. "No time, I'll just ask straight, make your choice." At the unexpected choice, I blinked both eyes. Whether to leave with me now, or leave among yourselves and start a new life. Whatever's fine, just choose without hesitation. Despite the instruction not to feel burdened, Emily and Brian's faces were flushed like balloons about to burst. What are you suddenly talking about? I'm not telling you to live like beggars. I can provide enough funds. Just forget everything related to me and think of it as starting anew. But pushing it like this isn't necessary. Why suddenly say such things? Sigh. While Emily jumped up in surprise, Brian suddenly kneeled down and bowed his head. "I, Sir Brian Kendrick. Since the day I first swore allegiance to you at the Academy, I've lived with an unwavering heart. Whether the path leads to heaven or hell, I will follow you to the end." Did he think he's some kind of last knight of a certain country? If he wants to go, he should just say so instead of making it awkward. I want to go with Papa too. I don't want to live where Papa isn't." Nana also raised her hand, declaring she'll follow me. I gently stroked her bright, innocent head and asked, "Papa might not be able to take care of you as well as before. I might not be able to give you many tasty treats. Are you okay with that?" "Yeah, I don't need snacks. I'm happiest when I'm with Papa." Yeah, if those pure, sparkling eyes contain any falsehoods, that would be the real wrong in the world. I thought she might have some minor concerns in her young mind, but it seems like I worried for nothing. As the two of them finished making their choice, their eyes naturally turned to one place. What's up? Why is everyone looking at me like that? If they're not trying to rush her, it seems unintentionally burdensome. After blushing redder than ever, she suddenly yelled at me. I'm the one who's been by your side and the longest. I can't let anyone else take care of you but me." I couldn't help but chuckle. Seeing her determined gaze, it didn't seem like a forced decision after all. Although I didn't anticipate the current situation, surprisingly, I feel quite good about it. It's not a situation to smile about, but my lips keep twitching upwards. "Let me ask one more time, you won't regret your choice?" All 3 nodded their heads firmly. "Then there's only one thing you need to do from now on. When I leave through that door, just follow me 10 steps behind, without worrying about anything happening around you." "What about me, Papa? Our little one?" I gently brushed against Mana with my hand, manifesting Mana, and gently blew it into her nose. Inhaling the white powder from my hand, Mana closed her eyes and fell into a deep slumber, whisked away to dreamland. Taking her gently, I handed her over to Brian. It's not like anything good is happening, so there's no need to show it off unnecessarily. Our little one just needs to peacefully travel through dreamland. With the minor preparations finished, it's time to leave. I stepped forward towards the door once again. Our master, why does your face look so solemn, like someone heading to the battlefield? I can see all the anticipation on your face, though. Oh my, am I exposed? After all, how could I pretend not to be excited about this interesting situation? Karam flashed a satisfied smile, surveying the surroundings. You promised to make it enjoyable, didn't you? Yeah. Besides me, there's no one who can make you feel that way. As someone who's lived once, you already know, but I'm a very greedy sword. Once one desire is fulfilled, I crave even more pleasure. I understand. I know it very well. If I don't satisfy her desires, ultimately, the nature of the demonic sword is to devour its owner. That's why my demonic sword won't be able to devour me even more. The sweet pleasure you will experience from now on is something that nobody will be able to make you feel other than me. Maintaining a thrilling smile on my lips, I finally stepped out of the door. Chapter 168. The Fog That Drives Away the Light. Part 2. A vicious criminal who read and murdered up to 20 women. The mere sight of them sends shivers down the spines of even the most seasoned knights who have seen their fair share of monstrous predators. How many individuals among humans can evoke such tension with just their presence? They are more than mere predators. The term alone cannot fully describe their existence. At this moment, the knights facing the Empire's worst criminal, Cyan Vert, collectively felt a sense of dread. The light of the Ushif Empire. Under the esteemed decree of His Majesty, the great Emperor Dion, I command you to comply. Cyan Vert, a member of the Vert Duchy, must cease all resistance and submit to arrest immediately. Refusal will not be tolerated. The only senior knight among the dispatched knights, Redback Ackerman, issued orders while presenting the royal decree bearing the Emperor's seal. However, Cyan paid no attention to them. Redback, feeling a slight sense of shame, raised his hand to signal, and the knights who accepted the orders rushed towards Cyan with all their might. A young boy, not even a senior knight yet, could not possibly escape the sharp assault of elite knights. Everyone around thought so. At least until their swords failed to hit anything but empty air. Ferocious whirlwinds roared through the air. As the whirlwinds subsided, the knights who had been firmly holding their swords began to collapse one by one. The fallen knights didn't even emit a small groan, their eyes whitening as if overwhelmed by immense force, on the brink of unconsciousness. What is this? Elite knights of the Imperial Army, fallen without even swinging their swords. Redback, bewildered, got off his horse and glared at Cyan, but Cyan calmly continued to advance without even a hint of concern. Enraged, Redback drew his sword and charged straight at Cyan. Approaching within 5 steps, Cyan didn't even flinch. Redback, a veteran swordsman who had honed his skills for decades before becoming a knight, was confident. This was a situation he could undoubtedly control. Unless transcending the boundaries of humanity, no response would be effective at this distance. With a heart full of confidence, as he swung his sword confidently, a swoosh sounded through the air and a red streak rose before his eyes. The sword did strike something, but it wasn't his own, and certainly not Cyan's body. Swish! Losing strength in his legs, Redback kneeled and collapsed forward. What on earth had happened? As Redback turned his eyes, a mix of questions and suspicions, he realized. The boy they had faced was never within the category of humans to begin with. He was simply a superior being far beyond the realm of humanity. There was no other way to explain it. Cyan continued to advance silently, not even sparing a compassionate glance at the fallen knights. The prince's vanguard seems to have fallen. Observing the situation from a rooftop, a little away from where the incident occurred, the mages of the Garam Magic Society couldn't help but be amazed, their mouths agape in astonishment. If it were just a few knights sticking together, it wouldn't have come to this extent. Regions didn't even utter a word of amazement, as if it were nothing surprising. Are you really okay, President? This is the Empire. We might inadvertently provoke friction with the Empire, as we barely have the justification to intervene. Justification can be created. After all, there's no true justice without taking risks. That boy is a necessary existence for the future of our Garam Magic Society. The youngest son of the continent's protector, Duke Vert, a wielder of darkness attribute that rival even the gods, an assassin belonging to Mist, the continent's foremost assassination group. Given the recent unsavory incidents in the society over the past few years, it had become evident that they were somehow related to this boy. That's why they had to capture him at all costs. It was necessary not only for the society, but also for the future of humanity. Regins's eyes held a determination stronger than ever before. Release the seals. Upon receiving the command, the society members immediately drew out all the mana stored within them. Then, a faint light rose from the center of the floor they were looking down upon, and Cyan gradually approached the illuminated spot. It was a high-level magic of spatial manipulation that confines the opponent within a space of immense mana, known as the Seal of Confinement. It was a superior magic of the restriction barrier that created a space with mana. And once completed with the combined mana of multiple individuals, even breaking free would be nearly impossible. In other words, once the target was confined within that space, it would be over in an instant. A smile began to form on Regins's face, filled with joy and anticipation. But at that moment, a fierce gust of wind swept through from somewhere, brushing against their skin. The rough grains of sand carried by the gust covered the vision of the society members, causing most of them to squint their eyes. As a result, the smooth flow of mana injection was abruptly interrupted, an unexpected turn of events. Regressed urgently looked around to find the source of the mana. Not far from where Cyan was approaching, a formidable level of mana was felt from the hands of a man with a rugged physique and bronze skin. The man looked at the bewildered group with a strange smile on his face. A familiar gust of sandstorm brushed against my skin. No need to see any further. This power belongs to a certain foolish prince, though familiar, not particularly friendly. 11 o'clock from the front. From a rooftop a bit of a distance away, I sense a reverse flow of mana. It extends precisely from where I am standing to a spot 5 steps ahead, where a massive magic circle covers the entire square, eagerly awaiting my arrival. Is that the seal of confinement they've set up? Well, they've prepared quite thoroughly compared to those lackeys of the prince. Though I could break free eventually, thanks to this sandstorm, it seems like I'll endure some unwanted trouble. I adjusted Karam and thrust it into the ground. Clang! The mana contained in Karam traveled through the ground towards the location of the magic circle, and as it did, the blue light emitting from the magic circle gradually transformed into a black mist. Crackle, with a loud noise, the magic circle vanished into thin air. And then, as if waiting for this moment, the owner of this maelstrom revealed himself, brushing aside the sandstorm to show his figure. So, our training exercise got rejected from the start. Thanks to you, I received a disciplinary measure. Ah, come to think of it, didn't I explain earlier? Not that I intentionally avoided it, but with so much happening, it seems I naturally forgot. You've been quite noisy lately, haven't you? Assassin, wanted posters, and not even resembling one bit. It's all too obvious. He extends my wanted poster towards me with a smirk. Even if he's a foolish prince, if he actually believes in the crimes listed on that paper, there's no way he would react like this. Relax, will you? Men have instincts, you know. Do you really think I'd believe what's written on this piece of paper? I know you're not that kind of guy. He didn't seem to nod in a peculiar way. He knew I wasn't that kind of guy. I don't even know myself, so how does this fool prince know about me? That fact alone made me feel strangely conflicted. No need to feel burdened. It's the law that if a man owes a debt, he must repay it. Maybe it wasn't particularly necessary for you, but consider what happened in Nodely as me repaying it here. It wasn't really a favor, but handling it like this would be awkward, wouldn't it? We won't have another chance to meet like this. Next time, whenever it may be, we'll definitely. Whoosh! People not happy with this situation stirred up a strong gust of wind in response to the sandstorm. As I look up slightly, I spot a sage-looking figure gazing at me with a discreet gaze. It's Regins's Rainriver, the leader of the Garam Magic Society. Him personally leading the society members here means he knows everything about me by now. Not particularly surprising. What's more surprising is that they came here at such a belated moment, probably thanks to my clever junior. We might not have much time to talk. I'll block those skinny guys from making a fuss for now. Take the opportunity to escape with your servants. With a thunderous roar, the foolish prince unleashed his dormant mana as if it were exploding. That damn voice just shuts up at times like this. What a useless guy. From where he stood, an even larger sandstorm than before erupted. Thanks to that, the sight of the mages aiming their magic at me was once again blocked, and some even turned their bodies away. Without the owner of that occasional voice showing up, it won't last long. For a brief moment, I stared directly at his face. Why? Got something to say? Be careful not to catch a cold. That was the best advice I could offer. I don't catch those. Even if not now, you'll have to be careful later. For the sake of your beloved country, if nothing else. With my final farewell, I passed by him, and suddenly, as if using spatial transition, I found myself face to face with the leader of the Garam Magic Society. He looked at me with a mixed expression of interest and suspicion. This is the first time I've come face to face with you, at least in this lifetime. As I know about you, I believe you also know something about me. Half true, half false. Not just something, but much more than you think, even the despicable side hidden beneath your bold mask. I won't mince words. Follow me. This was unexpected. You probably won't have anywhere to lean on in this empire. So drop everything and follow me. I won't ask about the past. Swear on the name of the Garam Magic Society to follow me. Isn't it a bit too early for such a decision? Just to clarify, you have no right to refuse. You only have a choice, whether to accept my offer and follow me willingly, or be dragged along by my power. His attempt at seeming fair while imposing his will was truly repulsive. In fact, I'm grateful to you. Whatever the reason, you've saved my granddaughter twice from the dark hands of the Oram Society. While listening became increasingly uncomfortable, he eventually delivered the decisive blow. I simply stared at his calm face without saying or doing anything. It seems you won't choose the former. As if sensing my silent intention, he gathered his mana once again. I sensed your mana earlier and felt that it had already reached the highest level of the dark attribute. So, let's see all the power you possess. I, Region's Rain River, will personally evaluate your power. The mana of a 9th grade mage, a rarity on the continent, has a different flow from the rest. Encountering it alone is enough to cause a slight tremor in the body. I hope you live up to my expectations. The dark attribute is not so common. Thud, cough. Just as he was rambling, he suddenly grabbed his head and slumped down. Somewhat taken aback, I furrowed my brow then. Soon, a very familiar scent wafted over from somewhere. It seems I'm not too late. Along with the indifferent voice that somehow felt full of affection. Chapter 169, The Fog That Drives Away the Light. Part 3. The mental breakdown spell is a terrifying magic that infiltrates the target's mind with immense power, completely subjugating them. However, if the target retaliates with equivalent force, it can be easily overcome. Despite exceeding expectations, Regions succeeded in using this magic to penetrate Luna's mind and extract confessions regarding Cyan. Although she believed there were no issues during the process, the excruciating pain now tormenting Regions contradicted that notion. You seem to be struggling more than expected. I suppose age catches up with us all. If you were your former self, grandfather, this wouldn't have been such a big deal. As a familiar voice reached his ears, Region's face contorted even more with agony when he turned his head. Luna, how did you? It was his granddaughter, Luna. How I got here doesn't matter. What matters is why I'm here. Grandfather, if you've always prioritized results over the process, shouldn't you understand the situation well enough? Despite Region's angrily laden question, Luna continued in her usual indifferent tone. Behind her, Lamella and other members of the society were deeply engrossed in pondering their responsibilities in this situation. What have you done to me? While grandfather infiltrated my mind with magic, I also cast a mental breakdown spell in his mind. It's not about coaxing confessions like with Cyan, but inducing strong side effects when something is recalled. The magic Luna described was unheard of even by Regions on this continent. The principle is simple. It's adding a touch of the oath spell to the existing mental breakdown magic. It was prepared in anticipation of grandfather's visit. Did you like it? There was no room to debate whether she liked it or not. Ultimately, Regions realized that Luna knew from the beginning how this situation would unfold. Regions' teeth gritted as he finally got to see the true face of his granddaughter. You asked if I could use my power for the society, didn't you? Be glad. I've decided to dedicate all my power to the society from today onwards. So, even for our Garam Magic Society. Luna's gaze subtly shifted toward Cyan. Please let go of the senior. Cyan looked at her with a gaze that wasn't particularly pleased or displeased, but rather ambiguous. Don't speak nonsense, Luna. That boy is more than capable of leading our society's future with you. If you truly care for the society, help me save that boy. I thought you'd say that. I did ask once for formality's sake, after all. Without hesitation, Luna immediately manifested mana from her hand. Upon doing so, bright light emanated from beneath Regent's feet, and soon, a blue magic circle formed around her. This alone, do you think you can confine me with this? Of course not. I'm just delaying you for a while. You'll probably have to rack your brains quite a bit to break free. Although it wouldn't last more than a few minutes, it was enough for Luna. It was time for her last conversation with Cyan. Why did you come? Cyan asked her first. Do I need to explain? I've already said it several times. Senior is the one who saved my life. So, it's only natural for me to come and help the senior in danger. Not just now, but in the future too. A consistent response from their first meeting. Upon hearing this, Cyan's expression was peculiar, neither smiling nor angry. It seems you don't entirely dislike it, do you? You seem quite different from the feeling of annoyance that was quite prominent at first. My feelings remain unchanged. Regardless of who the senior is or what they've done, it doesn't matter to me at all. The senior is simply the one who rescued me from the depths of despair. That alone is enough for me. With an unwavering heart, Luna gently took Cyan's hand. When you first embraced me, you felt so cold, but now I can feel some warmth. As if caressing Cyan's hand gently, she suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace. Perhaps accustomed to her bold displays of affection, Cyan did not react. I don't know when the next time will be, but it won't end like this. Are you threatening me? If you accept it in a more atmospheric manner, perhaps. Would time freeze in its tracks now? If only they could stay together, whether lightning struck or a blizzard froze everything. However, for Cyan's sake, for her own sake, she had to let go of the hands she was holding onto tightly. Goodbye, senior. With those words, Luna released Cyan's body. As if not wanting to harbor any regrets, she turned away first, and Cyan also passed her by without any lingering sentiments. Thank you. Even though he was too embarrassed to turn his head after saying that, for Luna, that alone was enough. Suppressing her pounding heart as if going mad, her gaze turned back to Regent's. You are truly foolish, Luna. It endured quite well if it lasted this long. Nevertheless, she endured much longer than expected. Do you really think your actions now are for the sake of the Garam Magic Society? You are doing something you will deeply regret. Despite Regent's outburst, Luna didn't even twitch an eyebrow. You might not be wrong. In fact, I'm still quite conflicted. Whether to go after the senior again. However, Cyan had already left with his attendants. Since she had no intention of letting Regents go just because the seal was broken, Luna once again drew all the mana within her body. It seems the world is full of surprises. I never dreamed of a day like this. What are you talking about? Please keep your eyes on how far the future of the society, which grandfather longed for and desired so much, has grown from now on. Behind her, the 5 elements of different colors were emitting a brilliant glow. Why are you babbling about that now in front of me? Unable to contain his anger any longer, Louisnell suddenly grabbed the knight by the collar and shouted, You're not facing a 1,000,000-strong army, just a mere kid. And what? All of the Emperor's knights have been defeated. Are you trying to joke with me right now? Even if your pathetic neck was split in 2 and hung in front of the gate, would that sober you up? As he had already lost his composure, there was no trace of princely dignity left in him. Sending a vanguard just to capture a 14-year-old boy and having them all annihilated, who would believe such a story? Perhaps maintaining composure itself was impossible. Prince, please calm down. You need to see the reality. Not only us, but the leader of the Garam Magic Society, Regent's Rainriver, has also come here, aiming for that boy. The Garam Magic Society? It was the first time the prince had heard of it. Why are those bastards here? No, maybe this could be a good opportunity. Not satisfied with just coming to the Empire, now they're using magic without permission? If we play our cards right, we could really catch them by the tail from the Garam Kingdom. Louisnell's expression changed drastically. Immediately, mobilize all nearby forces and send them to where he is. I take full responsibility for everything. Not only Cyan Vert, but all the mages from the Garam Magic Society too. Enough, Louisnell. Everyone, including Louisnell, turned their heads at the thunderous reprimand. With sharp eyes, the Chancellor of the Academy, Kundal Quasel, was glaring at him. Behind him were several Academy Knights as well. Even if you can't grasp the situation, there should be a limit. Are you planning to annihilate all the forces we brought along just to catch that boy? Despite being in an official position to execute the mission, Kundal continued his unabashed verbal onslaught against the prince. However, no one dared to intervene against such a storm-like momentum. Louisnell, too, sweated profusely in his bewildered state. Capturing criminals who tarnish the country as the prince of the empire, what's the problem with that? Even if it's just to catch the Garam Magic Society members who appeared out of nowhere. As he retorted, his gaze suddenly turned behind Kundal. He discovered a familiar face and immediately frowned. Why is she here? It was Erin, his younger sister and Cyan's former fiancé. Are you asking his former fiancé to indulge in sentimentality? It's too disappointing, considering it came from the plans of our great-grandfather's head. It's better than your bowl, which can't even catch a mouse with a cow's feet. Kundal showed no sign of wavering and calmly took out a letter from his arms. It was another imperial decree stamped with the emperor's seal. As of now, our academy is participating in the capture of Cyan Vert. As I am here on behalf of His Majesty just like you, if you have any intention of opposing my orders, you should reconsider. Louisnell, facing something unexpected, Louisnell couldn't say anything. If you truly think of the royal family and the empire, throw away all the petty thoughts in your head right now. That's the best course of action you can take in this situation. With a final warning rather than advice, Kundal passed by him without any regrets. After him, Erin and the members of the academy followed suit, leaving Louisnell alone, who stared blankly into the air and let out a bitter laugh. Ha 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 ha. Watching from a not-so-far distance, Ashel, with a meaningful smile, silently left the scene. Why are you doing all this? Erin, who had been silently following behind, suddenly spoke up. What do you mean? The imperial decree you showed to Louisnell. It wasn't sent by His Majesty, was it? You have a keen eye. Manipulating an imperial decree was nothing short of a grave crime, tantamount to impersonating the emperor. Even if he was the former father-in-law highly respected by the emperor, once the truth was revealed, punishment would be inevitable. However, Kundal smiled lightly as if it didn't matter. People tend to feel both the ephemerality and restlessness of life as they grow older. Everything around them may seem trivial, but when they become attached to something, they become extremely anxious. As Erin stood on the threshold of life, she found it difficult to understand. Having lived a considerable life and met many people, I can confidently say that no one has made me as uneasy as him. So, I just want to confirm a little faster, before the moment of death comes unexpectedly. In his formidable yet wistful gaze, Erin felt an indescribable sense of heaviness. Having reached a point where there was no turning back, what was she here for? As her heart began to swell with complicated emotions, Erin hurriedly lowered her head. In the end, all of this was her choice. So she should stand confidently and face the consequences. To be confident not in others, but in herself. As the last gust of the chilly wind blew, the owner of the commotion they had long awaited began to appear. Chapter 170, The Fog That Drives Away the Light. Part 4. Human beings are inherently selfish and cunning creatures. They tend to avoid situations where they incur losses. The only factor that moves such humans is power, be it military, financial, or political power. In the relationship of profit and loss, humans are often led by beings much stronger than themselves. That's what I thought, and that's what I believed. But can I really say that the two people who preceded me are not different from this? They didn't come here to help me under the influence of a specific power. It was their hearts. They came all the way here solely out of the desire to help me, a fellow human being. If you ask me how I feel about it, I'm not sure. It's just strange. Maybe I need more time to understand my emotions right now. As the city's borders drew closer, the number of swords pointed towards me increased. Knights blocking the long road and among them, a familiar face. It was Chancellor Kundal. Did he finally feel restless? Isn't this time too leisurely for him to see my face? But the person next to him was even more surprising. Unlike when I met Set and Luna, there was even a hint of displeasure in her expression. It was Princess Erin, looking at me with a complex and subtle expression. I could understand the Chancellor, but what was this woman thinking when she came here? Did she come to see with her own eyes because she couldn't believe my identity? I couldn't help but find it ridiculous. As the distance between us narrowed, the Chancellor, who had been standing like a statue, lifted his foot and began to approach me. After we were close enough to hear each other's voices, he stopped walking, and I also stopped, meeting his gaze. The Chancellor silently moved his fingers to create a restrictive barrier. After a while, thunder accompanied by lightning began to strike around the periphery of the barrier, as if warning everyone not to approach. "What are you doing?" "Don't worry. You never know when this lightning will blow off your head." The Chancellor responded with a warning laced with a threat. As a follower of the Black Mist, I can somewhat understand why I couldn't find out about you for the past 2 years. I replied in silence. "When did you start hiding there?" My answer remains the same as before. I have no reason to tell you what I was doing or where I was. Contrary to expectations, the Chancellor maintained a firm gaze without any sign of wavering. "I have no intention of making you understand, nor do I have any desire to be understood. You and everyone else there are just insignificant pieces of paper to me. If you hate or despise my existence, that's all. Is that what you want?" I didn't answer. "The day you first saw me, you asked me, what's more important, the prosperity of the empire or the security of the family? Yes. You answered that the academy is more important." Suddenly, it felt paradoxical that someone who values the academy so much is now having this conversation with me. "Do you have time for this? Hurry up and go to the academy to erase all traces of contact with me, if you value the academy so much." As if deeming it unimportant, the Chancellor didn't even respond. What have I gained by forsaking the path of nobility and choosing the life of an educator? Do I need to know? When someone joins any group or organization, the future within it becomes predictable. Whether it turns out well or not, you can judge thoroughly. I understand. So when I, in my previous life, said I would follow the devil and join the Knights of Light, they poured out all sorts of ridicule. The same goes for your sister. Alice wanted to join the Knights of Light, but I didn't approve. I didn't think it was a good place for her. However, I didn't actively discourage her, and as a result, Alice went through something unpleasant. One could argue that I bear a heavy responsibility for watching her future unfold despite knowing what might happen. I don't feel the need to blame myself. Doing something because others told you to is nothing but a flimsy excuse. Ultimately, the results of choices are solely one's own. Both I and my sister know this, so neither of us harbors resentment. Did you voluntarily choose to be in the mist rather than the light? No one forced me. Then I have no right to stop you. As the thunder and lightning, which had been raging fiercely, suddenly ceased, the restrictive barrier surrounding us also dissipated. It wasn't someone else's power that removed it. The Chancellor himself had lifted his power. "Why are you standing there foolishly? If you don't want to be caught by the knights, leave quickly. No one will stop you." "Are you serious?" I asked with a furrowed brow, almost involuntarily. "Didn't you ask me to support your disciples' bright future, although the future may be closer to darkness than brightness?" Although the Chancellor was not known for joking, his eyes showed no trace of falsehood or pretense. "Although it may not be right in my opinion, if it's the right place for you, then it's enough. Despite what I said, it seems that your future in the mist doesn't look so bad." I'm not one to believe in prophecies, but this was an exception to the rule for the Chancellor words. Rather than a place where everyone's praise and admiration are received, a place where everyone's condemnation and scorn are received seems better to me. It wasn't exactly a pleasant remark, but it didn't feel unpleasant either. "You might regret it later. If you do something that you won't regret." Quagigic. For a moment, a gleam flashed before my eyes, and then a bolt of lightning struck down. I quickly stepped back and turned my gaze in the direction where the lightning had struck. "Erg!" The Chancellor, who hadn't managed to avoid it, groaned as he clutched his shoulder. There's no way he would stoop so low as to send a lightning bolt over his own head to catch me. This was clearly not the Chancellor's doing. "What are you doing? All knights, raise the sword of honor. Eliminate that vile creature of the mist." There's always a troublemaker wherever you go. Even though I tried to maintain my composure, the anger and bloodlust mixed in the Chancellor's face were truly remarkable. Louisnul Severus, the first prince of the Empire. The chief commander of the imperial forces who had come to capture me seems to recognize the need for bold decisiveness. He wouldn't hesitate to throw lightning on his grandfather's head. Louisnul? The Chancellor glared at Louisnul with a mixture of rage and malice. I didn't expect much. After all, I hadn't even considered quietly leaving. In the end, such things suit someone like me. SSS, a familiar yet awkward sensation, momentarily froze me in place. Within the bulging eyes, something dark was slowly coalescing. If you were to stop a passerby and ask what it might be, why did the mist suddenly appear? Without a doubt, they would simply call it mist. Wuong, naturally, this wasn't my doing. It wasn't the doing of the leader or any other member of the mist either. No, this wasn't even the power of Eru's mist. It was just something entirely different that looked like mist. Closer to dark magic than mist. Dark magic? I quickly turned my head, trying to sense any trace of Boris's presence that might be there. However, I didn't sense anything that could be specifically identified as Boris. Instead, a much more vile and repulsive energy began to envelop me. It was so repulsive that it made me feel like I was going to vomit involuntarily. There's only one person in this land who can make me feel this way. What should I do, Master? Karam, who had silently appeared with the mist, said with a satisfied smile. It seems our savior, who has just awakened from sleep, is quite angry. Thud, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed in my confused ears. A familiar sensation that my body, not my head, remembered. Just like when the light of the holy sword pierced my heart, it resounded so vividly in my ears. The difference from back then is that now, my face is not filled with despair, but with exhilaration, smiling. I'm not sure what emotion is causing this expression, but it's definitely not based on negative feelings. Otherwise, my body wouldn't be so excited and exhilarated by now. Your Highness, why is there magic over there? Why? That's a question you should ask them, not me. Why are they having a friendly chat when there's a criminal to catch right in front of them? For Louisnul, the well-being of his grandfather was no longer important. Without hesitation, he ordered the knights to march forward. It doesn't matter how many die. As long as we capture him, everything will be resolved, even my tarnished reputation. With no choice but to follow his orders, the knights quickly formed ranks and began to advance. However, just as they were about to do so, SSS strange black mist flowed in from somewhere. Before anyone could grasp the nature of the mist, it gradually coalesced and soon transformed into grotesque figures resembling humans. Startled by the unfamiliar sight, the knights hesitated, and as soon as the numbers of the mist creatures matched theirs, the mist monsters rushed at the knights at lightning speed. In an instant, the scene turned chaotic, and the knights, now in a panic, swung their swords frantically, but Shiik, the monsters were unscathed, as if they were cutting through intangible mist. Beyond confusion, the knights began to be engulfed by fear. What's happening? Your Highness, you must get away. The knights from the academy rushed to protect the dazed Aaron. What? But the Chancellor is still? Kundal, who brought them here, was still by Cyan's side. Although he was currently healing his wounds, he didn't seem to be in as much danger as they were. In fact, it seemed like Cyan was protecting the Chancellor. Aaron realized this. The current situation wasn't caused by Cyan. Although she didn't know the exact circumstances, if things continued like this, Cyan might be falsely accused. Your Highness? With that, Aaron broke free from the knight's protection and rushed forward. She too knew her actions were reckless and foolish, but she acted because she knew that Cyan would never stand idly by. Sure enough, Cyan's face contorted noticeably when he spotted Aaron. Just by looking at his eyes, she could tell that he found her pitiful, if not downright ridiculous. Seeing his reaction, Aaron thought to herself, Cyan wouldn't tolerate someone as foolish and reckless as her. Without hesitation, he would rush forward and grab her hand, not hesitating to call her pathetic. If he saw her, the Cyan she knew would definitely. Swoosh. In an instant, a giant beam of light slashed diagonally across, covering everyone's field of vision. The mist monsters, consumed by the light, lost their strength and disappeared, leaving behind a faint white glow that spread slowly. The people, captivated by the unexpected beauty of the scene, stared in awe. The desire for light and the fear of darkness are undeniable human nature. Suddenly, a mellifluous voice echoed from somewhere, and Erin turned her head. Acknowledging that undeniable nature, we call those who reject it heretics. Just like the one in front of us. A man with golden hair fluttering in the sunlight, but no one saw him as an ordinary person. The Savior. There couldn't be a better term for him to fit into this confusing situation. However, light is equal for all. Just because they reject the light doesn't mean we reject them. If we truly seek salvation, we must embrace even the existence of these heretics. With a gentle smile, the man extended his hand to Erin. "Will you come with me?" In his other hand, he held a divine weapon emitting a brilliant light of salvation. Chapter 171, The Fog That Drives Away the Light. Part 5. Cyan Vert, the eldest son of Duke Vert, the guardian of the continent. For Erin, his first impression was very special. In short, it felt like seeing a god descending from the sky. A charming appearance that any human would fall for, coupled with a gentle smile devoid of malice. He was a significant figure who gave Erin advice for the first time, as she, imprisoned in the palace, couldn't see the world. He told her not to waver no matter what others say, to continue on as a princess with integrity and dignity. To someone unfamiliar, it might seem like sincere advice, but to someone who knows the ways of the world a little, they would realize it's just an illusion, meaningless hope that only sows deceit. At that time, Erin didn't realize this fact and believed in the truth of those words. But now things are different. She is not so weak as to be enchanted by illusions like that smile. What's important to her is not the light of illusions, but the darkness of reality. It's the presence of such darkness that showed her, who was like a frog in a well, the way forward. Swoosh. Erin's gaze shifted from Ashel to something rapidly approaching. Thunk. It was Cyan, who had been looking into her eyes just a moment ago, now rushing over to grab her hand. But Cyan's eyes weren't on Erin. His gaze was fixed on Ashel, who was raising the holy sword with a face filled with excitement, seemingly unwilling to include Erin in that moment. Eek! He pushed her backward. As Erin was pushed back, the knights safely caught her. Clang. As the golden holy sword and the black demonic sword clashed, strong shockwaves spread around. The two men clashing swords seemed destined to meet, showing no expression towards each other. After a continued exchange of blows, Cyan finally withdrew his sword first and stepped back. Upon this, Ashel smiled mysteriously and sheathed the holy sword. Then, without any hesitation or reluctance, he slowly approached Cyan. A being of despair that plunged the world into chaos, and a being of salvation appearing before it. As an unfamiliar emptiness swept through, calming the tense atmosphere around, people watched them face to face, holding their breaths. Their distance had narrowed to less than 3 steps. At this, Ashel broke the silence first. "Do you remember the day we met at the mansion 2 years ago, Cyan?" Cyan remained tight-lipped, not answering. "I can't forget the look in your eyes that day. It was a gaze so intense that it didn't seem human, one I've never seen from my father or even from the Emperor. It made me doubt if you were truly human." Ashel recounted their first meeting at the mansion and conveyed his honest feelings to Cyan. "I admit, I didn't pay much attention to you at first. I didn't care about someone who inherited the Vert lineage but couldn't do anything. But after hearing about your victory against Krantz in the duel and your rescue of the princess on the front lines, my curiosity about you grew. The youngest I knew couldn't possibly possess such vast potential. What could have changed that child? Surely something incredible must have happened to you." Cyan listened silently, still not opening his mouth. "So I approached you with interest. But the more I tried to understand you, the more questions arose. You were like a fog shrouded in the night sky, revealing nothing. It felt like you knew I would approach and had already blocked everything beforehand." Continuing his speech, Ashel suddenly touched his own neck. "Even Princess Violet felt the same about you. She said the entity that pointed at us with a sword at the mansion was you. At that moment, I experienced a sense of powerlessness I had never felt in my life. It wasn't bad, it was intriguing. It was fascinating to think that there was someone in the world who could evoke such emotions in me." Cyan's expression, which had been like a statue, slightly contorted. This world rejects the existence of mist. It's also one of the biggest reasons why you find yourself in this situation now. But I don't want to abandon you, Cyan. In response to his contorted expression, Ashel spoke with an even brighter smile. I won't ask about your past, where you've been, what you've done, or what you've been thinking. What's important is the future, not the past. What you need to do for that future is simply to take my hand. Ashel reached out his hand to Cyan in a very natural gesture. Cyan, your strength can surely be used in many places. For the Empire, for the continent, for humanity, and for me. Like the warm morning sunlight dispelling the dark dawn sky, I will guide you to the path of salvation. Behind Ashel, extending his hand, an unknown golden radiance shimmered faintly. Though Cyan's mouth remained closed, his gaze was fixed on Ashel's hand. An endlessly indifferent but seemingly carefree gaze. He didn't seem to be pondering anything too serious. Ashel waited patiently for Cyan's next move without any urging or prodding. Swish, after a considerable silence, Cyan finally raised his hand. But it wasn't directed toward Ashel's hand. The hand that didn't hold a sword pointed instead to his own pocket. The moment something hidden inside it was revealed to the world. Ashel's face contorted grimly as if crumpling paper. You're making this too complicated. In contrast, Cyan's face, with his mouth still shut, was filled with joy and delight. For a long time, the jewel of the holy sword, which had lost its luster due to not seeing the world, barely maintained a faint glow. Within the dark mist of the demonic sword, which engulfed its surroundings, thud a woman stepped into Karam's space, where mist served as a bed for Karam. Upon noticing her, Karam wore a somehow satisfied smile and said, "You must have slept for a long time, huh? Your skin is so flushed. How about going somewhere to get some care?" Despite Karam's taunting, she didn't respond. She just stared at Karam with a gaze mixed with anger and contempt. It seems like our savior has lost a lot of personality, huh? Why aren't you smiling like before, like a plaster statue? Have you lost the strength to even open your mouth because you're so weak now? Finally unable to bear her anger, the woman shouted with gritted teeth. What have you done, Karam? Karam didn't even raise an eyebrow. Does your plan require throwing this world into chaos? Where did such an absurd successor come from? As if a fierce roar of a beast, her vehement outcry made Karam's space shake slightly. Even if you've lost strength, your spirit seems intact. Huh, was I like this when you used to see me before? They say life is easier when you meet a good master. Seeing you like this, I think that may not be wrong after all. Don't make fun of me. Answer my questions. Either it's you or Eru, unless you pulled off some weird trick, such a perfect successor from the beginning. That's right. He was too perfectly trained, even for me to handle. That's why it's so annoying. Karam's face, which had been smiling, suddenly twisted mercilessly. I have manipulated a woman so perfectly that I am so angry that I am going crazy. Where on earth did such a successor come from? I want to ask too. Where did this little boy come from who makes me so anxious that I can't swallow him? With a slight protrusion of her tongue, Karam's smile returned to her lips. Don't think too hard. Let's just enjoy it slowly as we always have. The successor chosen by your master, crumbling miserably under the successor chosen by me. In the space of the demonic sword, where the dim light of salvation is gradually being swallowed by the bleak mist. Within it, the laughter of the dark mist, filled with delight, echoed widely. This jewel could also be called the source of the power of the holy sword Durandal. On the day when Karam was recovered, I removed this jewel attached to the holy sword, reducing its power to less than half. For something incredibly amusing that would happen later. Why do you make such an expression, brother? Wasn't this what you desired? I don't know how my face looks to others right now, but I am desperately trying to hold back laughter. It's almost unprecedented in my entire life. The stupid face of my dear brother whom I hate so much. Brother, you may wish for this jewel attached to my hand, not my hand. Snap. Unfortunately, I do not wish for that. His gaze was directed not at my eyes, but at my fist holding the jewel. There was once a man. His questioning gaze returned to my face. He was born into a wealthy and prestigious family, but as he was physically and inherently incapable, no one paid him any attention. Suddenly, I wondered if my last face in my past life had been like that. One day, he gained power. The man honed and grew that power obsessively. Eventually, his efforts were recognized, and he entered the service of the person he had so longed for. but what he received in return was a painful betrayal. If I had a mirror in my hand right now instead of a sword, I would immediately hold it up to show. His constant frowning due to his failure to understand the situation is simply ridiculous. The man thought of him as nothing but a disposable item. He didn't even have a small amount of trust, and in the end, the man regretted his entire life, living like a fool and closed his eyes in solitude. What are you talking about? Don't bother to think too hard. If you, who have become my person now, think about what will happen in 30 years, you will understand easily. I don't think it will take that long. My story ends here. Now you must make a choice, brother. A choice? To become a true savior of light, you will need the power of the Holy Sword, and to obtain the power of the Holy Sword, you will need this jewel containing the power of the Holy Sword. So please choose. I slowly bent my waist and leaned my face forward. To kneel before me for peaceful recovery, or to face me once again for forced confiscation. Please choose. O Savior of Light, quivering pupils and trembling lips, truly a sight so rare that even money couldn't buy it. Why do you hesitate? Do you not need this jewel? I kindly provided the options, urging him not to hesitate, yet there was no response. So I silently counted to 3. Perhaps the Savior of Light doesn't need such a useless stone after all. Then I shall just dispose of it. Whoosh! If I had been just 1 second, no, 0.5 seconds slower, it would have been over. He couldn't bear to witness the destruction of the power of the Holy Sword right before my eyes. He desperately drew his sword and tried to slash my body at lightning speed, but at such a snail's pace, it was impossible. It seems you've chosen the latter after all. Must it come to this? Would you rather have kneeled and begged? At least then, the chances would have been greater, albeit more pathetic. All you'll do is regret this, Cyan. Regret. The last regret in my life was when you stabbed my heart. Then I made a decision. I vowed never to let such a gruesome moment happen again. So, now it's your turn to feel it. The feeling of everything you believed in, the world as you knew it, crumbling in an instant. I will ensure that no one tarnishes the reputation of Vert, the guardian of the continent and the savior of light. Very diligently indeed, brother, I murmured softly as I lifted Karam. Shadow, manifestation of the demonic sword. Chapter 172, The Fog That Drives Away the Light. Part 6. It's more than I thought. Given his swordsmanship background, it's needless to say his fundamentals are outstanding, and he's handling the Holy Sword, which he hasn't had for long, quite well. Snap. Of course, just because he's handling it well doesn't mean he can beat me. In the current state, the fated Holy Sword in front of me is not even worth a dull knife. No, considering that the power of the Holy Sword is severely diminished, it might not even be reasonable to expect him to handle it to that extent. Arg! After swinging several times, he stepped back before long. He realized he shouldn't keep clashing like that. He's indeed a clever man. If he's not confident it'll work out, he won't cling stubbornly but will quickly give up. He's someone who doesn't exert effort unnecessarily on things that won't work out. To put it nicely, he's quick to grasp the situation. Realistically, he's quick to give up. But what can you gain by backing off when it's not working? Not even crumbs fall, let alone jewels. Why are you hesitating, the savior who should bring hope to everyone? People are watching. Shouldn't you use that noble holy sword to vanquish me, an evil existence? Ashel stared at me with eyes as hard as stone, without saying a word. It shows the doubt and suspicion in his denying gaze toward me. Should someone like you, who sees the highest place an existence can aspire to, fear a human like me? With that disrespectful mouth of yours, you dare call yourself human. At least I don't try to deny my own existence like you do. Even if not just me, but everyone here sees me not as a human, but as a vile demon, I can proudly say that I'm a respectable human. Power is honest. The more you use it, the stronger you become, and if you don't use it, it will only dull endlessly. If you are truly the savior who will bring light to the world, shouldn't you pioneer your own power rather than relying on the power already perfected? You're denying it. I understand just by looking at your eyes. Do you see it as an unavoidable situation? Do you think I'm just relying on the power of the demonic sword? If you think that you can easily suppress someone like me once you regain the power of the Holy Sword, please reconsider it now. That sounds like you think you're different. I am different. Clearly different. Unlike you, who just seeks to take the given power, I have forged everything myself. Flick! I dropped the karam I was holding in my right hand as if to show it to him. For a swordsman, throwing one's sword at the opponent can be interpreted in two major ways: acknowledgement or mockery. In my case, it's undoubtedly the latter. Even without this demonic sword, it's a highly insulting mockery to think that I can easily overpower someone like you who's wielding the holy sword. Foolish, Cyan? In Ashel's eyes that caught that, a fierce vigor was burning like flames. No matter how deep and vast the darkness may be, it cannot remove the faint gleam that shines. He guided all the mana dormant within him to bequeath it to the holy sword. Your mist cannot remove my light. Cyan, that's how this world is made to be. Contrary to what I thought, that he would just stand there like a statue, he seems to be still trying to do something. Jittingham. An exclamation escaped my lips involuntarily. As he transferred mana from his own body to the holy sword to replenish its lacking power, the reaction from the holy sword lifted Ashel's body into the air. Wings of light spread gracefully on both sides, as if to embrace the sky. The gentle yet dazzling scattering of light reminded me of the appearance of a god descending to earth. Where light leads, truth follows. As a prayer was whispered towards someone watching this spectacle from the sky, a golden radiance akin to the sun emanated from the faded holy sword. Judgment of salvation. The secret technique of the holy sword that adorned the end of the previous life of the demon king, the strongest being of the demon realm. A sacred spectacle that seems impossible for anyone, even humans, to behold without kneeling in awe. Some around me were shedding tears due to their emotions bursting forth. Well, even for me, it's quite a rare and precious sight to see after almost dozens of years, as it's said that there's a clear difference between seeing the same spectacle with knowledge and ignorance. For me now, the sacred, if not noble, secret technique of the holy sword. Kick! Laughter followed my admiration. This is just basic, without even needing to discuss the value of power. A perfect display technique that looks dazzling on the surface, but lacks any real power. It made me feel pity for the demon king, who should have perished even without this worthless sword. Having completed the preparations for judgment, the holy sword advanced towards me without hesitation. Shook at the moment when the tip of the holy sword was about to make contact with my neck. I slightly tilted my head and lightly evaded the holy sword's strike. Snap! I thought about pretending to be hit, but it seemed futile. The tip of the holy sword had already brushed far past my neck, and my left hand was firmly grasping his right hand holding the holy sword. Quack! Groan! As I gently squeezed his hand, he let out a groan of pain. You said the mist couldn't remove the light, didn't you? Claiming that it's unavoidable because the world is made like this is just a feeble excuse. Clang, unable to withstand my strength, he eventually let go of his own hand, and the holy sword he was holding fell to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the aura of the mist hidden within me all this time spread out in all directions, covering up all the scattered light. If the world itself is made like that, then changing that predetermined world is all there is to it. Thud. I grabbed Ashel's neck, writhing in pain, and slammed him to the ground. That's why I'm here now. As I did so, a strange artifact hidden in his embrace fell to the ground powerless. The marionette's doll. It's obvious who gave it to him. He intended to orchestrate a situation to bring me, a being, down to the bottom with such a petty deception. I don't particularly feel angry. It's not worth getting angry over such a thoroughly you-like behavior. I casually picked up the karam stuck beside me and held it against Ashel's neck. The moment he faced karam in front of him, his complexion paled instantly. Are you afraid? Don't worry. The sword of this hatred in my hand will not cut your throat. Why? Because the moment of suffering you should feel has not yet arrived. You, who are you? You must be curious. You must be desperate to know. But you won't be able to know. So you'll keep pondering, suffering, and eventually you'll revolt. You can bury me, calling me an unparalleled villain in the world, or gather mercenaries from across the continent to form an assassination group to kill me. Whatever it is, don't hesitate to use all means and methods available to you. I am prepared to accept anything. As there seemed to be nothing more to do beyond this point, it must be thoroughly prepared. And then despair. When you realize that even after employing everything, you still cannot defeat me, That's when the moment I desired will come to you." Beyond doubt, his eyes, now engulfed in fear and terror, trembled like an earthquake. "You probably don't see me as human anymore. But more importantly than anything else, there's a very important fact that must be engraved in your mind. Don't forget, I am just a mere human living on this land. A very ordinary human who knows and intensely hates your essence. You must clearly remember this point. Unless you surpass me, your truth of reaching the highest place reachable by humans will never be realized. Until then, please be well." With a sincere prayer for him, I rose from my seat without hesitation. People thought. They hoped desperately that the scene unfolding before their eyes was just a dream. Now, even the people of this world are beginning to doubt whether creators have abandoned the human race altogether. Who on earth is this boy named Cyan Vert? After incapacitating dozens of elite knights in an instant, summoning mysterious villains shrouded in mist, and ruthlessly demolishing the savior who appeared to purify them, Cyan no longer seemed like an ordinary human to them. A demon who set foot on this land to bring about the destruction of the world. There seemed to be no other way to explain it. Swoosh, the mist entity, having concluded a deep conversation with his brother, finally rose from his seat. The knights, already devoid of their will, could not stop him from advancing recklessly. Louisnell, who was blinded by the need to restore his prestige, who had moved forward without discrimination, remained silent as if struck dumb, and Kundal, with tense eyes, merely stared at Cyan without attempting to intervene. Everyone else in the way retreated, except for one person who stood firm and blocked Cyan's path. Fists clenched with determination and eyes filled with complex emotions. Aaron stood alone in the middle of the road, silently waiting for Cyan to approach. It was a very short distance, barely a few steps, but to Aaron, it felt like an eternity. Cyan didn't even bother to meet Aaron's gaze. As if it wasn't worth the effort, he continued his indifferent steps without any guard or defense. Finally, when the distance between them was completely closed, at the moment when it arrived unexpectedly and meaninglessly, Cyan's footsteps abruptly stopped. Aaron's right hand firmly gripping his wrist, holding the demonic sword, the moment just before the feelings explode. The trembling, desperate effort to control the emotions just before they exploded was being transmitted directly to Cyan's body. "Do you have something to say?" Cyan opened his mouth first and asked gently. "No, nothing." Questions, inquiries, confirmations. Just a few minutes ago, there were mountains of things she wanted to say, but now they seemed meaningless. Aaron knew that even if she tried to say something, it would be meaningless, as she couldn't even remember what she wanted to say in the first place. "Then please let go. If you're not planning to stop me." Although he could let go himself, Cyan instructed her to release his hand. Although there were no words to say and no power to stop him, Aaron couldn't bring herself to let go of Cyan's hand. "I know it's a meaningless gesture. I know it's foolish." Aaron's voice was so shaky that it could burst into tears at any moment. She was in a terribly anxious state. "I'm really sorry and shameless. Can you grant me one request, Cyan?" At this, Cyan chuckled as if he found her pathetic, but he didn't express any dislike, and his right hand was still held by Aaron. "Any words. Really, any words will do. Advice, insults, anything is fine. Can you just say one word to me?" Not more or less than one word. The content didn't matter. Just the fact that Cyan would say it was important. Aaron desperately wished for another sincere word from him, which might be the last. "Move on." As always, Cyan spoke with an unwavering tone, without a hint of hesitation. "You must never forget the emotions that you harbor in your heart. Don't forget what the helplessness of being unable to do anything can lead to, and continue on the path given to you. So," Cyan closed his eyes slightly, "please make sure that such a being never appears in this world again. This is the last word I can give to the princess." With that, Cyan lightly brushed off Aaron's hand. Cyan's footsteps gradually faded away, but Aaron couldn't turn her head. Not even Brian and Emily, who were cautiously following behind Cyan, could bring themselves to meet her eyes. Not meeting her eyes was the least they could do for her. Swoosh, the tears that had been barely held back finally burst, streaming down her cheeks hotly. Unable to show that sight to Cyan, Aaron simply sobbed desolately, gazing at the indifferent sky. That's how Cyan, like the mist that appeared and disappeared without warning, he abruptly left Aaron's side. Chapter 173, Those Left Behind, Part 1. Did you hear about it? Not long ago, after the incident in Exilium, there was a huge event in Brenu as well, right? You're just hearing about it now. Your news sure is slow, isn't it? Residents who finished their day's work gathered at a tavern to relieve their fatigue. From the mouths of dozens of people, a common story emerged. Who would have thought? That 14-year-old noble, who had just emerged from his diapers, was actually the fearsome assassin of the mist. As usual, rumors tend to exaggerate and embellish. Assassins of the mist, black magician who summoned the devil dragon in Exilium, owner of the demonic sword that supposedly claim 100 souls with a single swing. Rumors about Cyan Vert, the youngest son of the Vert family, spread uncontrollably day by day. Thank goodness, at least. Apparently, the legendary wielder of the Holy Sword himself appeared to capture him. They say he surrendered to the power of the Holy Sword and fled in disgrace, perhaps. Is this guy so naive that he doesn't know how the world works? Does he still not know that it's all a fact spread by the royal family to conceal the truth? What do you mean? The incident happened right in the middle of the street. How many people, not just the prince, but also the ordinary folks who witnessed the scene, do you think there were? They all say that just one boy faced the entire army. Even the wielder of the Holy Sword. The eyes of those listening to the story around them widened. And no way, right? How could everything be handled by one person? Wanna bet. Do you know what kind of stories are circulating among the information merchants of the continent? Oh, there's no need, huh? Just run to Brenu from here and ask anyone you meet. They'll spill everything. Just then, the tavern owner started posting new wanted posters from the knights on one side of the bulletin board, including the wanted poster for Cyan Vert they were talking about. He dared to commit such a great deed with such a handsome face. Who else? Those noble families, I tell you, their words are like poison. Count Vert, of course, and wasn't his daughter supposed to be incredibly beautiful? The pretty sister ended up with a huge nail in her busty chest. Just by looking at him, you'd think he'd collapse if you touched him. A tall man looking at Cyan's wanted poster stroked his beard and said, "Why, don't you know? If we catch that kid, won't they marry us off to their daughter?" Ha ha. As the conversation of the three men turned sour, a woman with navy blue hair sitting at the bar table got up from her seat. "Thank you for the meal." After settling the bill, as she left the tavern, the three men stared intently at her retreating figure. "Wow, did you see her face? It's been a long time since I've seen such a stunning beauty." "Darn it. Shouldn't we have talked to her at least? It feels like a waste to just let her go." "Arg, thank goodness she didn't run away at the sight of your face." In the midst of the three men's banter, their chatter suddenly stopped. The woman with navy blue hair, who they thought had left, was now standing in front of their table. They blinked in confusion, and just then the tall man spoke with an ominous smile. "Why, miss? Did you say the drinks were not enough?" Bang! With a deafening noise, the man's head hit the table. What's going on?" Bang! Bang! Startled, the other men stood up one by one, but they too succumbed with a deep kiss to the table. Crushed by an unimaginable force, they couldn't even feel the urge to resist, let alone stand up, and they all ended up foaming at the mouth and fainting. "Ha!" The woman, who still seemed irritated, sighed deeply. She handed a thick purse to the owner who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. "I'm sorry for causing a disturbance. Please accept this as compensation." For a woman who had just subdued 3 grown men effortlessly, her face was unbelievably beautiful and graceful. With an unexpectedly welcoming face, the stunned owner couldn't even utter a word. The woman, who was about to leave abruptly, stopped in front of the bulletin board where wanted posters were posted once again. As if she was about to scrutinize someone's wanted poster. Swish! She swiftly tore off the wanted poster of Cyan Vert, which was prominently displayed, and left the tavern just like that. Like a storm that passed, leaving behind calm waves, the tavern was filled with silence. Leaving the tavern and turning the corner of the alley, the woman leaned against the wall weakly before finally sitting down. Amidst her gasping breaths, a faint sob could be heard. Perhaps reluctant to shed tears, she tightly gripped the wanted poster she held in her hand. "Cyan." Soon, regaining her composure, she stood up and resumed her journey. The direction she headed was towards the north, where the chilly wind blew. Towards the unfamiliar land where she, as a human, might not be welcomed, Alice, the daughter of the Vert family, set out with firm steps. In the office of the Garam Magic Society, where the iridescent magic stones shimmered brightly. 2 weeks had passed since the Brennu incident, and the work to resolve the situation was proceeding busily. Foreigners from another country causing a commotion with magic on the land of the Empire. This was a very sensitive and significant event that could potentially lead to war between the Ushif Empire and the Garam Kingdom. The compensation demanded by Prince Louisnul is surprisingly large. It seems a bit unreasonable for us to bear this burden entirely. The royal family doesn't seem willing to provide any support. It doesn't matter. We can cover it all with the funds we collected during the Oram expedition. Just pay without objection and be done with it. Regions, as if it didn't matter as long as the situation was resolved, instructed to proceed as is. What about Luna? He then immediately inquired about his granddaughter's whereabouts. She's in the Society's laboratory. The laboratory? Regions furrowed his brow at the unexpected location. Yes. Since fully recovering from the injuries suffered in Brennu, she seems to spend almost all her time in the laboratory. I heard she even warned not to approach her unless it's something important. Regions stood up abruptly. He headed straight for the Garam Magic Society's laboratory, where Luna was said to be. Ignoring the greetings of the society members, he opened the firmly closed door of the laboratory. As soon as he opened it, "You've come." Grandfather, Luna, who was there, greeted him with the usual indifferent tone. Her gaze was not on Regions, but on the various tools in the laboratory. "What have you been doing all this time?" "As you can see, I've been examining the facilities and other research materials in the laboratory. I'm focusing on things related to the experiments to be conducted on me in the future." Regions showed considerable confusion at her unusual behavior. Nevertheless, Luna took out a piece of paper without explanation, filled it densely with something, and handed it to Regions as if to show him. "This is a revised plan for the experiments to be conducted. Please review it and proceed as is." Regions looked at her suspiciously. "Why are you suddenly doing this?" "I think it's necessary to adjust materials such as magic crystals and powders we used before. Please check the suppliers again. If you confirm the ones I wrote down, you'll be able to procure high-quality items." "Because of that, boy?" Luna couldn't bring herself to deny it. "While you were unconscious, I checked your physical condition. Your heart curve disappeared." "You checked well. It's probably what that boy did. It wasn't intentional. Honestly, I still don't know why Cyan Sr. did it." Luna shrugged as if it was nothing. "I admit it. Your abilities that day far exceeded my expectations. I won't say that it was thanks to the Academic Society's experiments. I know that in addition to what you have accomplished yourself, that boy has had a great influence. Even if your current magic grade is not at the level of a 7th grade, it's at least above 6th grade, nearly reaching a level similar to a 7th grade." Luna remained silent for a moment. Regions, unlike usual, patiently waited for her to speak. "Indeed, I felt the wall that day. It wasn't an exaggeration to say it was the most reckless thing I've ever done in my life, considering everything I've done since I was born." That day, Luna, who had sent Cyan away from the society members, exerted all her strength to stop Regions. However, it was impossible for her alone to bear the magical power of the Garam Magic Society's leader and 9th grade grandmaster. Thanks to Regions' concern for her, he withdrew his power at the last moment. Otherwise, she might have been unconscious for days due to severe injuries that would have made manifesting mana itself impossible for a while. "Whether you hear it as such or not, I think I saved you that day, grandfather." "What do you mean?" "If you and Senior Cyan had really fought that day, grandfather, you wouldn't exist in this world right now." Regions' pupils shook greatly. Not only grandfather, but no human in this world could have dealt with Senior at that time. In fact, it's not just grandfather, but all the society members present there. I saved them. Luna's eyes still had an undeniably sincere look, the true essence of power she confirmed when embracing Cyan's body for the last time. It was so immense and incomprehensible that it was almost impossible for a human to possess it. I don't think that power was solely based on the sword of the god called demonic sword. There must have been Senior's relentless efforts to complete that power. Beyond merely liking Cyan Vert as a man, she was now more interested in the origin and value of the power he possessed. Magic has been the driving force and survival tool that made weak humans the rulers of this land, right? But when I felt Senior's power, I realized we humans are still far from ruling this land as its true masters. In her eyes, the heavy figure of Cyan enveloped in mist was vividly visible. Just as the society has been exploiting the notion of the future of humanity, I also plan to use the society under the same pretext from now on. Regions was deeply perplexed, but it didn't feel entirely bad. The eyes of his granddaughter that he was seeing now were the eyes of a true human, burning with determination to achieve a goal. "Let's go, grandfather. It will be a very interesting journey." A faint smile adorned Luna's lips. Chapter 174, Those Left Behind. Part 2. Is that the end? It is. At Kundal's grand gesture, an uncomfortable cough escaped from the investigator's lips. It's fine to grant the boy the royal crown in the name of His Majesty, the Emperor Dion. However, according to some instructors and students, it has been said that Cyan Vert has been granted leniency, not receiving disciplinary actions even for skipping classes, in addition to having regular meetings with the Chancellor. Surely, there must be a reason for this. I would appreciate it if you could enlighten me on this matter. The investigator sought to inquire about the relationship between the two that had been ongoing within the academy. However, he wasn't an ordinary lad, that's why. There's no further reason. So, the Chancellor knew nothing about Cyan. Is that what you mean? Kundal looked at the investigator with a subtle smile. No matter how many days you interrogate me, you won't get the answer you seek. But still, I'll tell you one thing. Don't approach him with half-hearted intentions. If you really want to catch him, perhaps the entire empire, no, the whole continent should unite. Under Kundal's relaxed demeanor, the investigator felt somewhat pressured and shrunk his shoulders. The investigation concluded blandly, and Vice-Chancellor Satwell entered the empty Chancellor's office. Approximately 30% of the entire student body has declared leaves of absence or withdrawals. It doesn't seem like it'll be resolved as quickly as the banquet incident. It's inevitable. Well, let's have each facility inspected during this opportunity. Although he spoke as if it were a trivial matter, this was the greatest crisis the Academy had faced since its establishment. The periodic meetings and leniency between the head of the Academy and the worst criminal in the Empire had caused significant backlash, even among the students and nobles. In due time, everything will return to normal. However, it shouldn't be the same as before when that time comes. Kundal unfastened the brooch on his chest and placed it on the desk. From now on, you will be in charge of this academy, Satwell. Satwell jumped up in protest. Chancellor, there's no need to make such a sudden decision. Even so, this academy still has. If you know it's time to leave but don't leave, then it's not affection but mere sentimentality. My role here ends at this point. Kundal lightly dismissed Satwell's protest and stood up from his seat. Where is Erin? She should be in the academy training grounds. I see. Without delay, he headed straight to where Erin was. The training grounds of the academy were quieter than usual. Hiya! In the center, Erin wielded her wooden sword, emitting a somewhat urgent aura. But there was something peculiar about her movements. Instead of simply practicing swordsmanship against the air, she repeatedly swung her wooden sword towards a large, solid-looking rock. It seemed reckless and foolish, but in Erin's eyes, there was a strong determination to break it. The knights, including Resimus, could only watch her with pity, unable to intervene. Approaching Erin, Kundal asked her, "What are you doing?" "As you can see, I'm swinging my sword to break the rock." Before Kundal could respond with a remark about her recklessness, the wooden sword broke with a loud noise. But Erin didn't hesitate for a moment. She immediately picked up another wooden sword and repeated the same action. Already, her hands were stiffening from the blood flowing, hardening firmly. "Why are you doing this?" "To move forward." "Did Cyan tell you to do this?" Whether she couldn't answer like that or not, Erin relentlessly swung the wooden sword. "Just moving forward isn't enough. I know that nothing will come of it without strength. I'll hesitate and falter without strength." Thunk! The reckless strikes yielded nothing but meaningless pain. Despite the surging pain, Erin continued to grimace but never gave up. "I need strength, the impossible strength to break rocks with this insignificant wooden sword. The world doesn't move solely by strength. I know, but without even that level of strength, I won't be able to do anything." let alone face Cyan again. The state of turning the impossible into possible. Erin thought that without reaching that state, she couldn't face Cyan confidently, neither as a princess nor as a woman. I don't know when it will happen. Perhaps it may never come, but if the moment of meeting Cyan again comes someday, she choked up momentarily, unable to finish her sentence. I will catch him then. As if trying to suppress the surging emotions, she tightened her grip on the wooden sword in both hands. I will catch him and save myself. She closed her eyes tightly, trying to hold back the flowing tears, because she wouldn't shed foolish tears anymore. To confidently face the moment of reunion, whenever it might be, Erin began swinging the wooden sword again. At the rear camp of the western border of the Empire, in the territory of Velias, Senior Knight Yulkin kneeled before Duke Vert, reporting to him. Is the content written in this letter all indisputable facts? Well, we'll need to conduct our own investigation on our side, but for now, the announcements sent by the palace to each territory, including Velias, are identical to what you've received. Beside Duke Vert, there lay the wanted poster with Cyan's name written in bold red letters. I see, you may leave. Yulkin left the room without saying another word. Ha! A deep sigh of anguish escaped the Duke's lips. To think that his youngest son, whom he thought was simply talented, was actually part of a group following the Black Mist. What did that young boy know to go to such an unforgivable place? The Duke couldn't understand it at all, and it wasn't just his youngest son. The second child, whose whereabouts are unknown after quitting the Knights of Light. His third, whose life or death couldn't be confirmed. Even the eldest, who went to Brenu to stop the youngest but returned with severe psychological trauma. Where did it all go wrong? His children, whom he thought would follow the family's ideals, were all drifting away. The father's heart, watching over this, felt like it was crumbling. The Duke was deeply perplexed. Meanwhile, the Duke sensed something unsettling and abruptly rose from his seat. Grabbing his sword hastily, he exited the chamber, scanning his surroundings and quickly detecting the source of the disturbance. Your Grace, where are you going all of a sudden? Don't follow me. With that command, the Duke swiftly dashed towards the direction of the ravine. It felt highly unfamiliar, yet strangely familiar at the same time, a sensation he had encountered before. Following the aura, Duke Vert continued deeper into the unknown depths of the ravine, unsure of what awaited him. Along the way, the scent of demonic beasts, as if freshly killed, permeated the air. Eventually, he arrived somewhere within the ravine. Here, there was no sense of life amidst the silence. Unperturbed, the Duke stared straight ahead with a candid gaze. Upon further contemplation, he realized this place was quite familiar. It was the same spot where, a few years ago, the carcass of the elite beast, Deathworm, was discovered, a rare sight even at the entrance of the ravine. This was the place where the elusive presence, shrouded in black mist, believed to have slain the Deathworm, was encountered. Duke Vert drew his sword silently, aiming it forward. In the desolate ravine devoid of vitality, as the mist swirled before him, it gradually began to transform into the eerie form of a humanoid figure. What is the reason for summoning me here? The Duke spoke as he gazed at the mist. Almost as if finally realizing the presence before him, a faint expression of disappointment appeared on his face. If you have come here to defend yourself, you must abandon such thoughts. Even if you are a child born from my bloodline, you should not be where you don't belong. I have always thought of you as being full of regret. A familiar voice echoed from within the black mist like an echo. Wrapped in the noble ideals of our family's legacy, the so-called guardianship of the continent is nothing but endless sacrifices for others. You have valued the hollow reward of honor and forced sacrifices onto your children. What are you talking about? That's as far as it goes. Someone had to do it, and if one had strength and ability, they shouldered the burden even more. But there is a part that I truly cannot comprehend. As the gaze of the mist, which had been directed towards the empty space, finally met the Duke's eyes, a strong tremor ran through the hand holding the sword. Why did you obsess over the eldest? Why did you impose further sacrifices on other children, as if the eldest were everything to the world? At the time, it seemed natural, but I can't understand it now. Drops of sweat formed at the tip of the Duke's chin, his heart pounding nervously. But I no longer wish to entertain doubts. How can I understand your heart when I, as a human being, cannot even understand myself? but please understand this much. Finally, the fog surrounding his being completely disappeared, revealing his hidden true self. If you want your children to bring about the peace on the continent that you so desire, a fleeting moment that felt like an eternity. The sound of swallowing dry saliva resonated clearly from within his body. Please let us go. Just as you do your duty, I will do mine for myself. You don't need to offer any help or concern. Furthermore, you don't need to trust me. The word trust carried an unusually strong sense of determination. The Duke didn't even consider opening his closed lips to respond. Then, farewell, father. With those words, the mist enveloped the boy's body once again. Soon after, without a trace, he disappeared, leaving behind only the hollow wind swirling in the place where the boy had been. Chapter 175. The path forward in extra-dimensional space shrouded in black mist. Clack clack amidst the sacred aura permeating the space, the unfamiliar sound of a woman's footsteps echoed. Seated at the altar, Eru smiled as he spotted the approaching woman from across the aisle. We have a guest from the divine realm after a long time. A dignified woman with flowing hair, walking confidently, approached, her gaze fixed upon the owner of the space, and she too smiled subtly. It seems there's something off about your visit, isn't it, Aquanis? Did I come here because I wanted to? Still, it must mean that man sent me as a sign of some caution towards you, right? The woman approached Eru with a relaxed smile. Despite being in exile, you look quite pleasant, don't you? Are you getting used to being in charge? It's not like you came to inquire about my well-being, did you? Well, when you put it like that, it seems rather formal, doesn't it? Then let me get straight to the point. The woman handed Eru a white envelope. Are they still using such crude methods in the divine realm? He's a man who dislikes change, but what can I do? Eru tore open the envelope and read its contents slowly, his expression initially neutral, but soon a strange smile formed on his lips. Are you planning to assert your dominance in the divine realm? In other words, it means that we will more boldly erase your traces. As an exile, it's not my place to say, but other gods may not take kindly to it, do they? They might find it more annoying than pleasing. After all, we don't have as much interest in creatures like you or Lumendal. The woman, casually sitting on the altar, crossed her legs naturally. Then, leaning forward, she looked at Eru with a secretive glance. Although I said that, the trends among the gods are changing these days. Even Lord Sabulum, who usually remains aloof, has possessed a young creature several times. That says it all, doesn't it? You seem to have quite an interest despite claiming otherwise, the woman said, covering her mouth with her hand. It seems I can't keep up with your understanding of women's hearts, can I? Actually, I'm thinking of having some fun myself now. I've taken an interest in a certain child lately. For someone who always seemed to observe from afar, you seem surprisingly interested. I can't just watch others play forever. It's more fun to participate, isn't it? Like a child with newfound curiosity, the woman's eyes sparkled. Let me give you one piece of advice. Eru spoke with a heavy tone, causing the atmosphere to solemnize. The corners of her mouth drooped slightly at his unusually serious demeanor. Don't assume that just because you've chosen a creature, they'll obey your every word. The woman's eyebrows twitched slightly. These creatures, created in our image, might act unexpectedly. You never know when or where they might act out, so always be cautious and watch over them. Keep my words in mind, O goddess of the azure waters. Thud thud, while the unusual conversation between the two continued, another set of footsteps could be heard at the end of the corridor. There's an unsettling vibe from those footsteps. Since there's no need for me to reveal my face, I'll just step aside. She rose from the altar and turned around. Please don't disappear and live on for a long, long time so we can meet again. Eru, with a wink of ambiguous meaning, she vanished from the space without a trace. Watching her disappear, Eru shook his head as if weary. As I walked absent-mindedly, I felt a strange energy coming from the direction of the altar. No guests were supposed to come to this cursed shrine, right? Feeling somewhat puzzled, I approached the altar, but the only one there was Eru, standing alone as if waiting for me with those eyes. Why are you looking at me like that? Someone might think you were with a woman, huh? You're just hanging out? Karam muttered under her breath, unable to even joke about it. You seemed so confident that you would end it coolly, but your face doesn't seem so cheerful now. Did you not like the outcome? The outcome itself was more than satisfactory. It was just that the process was a bit unsatisfactory. Didn't I tell you? Through your touch, countless others may return and reach out to you again. Whether you wanted it or not, you have received their kindness. It sounds like you intended it somehow. I merely spoke based on my experience. Eru responded calmly, raising an eyebrow. So, what now? Having stepped out of the fence that protected you and into the uncertain flames, there will be no land for you to stand on this earth where you can feel comfortable. Isn't that the same for you? You, too, plan to hide and live in the extra-dimensional space like me, don't you? Well, that's right. He responded with a shrug. I don't know if I felt this way in my previous life when you were there, but I probably said the same thing. Inappropriately, he spoke with a serious look. I don't want to strongly advise you on the path you're taking. It's because of that path that I am who I am now, but I have no regrets. Even if I were to go back to that time, I believe I would make the same choice without a doubt. I understand. You would make the same choice even if you had to regress 100 times. Sometime, you'll reach the final moments of your life again. When that moment comes, I hope you won't regret your current decisions, regardless of the outcome. Whether it's a happy ending or a bad one, don't regret the path you've chosen. It's a very obvious thing to say, but it's not easy to keep. But even if the path I'm taking goes against the flow of this world, it doesn't matter. Because I'm not the type to care about that in the first place. I believe the path I'm taking is the truth. What on earth are you doing, Violet? Louisnell was furious, like an erupting volcano. In front of him sat Violet, stroking her lips with her fingers and smiling. Don't be so angry, dear brother. Didn't I tell you before? I'll help you let go of everything and rest comfortably. Behind her stood several senior knights clad in pristine armor. Louisnell couldn't understand the current situation. While still not returning to the palace, to intercept the compensation he was supposed to receive from the Garam Magic Society. His younger sister suddenly appeared with senior knights surrounding him. You were planning to receive quite a sum of compensation from the Garam Magic Society this time, weren't you? You're really capable, dear brother. How much were you planning to receive to even think of intercepting it? What are you talking about? Embezzling the royal property is a serious crime that cannot be tolerated, even if that person is a member of the royal family. Although you've done quite similar things before. This time, even His Majesty won't let it slide, right? With both hands on her hips, Violet stretched her neck forward. Louisnell trembled all over as if he had seen a grotesque monster. What do you intend to do to me? I don't intend to harm you. Don't worry, you can just go somewhere other than the palace, to a very quiet place where no one's hand will reach you. As if telling her not to say absurd things, Louisnell jumped up and shouted. You've finally crossed the line. Do you really think you'll get away with this? Even if I can't do anything to you right now, my followers won't let you off. I guarantee they won't let you go for even 3 days. Even in the midst of such a situation, Violet sighed, as if in distress at the confident assertion. As Ashel said, I never thought you couldn't see the situation to this extent as my brother. As a sibling, it's something I can't even laugh at. Whose words? Why Ashel to you? Amidst the not-so-peaceful conversation between siblings, a man entered with a creaking sound. Ashel? Louisnell's face brightened suddenly upon spotting him. You came just in time. These insignificant people here are trying to harm me. Let's go back to our true form. His face turned stiff like a rock as soon as he saw Ashel standing next to Violet, who brought knights to harm him. Confident as always, Ashel smiled warmly at him, and the knights showed no sign of enmity. Ashel, what's the meaning of this? Louisnell knew exactly what this meant. There's no need for you to look at me with such shocked eyes, Your Highness. Just explain. Why are you with Violet instead of me? Seeing Louisnell already losing his senses, Ashel spoke calmly. Do you know when people truly experience significant growth? What? It's when they reach the bottom of despair called rock bottom. If Your Highness truly desires to reign as the center of light, you must experience the darkness of the abyss firsthand. What are you saying? Why should I fall into the abyss? I am Prince Louisnell, always reigning at the top, commanding you all? Exactly. Ashel nodded satisfactorily. Reveling in the past glory to deny the given reality. It's exactly the image of Your Highness that I wanted. Louisnell's face began to contort like crumpled paper. Fear and despair, then overcome them. If you are a prince, surely you can do it. thump, no words came out, the bottom of despair, which he thought he would never touch in his life. Reaching such a terrible place was beyond words, so dreadful it couldn't be described. With a drooping face, Louisnell left the room under the escort of the knights. To experience growth, one must experience the darkness of the abyss. What a nice saying. Have you experienced that darkness through this incident, Sir Ashel? Even with a somewhat malicious question, Ashel maintained his unwavering smile. Do you know what you must do first to escape the abyss? Violet tilted her head. It's acknowledging and recognizing the situation you're in. Only then can you see what you need to do. Approaching the window, Ashel looked up at the night sky with a determined heart. Stars always shining brightly in the same spot, and an indifferent black fog hanging between them. If you didn't clear away the fog, the brilliantly shining star would end up being nothing more than an invisible illusion. If science says so. Do everything you can, so that's what I plan to do. What do you mean? I mean doing something that no one has ever done or even thought of. Cyan said he knows my true nature, but I wonder how much he really knows about me. I'm filled with curiosity and anticipation. Ashel smiled excitedly like a child looking forward to the future. People later called the incident in Brennu the day the mist unveiled the light. The worst day that no one wished for and not even expected. From that worst day, 7 years have passed. Chapter 176, The Black-Haired Demon, Part 1. Western territory of the Garam Kingdom, Uedo. Though it is a somewhat remote and barren land surrounded by rugged mountain ranges, this place is one of the most populous cities in the kingdom. The reason lies in the nearby mines. The mana stone buried here contains a large amount of mana, close to the amount of mana possessed by an average person, and was a valuable item that was considered of the highest quality even on the continent. Therefore, under the leadership of the Royal Institution, in collaboration with the Garam Magic Society for the past few years, continuous mining has been conducted primarily for research purposes to advance the nation's magic, rather than exporting to other countries, mostly including the Ushif Empire. Of course, not all mined mana stones were entirely sent away. There were always thieves trying to steal from places where valuable treasures accumulated. This place was no exception. The processed mana stone amounts to about 1.2 tons, and the mana crystals that do not require processing are about 0.3 tons, showing an increase of about 10% compared to last month. It seems increasing the workforce has paid off. Lord Vince of Uedo, reading the mining report, smiled with satisfaction. About 80% of these have already completed transportation preparations and are scheduled to be sent to the Garam Magic Society, while the remaining 20% are in the warehouse. At this rate, it wouldn't hurt to extract more, focusing on mana crystals that don't need processing, maybe an additional 3%. Excuse me, but wouldn't that leave room for suspicion in various ways? Suspicion? Then eliminate that suspicion. We still have some time until transportation day, so schedule additional overtime to compensate for what's stolen. But that might cause dissatisfaction among the workers. Vince took out a fist-sized mana crystal from the desk drawer. I'm not here to worry about that, am I? That's your job, not mine. I will follow your orders, my lord. The knight who received the mana crystal brightened up instantly. Vince immediately got up and headed to the mining site. Born into a merchant family, he had ample experience in business from a young age, typical of nobles who bought their titles with money rather than noble blood. The reason he was entrusted with the Uedo mine, which could be considered a key industry of the royal family, despite not being of pure blood, was solely due to his abilities. He knew better than anyone how to efficiently operate the mine, and the recent month's surge in production volumes had proven his capability. His motto was the proportionality of labor and production. The more one worked, the more minerals were mined. However, he didn't care much about the convenience of the laborers who actually fulfilled this. Employing mercenaries from all over the continent to create an oppressive atmosphere and preemptively blocking any potential dissatisfaction, he strictly focused on increasing the mining output. Vince's gaze suddenly fell on a man while surveying the site. Who's that? It was a young man with sturdy bones and a robust physique, with black hair, who seemed quite capable even in rigorous tasks. He's a newcomer from another region. Despite the demanding tasks, he's handling them quite smoothly without any complaints. He's doing the workload of at least 2 or 3 people alone. His sharp features seem more fitting for wielding a sword than a pickaxe. Vince, showing considerable interest, stroked his chin while observing him. Cough. In the meantime, a laborer brought by the estate's knights suddenly approached Vince. "My lord, I have a report. We caught a laborer stealing mana crystals from the mining site a while ago." Lowering his head, the knight handed a mana crystal the size of a thumbnail to Vince. "Stealing mana crystals?" Vince's stern gaze immediately turned to the laborer who stole the crystal. I have committed a grave sin, my lord." The laborer bowed his head to the ground, prostrating himself until his hands became feet. As Vince toyed with the crystal in his hand, he soon squatted down and locked eyes with the laborer. "What were you planning to do with this?" Struggling to lift his head, the laborer showed tears as he pleaded. "Please forgive me. My daughter at home is sick because we couldn't afford food. As a father, I couldn't bear to see my daughter suffering. She got sick because you couldn't afford food, so you thought stealing and selling the crystals would provide for your daughter's health." "Yes." A brief silence followed the answer. When the laborer, puzzled by the lack of response, raised his head, "Keck!" Vince burst into a bitter laugh as if incredulous. "Even though I may be called a tyrant lord who burdens you with a lot of work, I have my own pride. I have never thought of giving you unfair compensation." Despite the notorious reputation of the Uito mine for its brutal workload, there was never a shortage of labor, mainly due to the handsome rewards that covered the grueling labor. "But seriously, she got sick because you couldn't afford food? Don't you know how valuable this mana crystal is?" Vince thrust the mana crystal he held directly in front of him. "Well, you probably have no idea. If you knew the value of this crystal, you wouldn't have even thought of stealing it. Why? Because you would naturally realize that you're dealing with something beyond your means." The laborer's face gradually filled with despair as he listened to the conversation. "Now, tell me with your own mouth, what happens under the jurisdiction of the territory's law if you steal minerals from the mine?" The laborer, lips trembling, seemed unable to speak, only shaking his head. "I'll ask one more time. What happens if you're caught stealing minerals from the mine?" The laborer is stripped of his status, and all property of the household is confiscated. Male family members become slaves directly under the mine's jurisdiction, and female family members. Unable to continue, the laborer once again bowed his head to the ground. I will do anything you ask. I'll dedicate my life to it, so please spare my family." Thud. The response to the unreasonable plea was an indifferent kick. Brushing his hands, Vince stood up and turned away as if there was nothing more to see. As the knights tried to restrain the laborer and take him away, sensing that he was cornered, the laborer pushed them away and made a desperate attempt to flee. However, his escape was short-lived as he was caught without much effort. Thud, thud. The reckless escape attempt was met with ruthless violence. Watching the scene, Vince shook his head with indifference. If you risk your family's safety to satisfy your selfish desires, you must pay the price. Without any remorse, Vince was about to leave the scene when thunk. Suddenly, he felt a threatening presence behind him and turned his head immediately. Why resort to such brutal beatings if you plan to use them as mine slaves? Right in front of the laborer who stole the crystal, a man grabbed the arm of a knight who was about to swing a club. Some of the knights flinched at the fierce aura emanating from the man's blade-like gaze. "Why can't you let this go?" The knight struggled to free his arm, but instead of releasing it, the man held it firmly as if it were shackles. There was no hint of hesitation in his small change of expression, indicating he wasn't afraid of what might happen next. "That's enough. Let go." Vince raised his hand, gesturing to stop. At this, the man finally released the knight's hand. The knight shot the man a sharp look before taking the laborer and leaving the scene. Returning to his original position, the man resumed his work without any hesitation. No matter how you look at it, he doesn't seem like someone who would wield a pickaxe. As if discovering an uncut gemstone, Vince observed the man with great interest. After the nighttime work that extended into twilight had ended, in the deserted workshop just before dawn. Despite being a space that should have been empty until the morning shift began, a tall, black-haired man stood in a corner of the workshop. To an observer, it might seem like he was working overtime alone. But due to the nature of always working in pairs or more, solo work was unheard of in the Uito mine. If anyone associated with the mine were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly suspect that something undesirable was happening. Clap, clap, clap. When unexpected applause rang out from behind, the man turned his head. I was a merchant before I became the lord of this land. Traveling around the continent and doing business, I've met many people. There, Vince, the lord of Uito, appeared with numerous armed knights in tow. When you meet various people while working, sometimes you encounter those with remarkable abilities. People usually call such encounters fate, but I didn't think so. Despite Vince's verbose explanation, the man didn't bat an eyelash. After penetrating through countless possibilities and coincidences, you happen to come across me. I don't know if it's because I've lived the life of a merchant and become suspicious, but I never believed in fate. I thought every encounter was always a calculated act with a purpose. The same goes for you, Cyan. Dozens of knights led by Vince soon surrounded the man. Surely, the name you're using is an alias. Upon investigation, I found that you've been quite active as a mercenary, not only in the kingdom of Garam but also in Ushif and Spania. What's your point? Seemingly reluctant to hear more, he raised an eyebrow as he asked. If you're a veteran with many years of experience, it might be understandable. But for a rookie who's just starting to smell like a man to give up everything and come to this mine to do labor, wouldn't it seem strange to anyone? Vince's gaze was directed towards the mana crystal concealed tightly in the man's fist. Speak, why did you come here? Unlike the daytime loafer, you must know the value of that crystal. What were you planning to do with it? Or was that crystal just a bait to lure me out? Despite Vince's repeated questions, the man remained silent. It seems you simply have nothing to say. Then I have no choice but to force you to speak. With a signal, the knights who surrounded the man rushed forward at lightning speed, but thud. As if he anticipated their movements, the man effortlessly subdued them all with a single punch. Indeed, you seem to possess a skill worthy of recognition. The man's eyes had turned into a vibrant shade of red. As if welcoming his gaze, one of the knights who stood next to Vince stepped forward. At a glance, it was clear that the opponent's physique was overwhelmingly superior. In response, the man raised his fist first, but thunk, it was futilely blocked by the knight's outstretched hand. Swish. However, the man didn't hesitate and immediately leaped up, executing a spin, and kicked the knight's head with his right foot. Thud. The cheerful sound of impact confirmed the successful hit. A faint smile formed on the man's lips, and just as the disoriented knight was about to slump backward helplessly, I expected this. With a chilling remark, the knight thrust his face forward. Thunk. Then, he grabbed the man's leg and mercilessly struck downward from side to side like delivering kicks, causing the man to not only resist but also unable to scream. Cough. Gradually, blood gushed out of the man's mouth, sprawled on the ground. Watching this, Vince clicked his tongue as if he found it pathetic. Weak. I expected you to show a bit more. The situation ended too blandly, without even unpacking everything that had been prepared. The man, unable to muster the strength to rise, trembled helplessly. Perhaps it's not the black-haired demon who came to capture me after all. I've even prepared light attribute mages, but with this outcome, it seems the night was wasted. Overwhelmed by sudden drowsiness, Vince yawned. Then, without thinking, he turned his head. What's this? Vince's half-closed eyes suddenly widened. About 30 meters away in the direction he was looking, from the entrance of the workshop to right in front of him, there flowed an unknown stream of crimson. This was undoubtedly blood when seen with human eyes. A stream of blood, flowing from who knows where, extended in all directions. The sight was reminiscent not of a transition, but rather of a demon's lair in hell. What on earth is happening? Who would play such a joke? As Vince, still unaware of the situation, looked around in confusion, a strange black mist began to slowly envelop the surroundings.